the traveling sorcerer in Marvel. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, Li Feng's warning. After Li Feng activated the time converter, Stark felt that in addition to the loud noise caused by something being knocked in his ears, there were also various blurry shapes passing by his eyes, which made him feel that he was flying backwards. As soon as the vision of time travel ended, Stark subconsciously looked at the clock on the desk. The time on the clock was indeed 1 hour back, but he couldn't be sure whether the clock was turned back by Li Feng by 1 hour, or whether Li Feng really took him back 1 hour ago. However, Potts, who was originally in the office, was indeed not out of sight. He was most likely to have returned to the past. Stark looked down at the cloak on his body, and after making sure that there was nothing wrong with him, he looked at Li Feng and asked, "How do you prove that we have returned to the past? I remember you said that no one can see us, otherwise we will be in danger, so we can only stay in this office?" Li Feng pointed at the cloak on Stark and said, "How is it possible to stay in the office? Otherwise, why would I put a cloak on you engraved with a muggle repelling spell? This thing can let us walk out of the office, but let ordinary people ignore our existence." After that, Li Feng cast an invisibility spell on Stark just in case, pushed open the door of the office, made a gesture of invitation, and indicated to Stark that it was time for the visit. "Ignore, not see." Stark touched the cloak on his body and said as he walked out of the office, "You mean wearing this tasteless cloak can make me feel abandoned by the world? That's a good summary." Li Feng scratched his brow and watched in silence as Stark walked straight to an employee and waved his hands in front of the employee's eyes, as if testing the effect of the cloak. The employee, who was the test subject, ignored Stark, who was wandering around in front of him, and hurried away, as if he remembered something urgent. "Well, my employee did dare to ignore the boss," Stark shrugged and whispered, "but this can only prove that your cloak and invisibility are indeed effective, not that we have returned to the past." After saying that, Stark, who was in a playful mood, was ready to stand in front of another security guard and continue to wave his hands. Li Feng felt that Stark would get into trouble sooner or later if he continued to play like this. After all, Stark was just invisible and wearing a cloak with a muggle repelling charm, not really disappearing. In case there are rumors of haunted Stark Enterprises tomorrow, Li Feng pulled Stark aside and said, "How about you take me to visit Stark Group? Let's find a place with the best view, so I can admire how you had the courage to return to the company in rags." Stark rolled his eyes at Li Feng, but Li Feng's words also reminded him of something, and he said, "I thought of a way to prove whether we have gone back to the past. An hour ago, we had not returned to New York, so your RV was not on the rooftop, and I could see myself returning to the company with my own eyes. How about it?" After saying that, Stark turned his head to look at Li Feng. "I saw myself with my own eyes. It feels weird to say that." Li Feng suddenly remembered the illusion of hearing someone talking when he just got off the RV. Okay, it was the present me who went back to the past to observe myself, and Stark was almost discovered by me. Li Feng glanced at Stark. "This is your company, you have the final say, but I remind you that you can't find yourself, understand?" Stark made an okay gesture to Li Feng and walked straight to the rooftop. Back on the rooftop, Stark immediately looked for the trace of the RV, but unfortunately the RV had not landed on the rooftop during this period of time, so it would be strange if Stark could find it, but this also made Stark believe that he had traveled to the past. Li Feng leaned against the wall, silently watching Stark groping around the place where the RV would be parked, as if Stark could feel out an RV with his hands, and said, "I'm going to carve a magic circle to prevent myself from seeing myself when I get down from the RV later." Stark nodded slightly, picked his ears, and walked to the edge of the rooftop to admire the beautiful scenery in the distance, and said, "There are only two of us on the rooftop now. Can I ask you a few questions?" Without waiting for Li Feng to nod or shake his head, Stark continued, "I checked your information, but no matter how I look at that information, I feel that you are not Li Feng, especially your facial changes. I know that girls change a lot when they grow up, but I can't figure out why you are still changing inexplicably after you are in your 20s. Do you know how my butler judged it? He said that you had microplastic surgery, or it was done in a black clinic. Otherwise, I can find out in which hospital you had the surgery. Feng, who was carving a magic circle, turned his head and glanced at Stark, curled his lips, and thought with disdain, my appearance change is related to my soul. It would be a miracle if you can find it out. I suggest you let Jarvis hack into the surveillance of the Korean country and see. Maybe he can find out which hospital did the microplastic surgery for me. Stark folded his arms, turned his head to look at Feng, frowned and said, did I tell you about Jarvis? Feng glanced at Stark, shook his head, and said with a smile, no, you didn't tell me about Pepper, but I didn't tell you that I can not only go back to the past, but also see the future. Stark touched his chin and said thoughtfully, I couldn't figure it out before. Compared to a stranger, you seem to be too nice to me. I was still guessing what you wanted from me before, but now I kind of understand. What do you want to get from my future self? Feng, time. My time is not for sale. Although he said this, Stark was still confused by Feng's answer. After thinking about it, he asked, what time? Could it be that I will be selling time in the future? But after answering time, Feng ignored Stark and focused on carving the magic circle. This fragmentary answer made Stark feel uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. After all, Feng saved him in the desert. However, Stark rubbed his temple with his right hand and asked faintly, suppose that what you want can only be given by my future self, then even if you didn't save me in the desert, I could have escaped the pursuit of terrorists? Yes, but you had to lie down in a plaster cast all the way back to New York, Feng said, half truthfully, in case Shield or Stark encountered something unknown in the future and asked him about it. In case Shield or Stark encountered something unknown and asked him about it. I didn't know you were missing before I met you, and my time spell has strict requirements. Just like now I see you returning to the company in a plaster cast, and I learned about it through a future newspaper after I arrived at your company, but Feng pointed to Stark's intact arm and said, do you think you need a plaster cast now? Stark moved his arms, thought for a while and said, let the plaster roll as far as it can. I think I understand what you want to say. My future has been changed by you, but you can only see the unchanged future? After carving the magic circle, Feng stood up and nodded, and said, and touching time is a very dangerous thing. Unless it is necessary, I will not look at the future. After that, Feng squinted and looked into the distance, and said, hurry into the magic circle, I feel that the RV is heading in this direction. Stark looked into the distance, shrugged and said as he walked towards the magic circle, I'm beginning to hate invisible RVs. Maybe I should add sound wave and thermal imaging technology to the monitoring. Stark walked into the magic circle and quietly dropped some of his owned and rough. Suddenly, he heard the sound of a car engine coming from the distant sky. After a while, Stark speechlessly saw himself in tattered clothes and in a miserable state appearing from the air. He turned his head and said, I really shouldn't have brought you to the rooftop. Before Stark finished speaking, Feng's eyes made him shut up. At this time, Feng looked at himself with a strange face when he got off the RV and looked in his direction inexplicably. It was not until Feng in the magic circle watched him go downstairs that he said seriously, remember I told you the rules of time travel? I almost found us when I went there just now. Once a time branch is caused, if you are lucky, you can wait to be hunted down by the temple wizard. Stark, who was almost discovered because of his unintentional speaking, still had a hint of apology on his face, but after hearing Feng's words, he immediately threw the apology into the trash can and asked curiously, what if I'm unlucky? Feng turned his head and glanced at Stark. For some reason, Feng always felt that Stark seemed to be much braver after he was sure that there was a time converter in the world, just like he knew that there was no regret medicine for sale in this world, and it was also like he would rush forward regardless of the consequences when encountering something, but once he knew he was wrong, he would take the regret medicine and turn around and rush in another direction. After thinking about it, Feng sneered and threatened, bad luck? Congratulations, you will live in the time loop until the end of the world. For example, once you are trapped in the time loop now, your world will only have this 1 hour. Even if you jump off the building to commit suicide to get rid of it, it will not work, because after 1 hour is over, you will return to the rooftop intact and experience this 1 hour again. The most pitiful thing is that only you know about this 1 hour world, and the rest of the people will act as if nothing happened. Those who go to work, and those who rest. Even if you really want to tell the whole world, after 1 hour is over, only you know that this is a 1 hour world. At the end, Feng patted Stark on the shoulder and said, I know you are a genius. Maybe if you are given time, you can build a machine to escape from the 1 hour world, but I want to remind you that if you fail to build an escape machine within 1 hour, once time starts to cycle, everything you have done will be in vain. In addition, what if you are unlucky enough to be trapped in the 10-second world? Here's a piece of advice for you. It doesn't matter how you want to study time in theory, but don't try to travel through time. You can't afford it. Stark didn't know whether he was frightened by Feng's expression or tone. He had a dazed expression. After a long time, Stark seemed to understand something. He squinted at Feng and smiled. Unless I have your help? Feng smiled mysteriously, pointed to the stairs and said, this journey through time is almost over. We should go back to the office. Chapter 102 Squat Game. Back at the office door, Stark's eyes twitched as he looked at Carlson, who was wearing a security uniform and half squatting in front of the office door with his butt sticking out and his ear leaning against the door to eavesdrop on the movements in the office. No wonder it's called SHIELD. Look at their squatting posture. What else can it be called, if not the squat bureau? Feng looked at Stark speechlessly and whispered, I thought you had asked the security guards to kick Carlson out of your company before, but I didn't expect you to secretly recruit him into your security department. I just want to say that you have a good eye for picking people. Stark, who was disappointed with his own security, pinched his nose, pointed to the cloak on his body, and asked in a low voice, you said this thing can make him ignore me, but what about the sound? Can it be ignored? Seeing Feng shaking his head to deny the effect of the cloak to block sound, Stark put his ear to Carlson's ear without thinking, imitating the movement of the female ghost appearing in the movie, and shouted in a trembling voice, hey give me back my life. Carlson was originally paying attention to the movement in the office, but he heard Stark's voice inexplicably. He turned his head to look in Stark's direction, but because of the cloak and the invisibility spell, Carlson couldn't see anything, but he also realized that his eavesdropping behavior was discovered. Carlson turned his head and looked around, as if trying to find out who was playing a prank on him. In the end, he could only guess whether Stark Enterprises had developed some new props and left the office door slowly with a puzzled expression. Feng rolled his eyes at Stark, who was grinning so hard that he almost choked, pushed open the office door, and said, the time travel journey is over. Inside the office, Potts pointed blankly at the place where Feng and Stark had traveled through time and disappeared before, then looked at Stark, who walked in from outside the office, and said in confusion with his hands covering his temples, what the hell is this? I clearly saw you disappear in the last second, and you walked in from outside the door in the next second? Tony, I need an explanation to prove that I'm not crazy. Stark looked at Feng, as if asking Feng if he could tell Potts about traveling through time. Feng shrugged indifferently and said, whatever you say, but just don't try it. After that, Feng pointed to the wine cabinet in the office and said, any beer? I'm a little thirsty. Stark glanced at his wine cabinet, adjusted his expensive tie, looked at Feng with contempt, and said, do I look like a beer drinker? On the side, Potts, who was waiting for Stark to explain, looked at Stark, then at Feng. For some reason, she felt that the relationship between the two seemed to be much better after they magically disappeared and reappeared. Otherwise, Stark, who looked down on people, would not look at Feng with contempt. He would simply ignore Feng. Potts thought for a moment, glanced at the phone, and seeing Stark nodded slightly, he picked up the phone on the desk and said to the assistant on the other end of the phone, buy me some beer. Before Potts put down the phone, Feng grinned and shouted, some more peanuts. Potts looked at Feng speechlessly and said to the phone, buy some peanuts to go with a beer. Stark raised his eyebrows. Hey man, why does it sound like you are ordering creature to me? This is my office, my personal assistant, understand? She only serves me. Feng just thought that Stark was envious of him for having a house elf, so he ignored Stark's nonsense, dragged a chair to the window, and prepared to enjoy the scenery in the distance. You're welcome. Stark rubbed his forehead, pulled Potts to sit on the sofa, pointed at Feng while sorting out his thoughts, and said, the premise for you to understand that I can return to the company safely from the desert is that you have to believe that the guy's a wizard. Potts was stunned, but did not intend to listen to Stark's explanation. Until Stark finished telling about his experience of traveling through time, Potts opened his mouth, pointed at Feng, who was busy drinking and eating peanuts, with a look of disbelief, and said, you want me to believe that there are wizards in this world? Why don't you say that you were saved by God? Don't believe it? Stark pointed to the ceiling and said, there is an RV parked on the rooftop of the company. Do you want to see it? And the magic servant creature I mentioned, he is also in the RV. After that, Stark stood up and said to Feng, Austin, I will take Potts to visit your RV. Feng, who had his back to Stark, waved his hand, signaling Stark to do as he pleased. He was now busy using the eagle eye technique to look at the beauty in the distance. She was a burgundy-haired graceful woman who was looking at him through a telescope. Of course, if this beauty could throw away the obstructing sniper rifle beside her, Feng wouldn't mind looking at her forever. After all, looking at beautiful women is a healthy sport. After a long time, with the help of Stark and creature, Potts finally boarded the RV with the expulsion spell and invisibility. After throwing Sanguine into the trash can with his hand, he returned to the office with a dull face, staring at Feng's back. On the side, although Stark knew that Potts was just curious about Feng's identity as a wizard and had no extra thoughts, he still said that he was jealous and needed Potts' comfort. Stark walked in front of Potts, blocking Potts and Feng, looking into Potts' eyes and said, I miss the bathtub at home now, can you buy me some ingredients? When Stark said this, he seemed to think of something, turned his head, and said to Feng, does creature only know Chinese food? No. Feng waved to Natasha in the distance, shook his head and said, creature is good at food from all over the world, but I like Chinese food, so he specially cooks Chinese food for me. By the ingredients I like, said Stark, who turned his back to Potts and walked to Feng with a frown. He looked into the distance with doubts following Feng's gaze and asked, who are you greeting? Feng shrugged and said, a beautiful woman who once pierced the roof of my RV with a knife. Of course, the RV at that time could not fly. After that, Feng looked at Potts and said, want to ride in a flying RV? How could Potts miss the magical experience of Feng's invitation? She quickly said that she would go to arrange the ingredients now. Stark looked at the distance puzzledly, trying to find the beauty that Feng mentioned, but unfortunately he had neither a telescope nor eagle vision. Until Potts' figure completely disappeared in the distance, Stark pointed to his head and asked, when we went to your RV just now? Creature had a smile on his face and warmly entertained Potts, but he was muttering mudblood in his mouth. I know that mudblood is not a good word, so is creature sick? Feng nodded, tilted his head to think about how to explain Voldemort, and after a while he said, creature once wanted to destroy an evil item of someone, but creature was not capable enough. Not only did he fail to destroy the item, but he was controlled by the evil item's mind, and tortured creature with magic every day for the purpose of driving him crazy, and he had to experience torture every day for several years. Stark was stunned, and said slowly, you mean the item is a dead thing? Not a person or a creature? Feng nodded, turned his head, and looked at Stark with suspicion, and scanned Stark's pockets with his mental power, and said, you didn't steal anything from me, and plan to take it back for secret research. Stark waved his hands repeatedly, saying that he was a gentleman, and how could he be a villain? Seeing that Feng was still looking at him with suspicion, Stark said seriously, do you need me to ask a medical team to treat creature? Don't worry, I will definitely let the doctors know what to say, and what not to say. Feng shook his head, and complained in his heart, why cure creature? It's not that I can't cure creature. The problem is that I want a creature who is loyal to me and dares to scold me when he's mad, so that I can be cruel enough to abandon creature when necessary. Don't worry about creature's affairs. I have my own arrangements. Or why did you ask me to go to your house without asking? I don't believe you would invite a man to your house as a guest. Stark smiled bitterly and shook his head. After taking a deep breath, he slowly explained, to be honest, I don't know who I can trust now. Stark saw with his own eyes that the terrorists had a large number of weapons produced by Stark Enterprises, and he even heard with his own ears that these weapons came from an American friend. If the terrorists only had a small number of weapons produced by Stark Enterprises, Stark could still think that the terrorists stole them from the black market or from a small base somewhere, but the number of weapons was so large that they were piled up in the open air. It was obvious that someone had delivered them directly from his company to the terrorists, and it might even be free shipping. Moreover, this person was able to secretly deliver the goods to the terrorists without telling the company, and knew his whereabouts in Afghanistan. This person must have a high position in the company. Stark had experienced the methods of a terrorist hiding beside him, which made him shudder when he recalled the life in the cave that was worse than death. Stark could not wait to turn the design of the iron armor in his mind into a real object, and even thought of the name of this armor, which was called Mark II. But before the armor was made, Stark needed a sense of security, and he had a new idea after his journey through time. After listening to Stark's explanation, Feng scratched his head and smiled. You want me to be your bodyguard and tell you about the traitor who leaked your whereabouts and made you eat sand for 3 months? Stark nodded slightly. Just a bodyguard for a period of time. You can leave after I make the armor. I have already placed an order for a gift for you. Feng glanced at the pocket on Stark's body that was emitting energy fluctuations and said with a smile, tell me what the gift is. If you are satisfied, I don't mind being your bodyguard for a few days. Stark, a good thing that can make your RV disappear in front of radar, thermal imaging and other detection equipment. Chapter 103. Someone has a flying RV. Feng could roughly guess that what Stark had in his pocket was some kind of herbal leaves from his own herbal garden. After all, creature was watching in the RV, so it would be difficult for Stark to steal magic items. At the same time, Feng understood what Stark was thinking. He was just worrying about the future or not trusting himself. But this was normal. After all, he had lived on Earth for most of his life, and suddenly one day he found that there was still a group of wizards hidden in this world. With Stark's personality, it would be strange if he didn't study it clearly. Feng thought about it. If Stark was really so talented that he could make armor that restrained himself with just a little herbal leaf, he should not stay in the Marvel world and find a stable world to retire. In addition, he was a wizard who could practice and become stronger all the time. It was estimated that when Stark really developed anti-magic armor with a leaf, Feng would have the ability to drag the giant octopus out of the earth and make teppanyaki octopus rise on the sun. And even if Stark didn't steal the herbs this time, Feng would leave some potions for Stark. After all, the reactor version on his chest was too low, and if he was not careful, he might get palladium metal poisoning and die completely. Thinking of this, Feng decided to pretend that he didn't notice the herbs in Stark's pocket. He reached out and shook hands with Stark and said, "Deal." Just as Stark finished pouring the wine and raised his glass to celebrate the agreement between the two, Potts returned to the office with a paper bag full of ingredients, knocked on the door and said, "You two, can we go now? I can't wait to ride in a flying car." Of course, Feng put down the wine glass in his hand, waved to Natasha in the distance, indicating that next time they would continue to play the game of staring at each other, and whoever blinked first would lose. He stood up and said to Potts, "I hope you won't think of firing your own chef after tasting creature's cooking." Stark drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, curled his lips and whispered, "I already want to fire my chef." The three of them had just returned to the rooftop where the RV was parked, and Stark pinched his nose and said, "I'll put some water, don't peek." Hearing Stark's shocking words, Potts was stunned at first, then with an apologetic look on his face, he held his forehead and said speechlessly, "Sorry, Tony is like a child sometimes." Li Feng thought more than Potts, because the direction Stark turned and walked towards with his belt was the place where he had drawn the magic circle when he traveled through time before. Needless to say, Li Feng guessed with his toes that Stark was not sure about traveling through time and left some evidence in the magic circle to prove it. Li Feng curled his lips and shrugged and said, I just want to ask if it is too late for me to join Stark's security now? And how much can I fine people who urinate and defecate in public? After speaking, Li Feng turned around and took Potts to the RV. Seeing that the two of them had got on the RV, Stark hurriedly picked up the little dandruff he had left in the magic circle and turned to walk towards the RV. On the other side, Natasha, who had been observing Li Feng, waited and waited, but did not see Li Feng walk out of the gate of Stark Company. After thinking for a while, she pressed the communicator on her cochlea and said, Sir Austin, who was playing the staring game with me, has not appeared since he left my sight. On the other end of the communicator, Fury knew that when Potts bought ingredients for many people, he had already driven a blacksmith to Stark's house. After hearing Natasha's report, Fury frowned and whispered, Are you sure Austin is still in Stark's company, or has he left using the wormhole? Natasha sorted out her equipment and asked, Do you need me to sneak into Stark's company to confirm? Fury, who was almost at Stark's house, thought for a while and said, Get to Stark's house as soon as possible. I need an agent who is immune to hypnosis. Bring that guy with you as well. Potts is Stark's personal assistant after all. Taking a plane is no different from taking a bus for ordinary people. But Li Feng's house is different. First of all, it is novel. For this reason, Li Feng deliberately lowered the altitude and flight speed so that Potts could slowly appreciate the expressions of passers-by without a telescope. However, no matter how slow the RV is, it will reach the destination before nightfall. Not long after, Stark in the RV saw his house and said, Austin, drive your RV into the garage. There are equipment to transform your car. Li Feng nodded and drove the RV into the garage under Stark's guidance. Until Potts stepped on the ground, her face was still excited, and she hurried to the kitchen with Creature, who was holding a pile of ingredients. In the garage, Stark touched a few wooden boxes that had not been disassembled, rubbed his forehead and said, I spent a lot of time thinking about the gifts inside. I hope you like them. In fact, because of the RV, Stark did spend less time on Li Feng's reward. Want to give Li Feng a cool car, but he has a flying RV, which means that, no matter how cool a car is, it can't compare to his own flying car. Want to give Li Feng a private plane, but he has a flying RV. Don't say that a plane is faster than a RV. Think about how Li Feng got from Afghanistan to New York in 1 second. What plane can catch up with this speed? Want to give Li Feng a mansion, but he has a flying RV, and the interior space is beyond imagination. It's no problem to call several football teams to play a game in the RV. So because of this flying RV that made Stark both envious and envious, he thought about it and could only come up with the idea of helping Li Feng to transform the RV to be safer and add some facilities to the RV so that Li Feng can live comfortably. Of course, regarding Li Feng's more comfortable life, it is not ruled out that Stark simply wants to add some of his style to a magical RV, so that the wizards who board the RV in the future will notice that there is Stark in this world. Who made Li Feng refuse to tell the location of the temple wizard? Stark couldn't find another wizard. He could only hope that the wizards who boarded the RV would find him to customize some facilities after seeing Stark's equipment that made Li Feng's life more comfortable. Li Feng glanced at the direction where Potts left, and when he was sure that Potts was not nearby, he pointed to the reactor on Stark's chest, motioning Stark to follow him back to the RV, and whispered, I know this thing can keep you alive, but I also know that this thing can slowly kill you. So I also have a gift for you, a potion that can treat palladium poisoning, but this thing has some minor side effects. I hope you don't mind then. Of course, I don't mind if you mind. After all, I'm not a potion master, so. Li Feng took out a few potions from the locker and handed them to Stark, saying, you can choose whether to live or have smoke in your ears. Stark was a little confused. He took the potion with his left hand and picked his ears with his right hand to indicate that he didn't hear clearly. He asked with a little doubt, smoke in the ears? What does it mean? Have you ever seen a moving steam train? Li Feng took a potion from Stark, tilted his head back, and took a sip, and said, "This is a healing potion. If you don't mind the weird taste, you can drink it as plain water. After all, this thing can cure diseases, and it can be used as a tonic if you are not sick." Returning the potion to Stark, Li Feng pointed to his ears and said, "I feel the effect of the medicine has begun." As soon as he finished speaking, Stark, who was rolling his eyes at Li Feng's ears, covered his stomach and laughed. "Your ears are actually caves, right? Is there an antique steam train hidden in it?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "I just showed you the side effects, and I only took a sip, so my ears only rolled their eyes for a few minutes, and the amount you drank is enough for you to smoke white smoke for half a day." Stark's eyes twitched, and the smile froze on his face. Damn. Stark shook the potion in his hand speechlessly, and asked faintly, "How long can the effect of the medicine last? And when is the best time to use it?" "Once every 3 days, right?" Stark stumbled and looked at Li Feng with a look of "You are kidding me, can you remove the question mark? You don't know the efficacy of the potion you gave me. How dare I drink such an unreliable potion?" It's scary to hear that. When Stark was thinking about whether to smear the potion on Li Feng's face, he heard Li Feng say slowly, "The main thing is that I don't know what palladium metal poisoning is, what symptoms will there be, and you are carrying a reactor, which makes it even more difficult for me to explain how to use the potion. I can only tell you that this potion can restore your health. As for how to use it specifically," Li Feng patted Stark on the shoulder and said, "Study it yourself." After that, Li Feng walked towards the restaurant. Stark looked at Li Feng's back, then looked at the potion in his hand, took a deep breath speechlessly, and put the potion in his pocket, ready to give it to Jarvis for analysis, and then decide how to use it. As soon as Li Feng walked into the hall, he turned his head and said to Stark behind him, "I think your security is really not that good." When Stark was still wondering what he meant, Fuhrer's faint voice came from the distant corner. "In fact, the security of this playboy's house is already very good. It took me a minute to get in. This is enough for Mr. Stark to brag about for the rest of his life." Stark glanced at Fury, squinted and shouted, "Jarvis? I'm here, sir. What can I do for you?" Hearing Jarvis' voice, Stark breathed a sigh of relief. At least his artificial intelligence is still working. "Where's Pepper?" Without waiting for Jarvis to answer, Fury walked to the wine cabinet in the restaurant to choose his favorite wine, and said, "I didn't touch your secretary, and I just saw you coming up from the garage when I came in." Fury, who had selected the famous wine, took out 3 glasses and placed them on the bar. After pouring the wine into each glass, he looked at Li Feng and said, "It's been a long time since I last saw Austin. I found that your taste has improved, and you even wear casual clothes. To be honest, I'm very curious. Are you a rat that can hide so well? I've been looking for you for a long time, but I can't find any trace of you." Although Stark could tell that the other party knew Li Feng, and that the main purpose of coming to his house was probably to find Li Feng, he was still very upset that Fury treated his house as his own and ignored his existence. Stark said in a bad tone, "Sorry, who are you? If you want an autograph from me, please contact my assistant first." Chapter 104 Showdown. Li Feng knew very well why Fury came to find him. It was just that there were too many mysteries about him. Unfortunately, Fury was a guy with an overflowing curiosity and a late stage of paranoia. Fortunately, Li Feng believed that he had the ability to talk to S.H.I.E.L.D. Otherwise he would have apparated away when he noticed Fury. So when Fury asked solemnly with a stern face, "Who are you?" Li Feng smiled and turned to Stark and said, "Before I explain my identity to this Mr. Boiled Egg, can I ask Jarvis to help me? I want to clearly record the facial expressions of a boiled egg when it changes its face. Pay attention." Stark was not a person who was afraid of trouble. In addition, he wanted Jarvis to scan the face of the agent who could invade his home in front of him in order to find out the other party's department, so that the group of lawyers he hired who stayed in the office all day bragging and farting would have the opportunity to show their talents. Moreover, Stark thought it was very interesting to appreciate the process of others destroying their worldviews, and immediately shouted, "Jarvis, accurately capture the changes in the facial expressions of this Mr. Ludan." At this point, Stark turned his head to look at Li Feng and asked curiously, is this guy really called Ludan? Did his ancestors run a restaurant? The names are all the names of dishes. Fury was very unhappy to be called Ludan for no reason. If he didn't want to know what Li Feng would say, he really wanted to draw his gun and shoot Li Feng a few times. In addition, if possible, he really wanted to ask Stark to leave and let him talk to Li Feng alone. However, this is Stark's house, and it is a house with artificial intelligence. No matter where he and Li Feng hide to talk, Stark will probably know what they talked about afterwards. Fury picked up the wine glass in one hand and slapped the pistol on the bar with the other hand. He glanced at Stark, who was waiting to see the joke, looked at Li Feng with a cold face, and signaled Li Feng to explain. Li Feng hooked his finger at the wine glass on the bar, letting it float towards himself and Stark, and said, "Do you remember our agreement? I hope I have practiced my tongue during this period." Fury looked at the floating wine glass inexplicably, then looked at Stark, gritted his teeth and said, "Red carp, green carp." While Stark was confused and guessing what this operation was, Fury bit his tongue several times to finish the tongue twister. Li Feng said with contempt, "I'm almost scared away by your weird tongue twister." After a pause, Li Feng said faintly, "I'm a mage." Fury frowned. He didn't believe a word about mages. He only knew that Li Feng had many skills, hypnosis, teleportation, and now it seemed that he had to write mind control on the information. But a superpower has multiple superpowers? There is no record of this. Before Fury finished struggling, he saw Li Feng pull out a long stick from a small shoulder bag and pointed at the floating wine glass in front of him. As Fury was surprised, the wine glass first turned into a rabbit, then jumped in front of him and turned into a teapot. Under Li Feng's control, the teapot filled his empty wine glass with tea. Fury rubbed his one eye, looked at Li Feng's long stick and the shoulder bag that could store the long stick, and then looked at the tea in front of him with a fragrant aroma. He wanted to call the doctor in the bureau to ask if this was some kind of hypnosis that caused him to have hallucinations. Stark walked to the bar, sniffed the tea curiously, turned his head and asked, "Hey, man, is this drinkable? Also, can you lend me that stick? I want to turn the walls of my house into gold." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark. "Forget it, I know turning it into gold is just an excuse. You just want to study my stick, but this thing is just a fire stick in your hand. There are 3 elements to transfiguration. Since you are not wizards, I will not explain them one by one. One of them is that the essence of the object will not change after the transformation. For example, Li Feng walked to the bar and knocked on the pistol that Fury had slapped on the bar with his stick, turning the pistol into a fragrant turkey, and said, "Don't look at this turkey. It looks and feels like a turkey. You can even use a knife and fork to cut a piece of fat chicken from this live chicken, but when you put it in your mouth, you will find that there is no taste of turkey except the taste of the pistol. If you insist on eating this live chicken into your stomach." Li Feng scratched his head, looked at Fury, who was curiously turning the turkey over and over in his hands, and asked, "What is your pistol made of? Can the human stomach digest it?" In response to Li Feng's question, Stark and Fury rolled their eyes. "Is your pistol fried in flour and other ingredients? Can it still be digested?" However, Fury was concerned about another question. "What is the long stick in your hand, and can you still shoot and kill people after turning the wine glass into a pistol?" Li Feng shook the long stick and said truthfully, "This is a magic weapon, just like the function of a voltage stabilizer to ensure that the voltage is within a safe value. When I have stronger control in the future, I can give this thing to you." Fury narrowed his eyes and said, "In other words, if you lose this stick, your ability will decrease a lot." Hearing this, Li Feng guessed what the other party wanted to do. He rolled his eyes and put the long stick aside and turned himself into Fury. After taking a few steps back, he dragged a scorching fireball in one hand and said, "I know you want to steal my magic weapon, but I have to remind you that I just haven't mastered some spells yet, so I need the help of magic weapons to practice. But this does not mean that I can't practice." And, feeling the high temperature of the fireball in front of him, Fury pouted and interrupted, "You know, you remind me of Talus." Pointing to his head, Fury said dimly, "I don't know if you still remember Natasha." I don't know whether you did it intentionally or unintentionally. You once told her that you didn't want to see me when you were weak, but now you are very strong. If Li Feng had not turned into Fury's appearance, Stark might not understand what Fury meant by Talus. But now he felt that Fury was referring to the fact that there are people in this world who can change into other people's appearance at any time. He couldn't help but guess, what if Talus turns into his appearance? Stark, who is Talus? Speechless, Li Feng understood that Fury still doubted that he was an alien. Recalling the Skrull's chief scientist, he ignored Fury's gaze and said, a group of green-skinned aliens living in the Earth's orbit. Among them is a guy who used a hammer, wrench and other tools to transform an airplane into a space fighter overnight. I think you must have a lot in common with him. In the Earth's orbit? Stark asked doubtfully, and whispered, I always thought that I was at the pinnacle of my life and there was nothing I didn't know. But now it seems that first there is a group of wizards, and then a group of aliens? Who of you can give me back the beautiful Earth that I remember? While thinking about how to keep Stark a secret about the aliens, Fury noticed that Stark used the unit of quantity a group to describe the wizards, and asked with narrowed eyes, are there many wizards on Earth? Li Feng spread his hands, and asked in return, what else? Without the inheritance of wizards from generation to generation, where can I learn magic? Can I imagine and cast spells inexplicably? Noticing that Li Feng had to learn to cast spells, Fury took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead and asked, what are the requirements to become a wizard, and where are you usually? Li Feng shook his head, put away your little thoughts, they are busy protecting the Earth. They don't have time to chat with you. My duty is also to protect mankind. Fury pointed to himself and said, maybe we have a lot in common. Otherwise give me a phone number and I can contact you myself. At this point, Fury looked at Li Feng and asked, what about you? Why are you not busy protecting the Earth? And how do you wizards usually contact each other? Rely on the phone. But I found that you have never bought a phone or paid a penny to the communication company. Li Feng, with one hand drooping on the bar, thought for a while, if you want to get the gems, you have to get into the Avengers. Anyway, Fury will know some of his past sooner or later. Li Feng shook his head and said, I won't tell you about that group of temple wizards. As for me, you can understand me as a wild wizard. This is also the reason why I didn't dare to have too much to do with you when I had neither power nor strength behind me. To be honest, it makes me feel like you know me, but I don't know you exist. Fury shrugged and smiled. You don't provide accommodation for other wizards, so it's hard for me to believe that you are a wizard. Maybe as I guessed before, you are just an alien with special abilities. Fury looked at Stark and said, just like Talus has the ability to transform and can copy the recent memories of the transformed object in addition to the ability to transform. Li Feng spread his hands, gave a believe it or not expression, then looked at Fury with a smile and shouted, creature, give me an order of fries. On the side, Stark, who was quietly watching the show, heard that Fury was warning him to put away his curiosity, otherwise not only would an alien turn into him, but his recent memories would also be known by the other party. But it can only be said that Fury didn't know Stark well enough, which definitely aroused Stark's curiosity even more. But Stark also understood that visiting aliens was different from making small things at ordinary times. This was a new, unknown, and huge field. Don't let yourself be infected with alien viruses before learning any technology. That would not be fun. So before making a good defense mechanism, Stark knew that it was better to restrain his curiosity for the time being. However, Stark looked at Li Feng. There is a wizard who can go back to the past here. What if he gets into trouble and asks him for help? After thinking about it, Stark finally nodded to Fury, indicating that he understood what he meant. As for Li Feng's time ability, Li Feng was not his father, and he would not help him at any time and for free. Besides, he was still wondering what Li Feng meant by time when he said he wanted to get it from him. This made him always wary of Li Feng. Now, let's take a look at Fury's expression when creature appeared. I guess it must be very interesting. Chapter 105 True and False. After a while, Fury looked at creature who was walking over with french fries with twitching eyes, turned his head and asked, this is called an earthling? Do you think I'm blind? Li Feng took the french fries and smiled. This is a house elf that only serves wizards. It is also my exclusive servant, Creature. After that, Li Feng asked, Creature, tell this boiled egg, what will happen if an ordinary person breaks into the magical world? Creature blinked his eyes and said, usually, spells such as Oblivion are used to delete the memory of ordinary people and then add a false memory. If necessary, legitimate mind is also used to read the other party's memory to ensure that the other party completely forgets what he has seen and heard in the magical world. After Creature explained clearly, Li Feng waved his hand to let Creature retreat, touched the long stick, and looked at Fury, and asked faintly, do you want to know the specific operation of tampering with memory? If possible, I would like to watch you tamper with all the memories that Stark heard today. But Li Feng's eyes had already told Fury that the experimenter whose memory he wanted to tamper with would definitely not be Stark. There were only 3 people at the scene, so who else could it be besides Stark? Fury looked at the pistol that had turned into a turkey, and he felt helpless and speechless. I want to know how many house elves there are on Earth. Fury rubbed his swollen temples and said faintly, and their abilities and locations. On the side, Stark raised his glass to Fury and nodded, saying, not only do I want to know, I also want to have a house elf. Pointing to the reactor on his chest, Stark looked at Li Feng and said, when I upgrade and transform it, I can barely be considered a wizard who can control energy. Although it is done by technological means, a wizard is a wizard, right? Li Feng rolled his eyes at Stark and said speechlessly, you should upgrade this thing into a harmless and pollution-free toy before discussing with me what a wizard is, otherwise you will just be a short-lived ghost. Fury looked at the reactor on Stark's chest thoughtfully. He knew that there was a large reactor in Stark's company, and there were design drawings in S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, the person who designed the reactor was one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D. But I really don't understand it at such a young age. But after hearing this, I feel that Stark will not live long. It looks like he'll be busy when he returns to the bureau. Knowing that he couldn't get the truth out of Stark, Fury tapped the bar with his fingers and said, hey, can you please not go off topic? We are talking about the number and abilities of creatures' races. Li Feng shrugged, pointed at Stark and said, don't blame me. He digressed. After a pause, Li Feng spread his hands and pretended to be innocent and asked, what species do you think wizards can designate as their exclusive servants? Of course, species that have various spells like wizards. As for the number of elves, I've only seen Creature, a rare house elf. It's definitely more precious than a panda. Fury tilted his head and squinted his eyes to think for a while, then asked, various spells? What are the specific spells, and where did he learn the spells from? From the temple wizards? How many elves does the temple wizard have? Li Feng felt helpless. He could tell that Fury still wanted to ask about the news of the Templars, but Li Feng really didn't dare to say more about this. He could guess with his toes what the Ancient One's attitude was towards S.H.I.E.L.D., not SHIELD. If the Ancient One hadn't been numb and annoyed by the intrigues among humans and decided to focus on how to deal with creatures from another world, the S.H.I.E.L.D. building would have been demolished by the Ancient One and sold as scrap metal. Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, Lu Dan, just listen to me. Don't think that your broken organization has many people and they are all elites, but you really can't afford to offend the Templars. Li Feng pointed at himself and continued, I'll tell you bluntly, don't think that I can destroy a small country like a game, but I will still kneel down against the Templars, so you'd better pretend that you don't know that there are Templars in the world, otherwise Stark was stunned when he heard Li Feng boasting that he had the ability to destroy a country, and then he thought of something and squinted at the long stick in Li Feng's hand. Stark remembered that, when he first met Li Feng in the desert, Li Feng had released a group of shadows from the long stick in front of him. At first, when Creature introduced this group of creatures called dementors that ordinary people could not detect, Stark was a little skeptical. After all, what was the difference between him and ordinary people except for the big light on his chest? They were all mortals who needed to drink water, eat and go to the toilet. How did he see the dementors? Could it be that he was born with yin and yang eyes? until these creatures with a natural eye see or are slaughtered the terrorists like cutting vegetables, and the terrorists' behavior also clearly told Stark one thing: they really couldn't see the dementors, otherwise they wouldn't have rushed into the dementors' arms stupidly. Stark shook his head with a wry smile. Li Feng controls an invisible army that ordinary people cannot detect, and he does have the ability to destroy a small country. On the other hand, Fury initially thought that Li Feng claimed to have the ability to destroy a country and couldn't help spitting at Li Feng. This boast is too inflated. But when Fury saw the change in Stark's expression after he glanced at the long stick, Fury vaguely understood that Li Feng did not seem to be bragging. Now, Fury said that he had a headache and needed some oxygen to relieve himself. Seeing that the two men were either silent or thinking, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. I scared you, right? Now you know how awesome I am, right? From now on, when Shield wants to deal with me, they'd better think about the consequences. Li Feng calmly picked up the bottle and poured wine for the three people. After thinking about it, he decided to give Fury a little deterrent power, lest the other party think that he has the ability to destroy a country and send people to assassinate him in the name of world peace. He said, let's get back to the topic of creature. First of all, the spells of house elves and wizards are not in the same system, so I don't know what he can do specifically. Secondly, the nature of house elves determines that they need to follow a wizard, otherwise the house elves without a master will go crazy. Fury rubbed the bridge of his nose, trying to relax his brain so that he could analyze more useful information. After a while, Fury squinted and asked, I know that people with superpowers are at risk of losing control and are very dangerous, so what will happen if creature goes crazy? This sounded like asking, how crazy will creature be after I die? Li Feng grinned and said, at first, creature will continue to manage my legacy, but when creature fails to find the next wizard and goes crazy, I only know that he will become very dangerous. As for how dangerous, I don't know. After all, no one knows what extraordinary things a crazy creature will do. Fury rubbed his forehead and said faintly, it seems that I have to bless you to never go to see God easily. In order to prevent you from dying one day, I think it is necessary to let you meet my men. After speaking, Fury pressed the cochlea and said, let him come in and say hello to our wizard. Li Feng glanced at Fury, turned his head, and looked towards the gate. You are worthy of being the king of agents. I always thought that there were only 3 of us talking. I didn't expect you to have off-field assistants. What's the matter? Are you afraid that I will pin you to the ground and rub you? After a while, a man in black market combat uniform stood at the gate, raised his hand, and turned around in place, indicating that he was not carrying any weapons. Stark curled his lips and asked Jarvis to scan the visitors while saying, my house is really lively today. Is there another soldier who just came down from the battlefield? Or is my house having a party but I, as the host, didn't know about it? After Jarvis confirmed that the soldier was indeed unarmed, Fury signaled the soldier to enter the house, looking at Li Feng and said, I know you met in Portland, so I specifically asked Bob if he had seen you, but he denied having seen you. You know what? I use the most advanced lie detector, but I still couldn't prove whether Bob was telling the truth. It wasn't until now that I had a new idea. After all, you said that there are spells in the world that can tamper with other people's memories. I think Bob's memory has been tampered with by you. Fury took a deep breath, stared with his one eye and asked, even though I believe that there are wizards in this world, I'm very sure that the technology Bob has is not magic at all, but technology. Do you have any explanation for this? Li Feng shrugged innocently and walked around Bob in a group with interest. While he was invisible, he said, I discovered Bob when I was in Portland, so I broke into the theater to see him out of curiosity, but Bob didn't lie. Just like now, I was observing him after being invisible. Li Feng lifted his invisibility and looked at Fury. Remember what I said at the beginning? This is also what I'm curious about. Fury stared at Stark with his one eye and said, since you don't want me to study this technology, why did you give it to me? What is your purpose? I don't believe you are wholesale technology. Li Feng scratched his head, shrugged and said, whether you believe it or not, I just couldn't bear to destroy such a great technology with my own hands. What about you? What purpose did you have in doing the experiment? Fury, who had been observing Li Feng's expression, suddenly laughed and said, whether you believe it or not, I just want to see if I can save the money from buying the cemetery and use it to improve the welfare of employees. On the side, Stark was a little confused and asked, guys, there are still people here who can explain to me what new technology this soldier has? Li Feng and Fury looked at each other and said at the same time, it has nothing to do with you. Stark touched his chin and shouted, Jarvis, scan this soldier deeply. Fury didn't want Jarvis to scan Bob. If Stark knew about the resurrection of the dead, there might be trouble again. In addition, Li Feng said everything that should be said, and Fury knew that he would not be able to find out anything today. After waving goodbye to the two, he took Bob and prepared to leave Stark's house. When he reached the door, Fury turned his head and pointed at his one-eyed man and said to Stark, put away your curiosity. The world is already chaotic enough. I don't want to clean up your mess. Chapter 106 Information collected. After leaving Stark's house, Fury sat in the passenger seat without saying a word, motioning Natasha to drive back to the headquarters. Natasha drove the car into the parking lot of S.H.I.E.L.D. and motioned Bob to get out of the car by himself, asking Bob to find a doctor for examination according to the previously established procedures, so as to prevent Bob from being hypnotized by Li Feng without knowing it. In the car, Natasha saw that Fury remained silent all the way, and even after returning to the headquarters, he was still immersed in his own world and had no intention of getting out of the car. She could only helplessly take out an instrument from the trunk to do a brain examination for Fury. Fury took the instrument, rubbed his forehead which was swollen from over-analysis, and asked, you heard my conversation with Austin. What do you think? Natasha was stunned and asked, sir, although I don't know what creature you saw looks like, you are in Stark's house. Do you believe that wizards exist in this world, or that creature is some kind of robot made by Stark? Don't forget that Austin also has the ability of hypnosis. Maybe he has done something in your brain, making you dizzy or... Before Natasha finished speaking, Fury shook his head and interrupted, I'm not thinking about the existence of wizards, but... After a long time, Fury narrowed his eyes and asked, if you knew that a powerful force was hunting you, or positioning you as a potential threat, what would you do? Natasha shrugged and said, disappear from the eyes of this force, such as changing your appearance and living cautiously. After a while, Fury, who looked thoughtful, asked again, if you are captured by this force, after training and becoming stronger, but at this time you are sure that you have the ability to resist or escape, or you know clearly that the other party dare not do anything to you, and the other party wants to get information from you through conversation, what will you do? Natasha raised her eyebrows and said, master the rhythm of the conversation, let the other party follow my rhythm to ask questions, and then get useful information from me. Fury nodded and continued to ask, what if you find that you can't master the rhythm? Natasha said without thinking, then talk about this and that, and constantly interrupt the other party's train of thought during the conversation. For example, in order to distract the other party's attention, you can add content that the other party is interested in during the conversation, but you have to make what you say seem to be true or false, so that the other party can't judge your intentions for a while. At this point, Natasha seemed to think of something, frowned and said, Commander, are you trying to tell me that, if Austin is really a wizard, then he only knew how to hide before, because he was really born a wild wizard and his strength was not enough? But today he dared to talk to you face to face, because he believed he had the strength to face us. Natasha, who was recalling the conversation between Fury and Li Feng, thought for a while and continued, Austin has been calling you boiled egg, and he always talks about this, and that when talking to you, in addition to interrupting your thoughts, he also wants to use the name boiled egg to stimulate your clarity, so that you can't judge the accuracy of the information he said. Does this mean that his strength is not as strong as he wants to express, and he is bluffing? Hearing Natasha mention boiled egg twice in a row, Fury touched his bald head with a depressed look on his face and said, I think so too, especially when Austin said that creature would go crazy once he died. It's like he is telling us that he has prepared a backup plan and warned us not to kill him. This also tells me from the side that his strength is not as strong as he described. Natasha shrugged and said, that's because he doesn't understand us. Otherwise he would know that we won't kill innocent people. Fury shook his head, recalling Li Feng's actions to uncover Hydra, and sighed. You are wrong. I think Austin knows us too well, and even knows a lot of inside information that even I don't know, so he warned me don't mess with him. I have a feeling that he knows that we have spies inside, and there are quite a few of them, so he made a backup plan for himself. He is not guarding against us, but the spies inside us who are hostile to him. Fury touched his chin and smiled, but I'm not without game. Natasha looked at the instrument, nodded at Fury, indicating that Fury showed no signs of being hypnotized, and asked curiously, what do you know? Fury looked out the window and said bitterly, the probability that he is a mage is very high, and he really has the means to destroy a country. Natasha rolled her eyes. She still didn't believe in wizards. As for destroying a country, Natasha guessed that Li Feng relied on hypnosis to control an army, or that Li Feng simply served a force that could overthrow the regime of a small country. Just when Natasha was about to refute, she heard Fury say faintly, remember the team that searched for Stark before? After Stark and Austin returned to the company, I asked them to continue searching for signs of human life in the desert. Not long ago, they found evidence that Austin has been living alone in the depths of the desert all these years. Considering that Austin has the ability to destroy a country, do you know what this means? Natasha was stunned and immediately threw away her previous guesses and said, are you trying to say that Austin has been alone all these years, and that a certain skill or technology in his hand is a weapon of mass destruction? But I can't figure it out. If Austin's strength is really that strong, why does he have to talk nonsense when talking to you? Fury smiled and said, among the superpowers we know, there are quite a few who are capable of destroying a building. But no matter whether they can destroy a country, they will be killed by artillery shells just like ordinary people. So I guess that, although the great wizard Mr. Austin has amazing means, he will also be beaten into meat paste by artillery shells. He is afraid of death. This is also good news tonight. In fact, Fury's guess was correct. Li Feng was indeed afraid of death. After all, how many people could face death directly? And Li Feng told Fury a lot of true and false things, because he was afraid that Hydra would know that he was a mage, and a mage who could grow through learning. Judging from the nature of Hydra, they would only continue to capture Li Feng so as to pry out from him how to become a mage. Li Feng knew himself well. Even if he had an RV with amazing defense and the ability to ignore frontal gunfire attacks, what could he do? Could he hide in the RV all his life? Or would he turn on the shield as soon as he walked out of the RV? Like, has anyone ever seen a SWAT police officer wearing a bulletproof vest when going out for a walk? It seemed that Li Feng was sick, or had too much magic power, but nowhere to use it. As for wearing a cloak with an invisibility charm and a muggle repelling charm can ensure Li Feng's safety? Don't be ridiculous. A simple thermal imaging can make the invisibility and repelling charms ineffective. For example, relying on thermal imaging, someone can hide 800 meters away with a sniper rifle, using the objects around Li Feng as references, and still kill Li Feng, or anesthetize Li Feng. After a long time, Fury turned his head and asked, what did you find near the Stark family? Natasha shrugged and said, you have to be mentally prepared. What I found is not good news. Fury scratched his eyes and pretended to be helpless, nodded slightly, indicating that he was mentally prepared. Natasha tilted her head to organize her thoughts and said, I found a set of wheel marks that appeared out of thin air in front of the Stark garage door. From the wheel marks, this car is more like a flight landing. After that, I sent the scanned wheel marks to the technical department. Guess whose wheel marks these are? Fury looked at Natasha with a stern face, and it was obvious that he was not in the mood to play guessing games. Natasha said with a little boredom, thinking of Austin showing up at Stark's house, I asked the technical department to dig out the tire tracks left by Austin driving the RV in Portland for comparison, and found that they were consistent with the tire tracks in front of Stark's garage. In addition, I checked the nearby highway surveillance and found that there was no sign of an RV at all, so I'm sure that Austin's RV either used his wormhole-like abilities or spells to return directly from the company to Stark's house, or flew all the way home from the air. Fury squinted and thought for a while, then said, I know Austin has the ability to be invisible, so you'd better go to the air traffic control to see if there are any planes taking off from Stark Corporation. Natasha smiled and said, I've arranged for someone to go to the air traffic control, and I've also asked someone to go to Stark Corporation to see if they can find anything. At this time, a cell phone rang suddenly in the car. Natasha took out her phone and took a look. She pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear and said to Fury, it seems that we have found something in Stark Company. After a while, Natasha put down the phone and said, they didn't find any evidence left by the RV in the parking lot of Stark Company. Later, after asking Stark employees, they learned that Stark came down from the top floor when he inexplicably appeared in the company. Following this clue, they found a set of tire tracks on the rooftop of the company. After comparison, they found that they were the tire tracks left by Austin's RV. There's also news from the air traffic control. They did detect a signal of a suspected helicopter taking off from Stark Company to Stark's home, but the satellite did not find any trace of the helicopter. At first they thought it was a stealth helicopter, but they couldn't contact the plane and didn't hear the noise of the plane flying after sending people to the vicinity, so the air traffic control thought it was a system failure and didn't report the matter. It seems that Austin's RV can not only fly, but also has stealth function. As for the flying noise, I guess they can only hear the sound of the car engine, said Fury, lowering his head, taking out his mobile phone, and operating it for a while, then handing it to Natasha, sighing, this is the list that Stark ordered before. Do you see anything? Natasha took the phone and looked at it, squinting and said, this is not just the material of stealth fighter planes. After thinking about it, Natasha squinted and said, Austin wants Stark to help transform the RV so that the RV can avoid being found by any detection means. Originally, Feng's identity as a mage was enough to bother Fury. Now, an RV that cannot be found is wandering around his head all day long, and Fury feels that his head is 3 times bigger. Fury rubbed his forehead and let out a long breath, pushed open the car door and said, delete all the information about Austin in the computer, leaving only paper materials, and I will keep them personally. Chapter 107, The Inn Family and Uncle Ben. When Bob left, Feng noticed that the corner of his mouth slightly raised, as if he was mocking that Feng's slave contract was invalid for him. In fact, judging from the fact that Bob had never sent him any information in these years, Feng had already guessed that, although Bob was restricted by the slave contract, he had the ability to bypass the contract and do what Bob wanted to do. Meeting Bob today was just to confirm his previous guess. However, Feng didn't care about it. After all, he had regarded Bob as an attempt from the beginning. If it succeeded, it would be the best. If it failed, it would be okay. He could improve it next time. The only trouble was that Feng was not sure to what extent Bob could circumvent the contract. Feng touched his chin and thought to himself, judging from Fury's expression and conversation, Bob doesn't seem to have told the shield about me. This is good news. At least the contract still has some effect. Not long after Fury left, when Creature was busy setting the table and serving the dishes, Potts, with food residue on the corners of his mouth, walked into the living room and said excitedly, everyone, you can enjoy the food cooked by magic. I can't stand the smell in the kitchen. Creature's cooking skills are really great. I really want to hire a house elf with a high salary to comfort my stomach. Hearing Potts accidentally mention high salary, Feng was afraid that Creature would have a brain twitch and curse in the Stark family, so he hurriedly shouted, Creature, go take care of the medicine garden. Potts glanced at Feng inexplicably, then looked at the plates prepared for 4 people on the dining table, and asked puzzledly, can't Creature eat human food? I also prepared a portion for him when I bought the ingredients. Stark knew that Feng was afraid that Creature would have another attack, so he shrugged and explained, house elves eat the same as we do, but they serve the wizards for free. The remuneration you mentioned is an insult to them, and Stark tapped his temple and whispered, Creature has been subjected to inhuman torture and cannot be stimulated by the outside world, otherwise the dirty words he says will make you question your life. Potts was stunned for a moment, then said to Feng with an apologetic look, sorry, I didn't know about this. I can apologize to Creature. Li Feng walked towards the dining table, shook his head, and smiled as if to comfort Potts. There's no need to apologize. Your praise and giving the house elves something to do is the best honor and value for them. Potts looked at the table full of delicacies and said uncertainly, letting creature wash the dishes is an affirmation of him? Yes. Li Feng casually picked up a steak and put it on the plate in front of him and said, in the concept of house elves, the more you let him work, the happier he will be, because this is an opportunity for him to demonstrate his own value. Stark pulled out a dining chair for Potts like a gentleman, motioned Potts to sit down and enjoy the food, and said, it's still free work. This is why I envy Austin for having house elves. I also want to have a loyal and free chef to serve me. Potts couldn't accept the fact of free labor for a while. She felt that creature was positioned as a slave. Otherwise, what era is this? Are there still creatures that reflect their own value by having a job? The animals performing in the zoo are paid, even if it's just a small dried fish. But creature was Li Feng's magical creature after all, so she couldn't say much and could only slowly put the steak on the plate. Stark saw a little embarrassment on Potts' face and was ready to change the subject to make Potts relax. He said to Li Feng, what are your plans for the future? Or do you want to go back to the desert and live your primitive life without a mobile phone? Li Feng paused for a moment while cutting the steak. To be honest, he didn't use a mobile phone because he knew that his self-control was not that good. In his previous life, he was a guy who played with his mobile phone all day long. Who knows if he will get addicted to some games after picking up his mobile phone in this life, and then put aside the practice of magic. This is the Marvel world full of crises. Nothing is more important than strength. So Li Feng still thinks that he should try not to use a mobile phone if he can. Anyway, he doesn't have many friends, so what does he need a mobile phone for? If he wants to chat with someone, he can just open a portal and chat face to face. As for going back to the desert, Li Feng thought about it. Marvel's plot has been pulled away by Iron Man, and SHIELD also knows some of their situation. It seems that there is no need for me to go back to the desert to eat sand. It's okay to stay in New York. The only bad thing is that I have no place to practice magic. What if I practice magic in the city and everyone knows about it? Let's not talk about how SHIELD will deal with it. Just say that this is inconsistent with the secluded style of the temple mages. Who knows if those mages will come to me to cause trouble. Li Feng's current strength can indeed crush the mages who cause trouble to him, but they have the great god Guyi behind them. Li Feng is afraid that, if he beats the younger one, an older one will appear. How can Li Feng dare to fight? What to do? I can't fight, and I want to practice magic, but there is no place, which is a bit frustrating. Li Feng, who had a slight headache, scratched his head and asked slowly, is there any uninhabited area near New York? The larger the area, the better, and the noise will be quite loud when I practice some spells. Stark raised his eyebrows, raised his glass and said, ask me. This is the funniest question I've ever heard. Stark turned to Potts and said, what would I do if I wanted an uninhabited area to do some dangerous experiments? Potts rolled his eyes at Stark and said, based on your previous personality, you would either go to an uninhabited desert or buy a piece of private land and then expel all creatures in the private territory. See, Stark, satisfied with Potts' answer, took a sip of wine and smiled. This is how I solve problems. Is it great to be rich? Damn, it's really amazing. Li Feng curled his lips and spread his hands helplessly and said, do you think I look like someone who can buy an uninhabited area? Unless I auction those magic items, I can't even pay the land purchase tax. But do you think that boiled egg will agree? After thinking for a while, Li Feng said faintly, even if it's an uninhabited area near the suburbs of New York, to be honest, I don't want to be too far away from the metropolis. It's too lonely. Stark stretched out his hand and shook his finger at Li Feng, saying, what I mean is that I will pay to buy a piece of land for you to live in. Li Feng turned his head to look at Stark. The uninhabited area he wanted to find must be sure that there is really no one nearby. Otherwise, when Li Feng is practicing magic, someone breaks in and is accidentally killed by the magic. Who will be responsible for this? If it weren't for this reason, Li Feng would drive vis-a-vis to the sky in the suburbs and find an uninhabited mountain to be a free and easy mountain king. Therefore, the land that Stark bought for Li Feng had to be large enough, or have good security measures. However, Li Feng knew that, although Stark was rich, he was not a spendthrift who spent money recklessly. Li Feng looked at Stark for a while and asked, "If you have any requests, just tell me now, and I'll consider it." Stark glanced at Potts, and took the opportunity of shrug to implicitly point to the reactor on his chest, and said, "The magic potions you gave me before are not enough for my research. I want more. Renting your land is my reward for buying potions." Potts, who was standing by, was a little surprised to hear Stark talking about potions. He secretly guessed what kind of injuries Stark suffered when he was captured by terrorists, or whether the injuries could not be treated by ordinary means. With worry on his face, he couldn't help asking, "What potion and what does it do?" Stark was afraid that Li Feng would quickly say words like he was poisoned and scare Potts, so he quickly said, "Nothing, some healing potions. After all, I ordered Stark Enterprises to stop manufacturing weapons. I want to see if I can get involved in the pharmaceutical industry and sell magic potions, otherwise my worth will shrink. This excuse is really bad." Li Feng nodded at Potts, indicating that what Stark said was true, and took out 2 potions of different colors from his shoulder bag, and handed them to Potts, saying, "This is a potion that can make your skin more lustrous in a short period of time, just like women will spray some kind of perfume to make themselves more attractive when attending important occasions. Of course, you are already charming, but after spraying this thing, you will be more charming when you go out." The other one is a healing potion, which can be used externally or internally. It can disinfect and quickly heal all wounds. However, you must be careful when using it. Injuries such as fractures are not within its treatment range. Otherwise, it will appear to be healed on the outside, but the bones will still be crooked. It is best to straighten the bones before drinking the potion. I guarantee that it will make the injured person jump up and down immediately. This is a magic potion after all, and the effect sounded magical, which made Potts unable to refuse Li Feng's gift. After saying thank you, he carefully put the potion into his bag. As long as Potts doesn't have any more fantasies, it's fine. Stark, who was relieved, raised his glass, winked playfully and said, "Happy cooperation." Li Feng smiled and raised his glass, saying, "I almost forgot. Let Jarvis help me find someone." "No problem," Stark said, and then he shouted to the camera in the corner, "Jarvis, did you hear that? Austin wants to see you." As soon as Stark finished speaking, Jarvis's magnetic voice rang out in the restaurant. "Hello, Mr. Austin, who do you want to see?" "Ben Parker." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, Jarvis projected hundreds of photos of people named Ben Parker and some simple introductions in front of Li Feng. It's just that there are a lot of people named Ben Parker, and there are many photos of women among them, which made Li Feng a little speechless. "You said such a name with masculine characteristics. How can there be women named this? What do her parents think? Are they crazy about their son?" Li Feng said that there were too many names, and he felt a little dizzy. He quickly added, "Narrow the search scope. Male, living in New York." After thinking for a while, Li Feng continued, "Maybe, probably, maybe living in Queens. His wife is May, and he has a nephew named Peter Parker." After a while, Jarvis projected Uncle Ben's information in front of Li Feng. Stark looked at Uncle Ben's information curiously and asked, "Is this your relative?" Li Feng smiled and shook his head while looking at Uncle Ben's photo and said, "Not a relative, but I know he is a rare good man." Chapter 108 Being a Guest. In the early morning, the bladder issued a request: if the inventory is full, please clean it in time. Li Feng walked to the bathroom with his sleepy eyes open, as if he was having a somnambulistic attack. While urinating, Li Feng heard a quarrel in the living room. Scratching his head, Li Feng went back to the house, put on his clothes, and walked to the living room, cursing, "Damn, which bug is so early to sing? Don't you know that the early worm gets eaten by the bird?" Walking into the living room, Li Feng ignored Abadi Aston and Stark in the living room, sat directly on the sofa, and looked at the two with interest. Abadia, who found a stranger entering the living room, just glanced at Li Feng, turned his head, and continued to educate Stark with an elder's appearance, and Stark also refused to admit his mistakes, and refuted Stan's remarks with his neck stiff. After listening for a while, Li Feng rolled his eyes obscurely. He understood why Abadia came to teach Stark a lesson early in the morning. It was because Stark spoke out yesterday about shutting down the weapons manufacturing department without the approval of the board of directors. It was only because Abadia was not in New York when Stark returned to the company, otherwise he would have knocked Stark out before the press release and asked Stark to reflect on the consequences of weapons dealers not buying weapons. Look at how Stark's stock has fallen. Divers also dive down, but they can still see a little splash. You are good, and you can't see a splash when the stock dives. Abadia said that his assets have shrunk severely, which made his heart uncomfortable, and he almost took the medicine for heart disease as food. In addition, he saw his small money flying out of his pocket as soon as he closed his eyes, which made him unable to sleep at night. He simply rushed to Stark's house from other places overnight and asked Stark to explain why his money was inexplicably gone. As a result, when they arrived at Stark's house, Abadia saw the big light on Stark's chest and said that this was the best and most powerful medicine for treating heart disease and wanted Stark to hand over the reactor. Stark immediately said that this was his personal property and rejected Abadia's request. This is why Li Feng heard the quarrel between the two. Li Feng felt that it was a bit funny. Two guys with a good reputation in the outside world were holding a debate here. I wonder how much he can get if he records this scene and sells it to the media. Seeing Li Feng sitting on the sofa and trying hard to hold back his smile, Stark rolled his eyes and said to Abadia, I don't want to argue with you in front of the guests. It's so rude. Abadia took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, helplessly saying, okay, but I want to tell you that, because of your irresponsible words, the company is in such a miserable state. I can turn the situation around and let the company continue to make profits, but Abadia glanced at Li Feng, looked at the reactor on Stark's chest, and said, but I need a product that can attract the public's attention. After that, Abadia walked up to Li Feng, stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Feng, and said, you must be Mr. Austin. I heard about you from Potts. It was you who brought Tony back from the desert. I was so worried when Tony disappeared. He is like my child. Thank you. Child? Do you think Stark is a fool? Li Feng complained in his heart while shaking hands with Abadia with a smile, then turned to Stark and said, I'm hungry. Is breakfast ready? Abadia was very unhappy with Li Feng's behavior of shaking hands with him and talking to Stark at the same time, but he didn't say anything. He waved at Stark and said, you have a good rest at home. I'll go to the company to take charge of the overall situation. I hope I can turn the current situation around. After that, Abadia waved goodbye to Li Feng and turned to leave, while Li Feng looked at Abadia's back with a smile on his face. Only when he could no longer see the other's back did he stop smiling, turned around and said, didn't you ask me before who is the traitor of the company? Be careful of this guy, but I can only see the future, so I don't have any evidence to prove what he has done. If you want to bring this guy down, you need to find evidence yourself. Stark was stunned for a moment, then looked at Li Feng in disbelief. Seeing Li Feng nodded affirmatively, indicating that he was not lying, Stark frowned and said in a nod, do you know who he is? He can even be said to have watched me grow up. Li Feng patted Stark's shoulder with a smile and said, in fact, you have guessed some of it a long time ago. After all, your whereabouts in Afghanistan are not something that ordinary people can know. You just don't want to believe it. The expression on Stark's face gradually stiffened. Finally, he took a deep breath, rubbed his forehead, pointed to the kitchen, and said, creature has been preparing Chinese breakfast early in the morning. It is estimated that it is ready now. Obviously, Stark didn't want to talk about Abadia anymore. Li Feng shrugged indifferently. This matter had nothing to do with him. It was not like killing Abadia would make the other party's shares belong to Li Feng. If the shares could really belong to Li Feng would not mind using a legislative or seduction spell on Abadia right now, so that he could honestly tell Stark how he sold weapons without telling Stark, and how he contacted terrorists. Now, let Stark play slowly by himself. He wanted to play with Uncle Ben after breakfast. Don't bother with Abadia. Do you think you are invincible by driving the ironmonger? Li Feng didn't even need to cast a spell. The dementors alone were enough to make Abadia die. At the dining table, Li Feng finished his meat bun, drank the last sip of soy milk, wiped the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and asked Stark, who was looking at him with contempt, "When will my RV be modified?" Stark threw a napkin to Li Feng, pointed to the soy milk residue at the corner of Li Feng's mouth, and said, "It can be done in the afternoon, in the morning." Stark pointed to the reactor on his chest and said, "I have to replace myself with a stronger heart first." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows and said depressedly, "So I can't drive the RV out today." Stark made a helpless expression and said, "Go out to play with your Uncle Ben." "I'm curious about this Mr. Parker now. How good is he, that he left such a deep impression on you? In addition, let me remind you that your Uncle Ben is not from a wealthy family. He needs to go out to work to make a living. I'm afraid you won't be able to see him if you rashly go there like this, and it will be impolite of you to place things at Mr. Parker's door without notifying him in advance. Finally, you'd better bring a gift. I have prepared a gift. Besides, I asked Jarvis to check Uncle Ben's work records. He is on duty tonight, so I'm sure he will rest at home during the day." After saying that, Li Feng stood up and left the restaurant, shouting to the kitchen, "Creature, bring me my shoulder bag." The hard-working creature teleported to Li Feng's side in Stark's envious eyes, handed the shoulder bag to Li Feng, and blinked his eyes waiting for Li Feng's next order. Considering that Uncle Ben is just an ordinary person, and creature's alien-like appearance is probably unacceptable to Ben for a while, it would be bad if Uncle Ben was scared. Thinking of this, Li Feng took the shoulder bag and said, "Creature, you stay at Stark's house. The person I'm going to meet this time is an elderly muggle. He doesn't know that there is magic in this world. I don't want him to get involved in the magical world. It's too dangerous for him." But creature obviously wanted to stay with Li Feng. He looked at Li Feng with pleading eyes and said, "Boss, creature can be invisible. Creature promises not to scare your friends." On the side, Stark first expressed that he couldn't stand the cute creature, and said, "I think it's better for you to take creature with you. In case creature can't accept my dismantling of the RV, I don't want to hear him cursing me. It makes me feel like I'm cursed by creature." Li Feng looked at Stark speechlessly. "Curse? I don't even know if the curse will be blocked by your headlights, you idiot." But what Stark said makes some sense. If creature has a brain attack after Li Feng leaves and wants to stop Stark from modifying the RV, Stark can't stop it with his current ability unless Stark wears the anti-creature battlesuit. After thinking for a while, Li Feng nodded to creature and said, "Remember to stay invisible all the way. Also, from now on, don't speak without my permission." Creature grinned and nodded like a chicken pecking at rice, while quickly entering the invisible state. If Li Feng could not still feel the fluctuation of creature's magic power coming from behind him, he really didn't know where creature was hiding. After leaving Stark's house, Li Feng took the subway and went around all the way. According to the address provided by Jarvis, he finally found Uncle Ben's house. Standing at the door of Uncle Ben's house, Li Feng looked back at a black SUV that had just stopped in the distance behind him, and then looked up at a little kid wearing glasses sitting on the balcony parapet, with one foot hanging out of the balcony, dangling back and forth, reading a book for a while, and then burying his head in copying something. Li Feng knew without guessing that this guy was the future Spider-Man, but Li Feng scratched his head and maliciously complained, "I remember that Peter was in the high school graduating class when he became Spider-Man, so Peter hasn't become Spider-Man yet. The little guy is so careless. Isn't he afraid of accidentally falling down and becoming a lame spider in the future? Or is it because of his lameness that this guy likes to dangle in the air so that no one can see his lameness? Hello, is this Mr. Ben Parker's home?" Peter glanced at Li Feng, wondering who is this, and said, "Yes, who are you? What do you want to do with my uncle?" Inside the house, Ben, who was helping Aunt May clean up with a broom, vaguely heard someone looking for him outside the house, put down the broom, pushed the door, and looked at Li Feng. Perhaps it was because so many years had passed, or because Uncle Ben had grown old, except that he felt that Li Feng looked familiar. He really didn't recognize Li Feng for a moment, and asked in confusion, "I'm Ben Parker, who are you?" Li Feng walked towards Uncle Ben, and stretched out his hand to shake hands with him, smiling and saying, "I'm Austin, do you remember me?" That year, you and your brother met hikers when you were camping in the wild. After Li Feng's reminder, Uncle Ben recalled Li Feng, whose appearance had not changed much, and shook hands with Li Feng with a smile and said, I remember you. Uncle Ben is a good man, but he is not a goody-goody. He still has the necessary defense. After all, he and Li Feng only met once, and so many years have passed. Who knows what Li Feng is doing now? So while talking, Uncle Ben looked at Li Feng obscurely. He was dressed neatly and decently, and there were no tattoos on his body. Gangsters would not dress like this, and it was daytime. After judging that Li Feng was not a bad person, Uncle Ben turned sideways and motioned Li Feng to come into the house and asked, except for your appearance, you have changed a lot. Have you been traveling all these years? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, God's Trouble. Li Feng came to Uncle Ben today to see if Peter had become Spider-Man in advance, and to give Uncle Ben a talisman to ensure that the promise he made that year, Uncle Ben has no other way to die except old age, would be fulfilled. But when Li Feng found that Uncle Ben was looking at him, he suddenly felt Uncle Ben's vigilance against him. In this regard, Li Feng was stunned and expressed his understanding. After all, you should not have the intention to harm others, but you must be on guard against others. If he really has any bad intentions, this family of old and young can't stop him. But understanding is understanding, and it also caused Li Feng, who came to the door in a hurry, to have an inexplicable gap with Uncle Ben. In his heart, Li Feng sighed and thought helplessly, in Uncle Ben's eyes, I'm always just an outsider, just a stranger. After all, no one will regard someone they have met once as a friend. Glancing at the black sub in the distance that was still observing him, Li Feng knew without guessing that it was someone from SHIELD, which made him want to stay away from Uncle Ben's family even more, so as not to drag Uncle Ben's family into any trouble. This is not Li Feng's imagination, because Fury, who manages SHIELD, is a paranoid patient. If SHIELD is simply investigating Uncle Ben and Aunt May, it is not a big deal. Apart from knowing Uncle Ben's ordinary life, and knowing that he is a good person, nothing can be found out. But it is different when it comes to Peter. His father is a genetics expert, and he has done in-depth research on cross-species hybridization. God knows what Fury will think of. For example, he may think that Li Feng is approaching Uncle Ben for Peter, so as to find the research manuscripts left by Peter's father. Fury may send people to turn Uncle Ben's house upside down, to find the unfounded information. After giving up the idea of going into the house to chat, Li Feng smiled at Uncle Ben, indicating that he had something to do later, and would visit Uncle Ben's house next time, when he had time. At the same time, he took out 3 beautifully carved jade amulets from his shoulder bag, and handed them to Uncle Ben, saying, this is a gift I got unexpectedly, when I was traveling. It's a kind of amulet. It is said that, because jade has spirituality, the longer you wear it, the more it can protect you. I hope you will like it. Uncle Ben recognized at a glance that these 3 pieces of jade were not cheap. He wanted to refuse Li Feng's kindness. After all, he and Li Feng were not familiar with each other to the extent that they would accept expensive gifts. However, under Li Feng's repeated insistence, Uncle Ben could only take the amulet with a smile and said, thank you. At Li Feng's signal, Uncle Ben put one of the amulets around his neck. After seeing with his own eyes that the amulet was already protecting Uncle Ben, Li Feng pointed to the SUV that was monitoring him and said, I have something else to do. I'll contact you later. As Li Feng turned and walked towards the SUV, Uncle Ben's voice came from behind him. Austin, where do you live now? I'll find you when I have time. Li Feng scratched his head. Regardless of whether Uncle Ben's inquiry was out of politeness or he really wanted to get to know Li Feng, this made Li Feng's originally lost mood improve. However, Li Feng didn't know where he would live. Stark in front of him just said that he would buy a piece of land to lend him to live in, but the problem was that it had not been bought yet. Shrugging his shoulders, Li Feng waved goodbye and replied, I'm temporarily living in the employee dormitory of Stark Enterprises. I'll tell you when I settled down. After that, Li Feng walked quickly to the front of the SUV and opened the passenger door directly. In the car, Natasha ignored Li Feng, who got on the car and looked at Uncle Ben in the distance curiously and asked, "Don't tell me this is your family. You, a pure Chinese, have white relatives? Or does this uncle suffer from a rare albinism and a normal yellow man has become a white man?" Li Feng rolled his eyes, pointed at the mobile phone in Natasha's hand and said, "Next time you tell lies, please hide Uncle Ben's information first. You know all the information about Uncle Ben, so why are you asking?" Natasha glanced at Li Feng. It is not an American custom to call someone older than oneself uncle. Most of the time, they still call him sir. In addition, Natasha knew that Li Feng had never returned to China and had not learned any Chinese customs. Logically, Li Feng should not call Ben Parker Uncle Ben. While Natasha was wondering in her heart why Li Feng called Ben Parker Uncle Ben, she started the car and asked, "Where are you going?" Li Feng tilted his head to think about it and felt that he had nowhere to go at the moment, so he casually said, "Let's find a convenience store to buy some peanuts and beer, and then find a place with no one but nice scenery and drink while enjoying the beautiful scenery. How about it?" Natasha raised her eyebrows, looked at Li Feng with a provocative look, and said, "Are you going to force me to drink? Then you chose the wrong wine. Beer is not a good choice. It is no different from boiled water to me." Haha. Li Feng looked at Natasha with contempt, turned his head to look out the car window to find a convenience store, and said, "Why should I spend money to treat you to drinks? If you want to drink, buy it yourself. Let me tell you that I'm poor. Don't try to take advantage of me." Natasha narrowed her eyes. He is reluctant to spend some money on drinks, even though he has a beautiful woman to accompany him. Either Austin has a problem with his sexual orientation, or he is blind to my hints, or Austin has a woman in his heart. But the information doesn't say Austin has a girlfriend. He was in a relationship when he was a student, but we haven't been in touch since we broke up. Or did our investigation miss something? It can't be that his girlfriend is also a mage. Li Feng looked at the scene in front of him and quickly retreated. He turned his head speechlessly and looked at Natasha, who was stepping on the accelerator and thinking inexplicably. Li Feng felt a pain in his head. What the hell did I say just now? Why did your brain function activate? Or are your agent's brain circuits crooked and they will subconsciously analyze an unintentional word? I feel tired for you, Li Feng said with twitching eyes. Black Widow, I can't accept your multitasking driving skills. Can I get out of the car and take a walk? Black Widow? Natasha looked at Li Feng with a stern face, pretending to grit her teeth, and said, "How can you bear to call a beautiful woman like me sister? It's not suitable for traveling with you. You have a good figure, but you are not my type." Li Feng looked Natasha up and down without any pretense, but pretended not to understand Natasha's hint, and said with an uncertain tone, "What should I call you, if not Black Widow? Old woman?" Natasha's whole body froze. She stepped on the brake, pointed at the car door with a stern face and said, "Get out." Li Feng's mouth curled up slightly, pushed open the car door, and was about to get out. Behind him, Natasha's voice with a slightly angry tone came, "Do you know that asking a woman's age is a taboo, no matter from the front or the side?" Li Feng shrugged and walked straight to a convenience store, leaving Natasha with only her back. Natasha narrowed her eyes, stepped on the accelerator, took out her phone and dialed a number, saying, "Sir, you guessed right. Austin does know a lot. At least he knows a lot about me." Fury's slightly helpless tone came from the other end of the phone. "It seems that the top secret intelligence we think is indeed top secret. We don't know how much has been leaked, and we don't know yet." After a pause, Fury rubbed his forehead and asked, "What else have you analyzed?" At this time, Natasha no longer showed anger, but said calmly, "I don't know if it's an illusion. I think Austin only has some respect for Ben Parker, but he is average to be Parker. I don't think Austin approached Ben Parker's family for Richard Parker." After thinking about it, Natasha continued, "Just now I found out from Austin's facial expression that he deliberately used the issue of age to provoke me in order to make him get off the car and leave. It seems that he doesn't want to have too much contact with us now. In addition, I think it is necessary to continue to investigate Austin's past. I found that he has a lover in his heart, and it's a woman, but our information doesn't say who she is. After buying some beer from the convenience store, Li Feng lay weakly on the guardrail, unconsciously drinking beer, while looking at the endless stream of cars on the street in confusion. In his heart, Li Feng inexplicably had the illusion that he seemed to have nowhere to go, and was too idle. After a long time, Li Feng shook his head, after drinking a dozen beers, and laughed to himself. Stark was busy modifying the RV, so I had no place to practice magic. How come I feel so idle that I got sick in just half a day? If I can't go to another world to hang out, I have to bring Creature with me. Otherwise Fury might be thinking about how to get information from Creature. The annoying shield. Thinking of this, Li Feng licked his lips, threw the bottle into the trash can, glanced at the agent who was monitoring him in the distance, and walked into the deserted alley, as if no one was around, opened the portal, and returned to Stark's home. As for the agent who walked into the alley and found that Li Feng was missing, besides being confused where is he, why is he gone, he called Fury. On the other side, Li Feng, who returned to Stark's house, walked towards the garage and shouted, Creature, prepare your luggage and lock the door. We are going on a long journey. In the garage, Stark, who had replaced the brand new reactor, was busy modifying the RV. When he heard that Li Feng was going on a long journey, he poked his head out and asked with a frown, don't talk to me about borrowing a car when you're drunk. Besides, the RV hasn't been modified yet. Do you want to go out on foot? Li Feng shook his head, grinned, opened the portal to the desert, and said with an expression of you can only envy me, I have the ability to go abroad whenever I say, and I don't even have a passport. Why would I borrow a car from you? After that, Li Feng took Creature across the portal, leaving Stark alone to modify the RV, until the portal completely disappeared in the garage. Stark's mouth curled up slightly, and he shouted, while busying himself with the work in his hands, Jarvis, have you recorded the energy characteristics when Austin opened the portal? In the garage, Jarvis's voice rang around, it has been recorded. Do you need to call the server for analysis? Stark thought for a while and said, create a separate file for storage. I will complete the Mark II armor first, and then analyze the energy characteristics of the portal. After that, Stark looked at the RV, grinned and walked into the RV, and said with a smile, take advantage of the opportunity that Austin and Creature are not here. Jarvis, record all the energy characteristics in the RV. Chapter 110 Mummy. Would Li Feng, who was heading to the desert, not know Stark's restless heart? How is it possible? Didn't you see him ask Creature to pack his luggage? Except for the 4-door locker, that could not be taken away, and had to be locked by Creature. The remaining magic items were all packed by Creature, so that Li Feng could carry them with him. Li Feng, who was basking in the sun, grinned and imagined what Stark's expression would be when he broke into the RV and found nothing, while reaching out to open the portal. However, Li Feng, who was squeezed out by the portal, looked at the dim sky and the endless desert around him, and was a little confused. He even suspected that he had drunk too much, which caused some problems with the posture of using the portal. What's going on? When I was in the Marvel world, there was sand all around. Why is it still sand here? If I want to play with sand, can't I play in the Marvel world? But since I'm here, Li Feng feels embarrassed to go back to the Marvel world without grabbing something from this world. Li Feng scratched his head, looked at the sun, that was not sure whether it was just rising in the east or setting in the west, and squatted on the ground to feel the temperature of the sand. Li Feng, who has been in the desert for many years, knows that the temperature difference between day and night in most desert areas is relatively large. Although the heat dissipation speed of sand is very fast, it is limited. Moreover, the sun has not completely set yet, so touching the sand to feel the temperature can determine whether it is morning or night, and by the way, determine the direction. If it is the night, when the sun has just set, the sand will be somewhat warm in the hand, even if it is not hot, because it has been baked by the sun for a day. If it is the morning, when the sun has just risen, needless to say, the sand will feel cool to the touch. After a while, Li Feng stood up and clapped his hands, patted the sand off his hands, looked at the red sun, and said half jokingly, Creature, it's morning now, have you prepared breakfast for me? Creature was a little confused. In the Marvel world, he made a delicious and nutritious breakfast for Li Feng. Now there is no time to make lunch. Li Feng said that he still wanted to have a breakfast. Is this preparing to have breakfast 3 times a day? Creature felt a little wronged. Seeing Creature hanging his head, Li Feng said with a bit of boredom, I'm just teasing you. I'm not a glutton who only knows how to eat all day long. Creature opened his big watery eyes and looked at Li Feng timidly with an expression of you are bullying me, which frightened Li Feng and made him shiver. Damn, I'm a little confused by your eyes. Li Feng, who couldn't stand Creature's accusatory eyes, turned his head and looked into the distance. According to his previous experience of crossing, he would either land near the protagonist or the most important supporting role. There was no reason to land in the desert this time, just because the crossing gate thought he was boring and wanted him to come to this world to play with the urine pile sandcastle. After a while, when the golden sunlight shone on the sand, Li Feng finally saw many fast-running black shadows in the distance. Although Li Feng couldn't see what the other party looked like at present, he dared to bet that there must be a protagonist among those black shadows. Creature, stay close to me after you become invisible. After saying that, Li Feng put on a black cloak with invisibility and expulsion spells engraved on it, and turned into a ball of black mist, and quickly approached the group of black shadows. Li Feng, who was floating above the crowd, was a little puzzled, because the crowd running wildly on the ground seemed too excited, no matter how he looked at them, as if there was a supermarket offering a 10% discount promotion in front of them, and if they ran slowly, they would not be able to buy cheap goods. Or was there a water source that was as valuable as gold in the desert in front of them? Li Feng looked in the direction of the black shadows in confusion, and saw no water or oasis in the distance, but a ruined and desolate city ruins buried in the sand. Based on Li Feng's current experience, judging from the fact that this city was almost buried in the sand, with only a few protruding ruins left, the city had been deserted in the desert for at least 2,000 years. Li Feng frowned, looked at the running team on the ground again, and looked at the equipment in the team: antique guns, explosives packaged like firecrackers. This is not the equipment of the archaeological team. If it weren't for the neat and complete tents and food, this group of people would look like robbers who are robbing everywhere. So are they here to explore or hunt for treasure? Li Feng, who seemed to understand the identity of this group of people, looked at the city ruins in the distance, and then looked at the running team, and maliciously guessed, do you think there is gold in these shabby ruins? Or are you going to use guns and cannons to dig some mummies from these city ruins and take them home to warm your bed? You are not afraid of being scared to wet your bed in the middle of the night. As the saying goes, a horse or a camel will die if you run to the mountain. Although the ruins in the distance are quite close, you will know that they are still far away when you run. So it was a bit boring to follow in the air. Li Feng, who disliked the group of people for being too slow, thought about it. He couldn't tell what kind of world this was. He should sneak into the team to find out where they came from, so as to judge what kind of world this was. Thinking of this, Li Feng changed his clothes into clothes similar to those of the group, and quickly flew into the ruins, pretending to be a passerby who accidentally broke into the ruined city when he was lost in the desert, and stood at the entrance of the ruins waiting for the arrival of the suspected expedition team. After a long time, just when Li Feng felt that he would be dried by the sun if he waited any longer, someone finally rode a camel and ran in front of him. But why was it a woman? Do women come to explore the desert these days? Looking at the camel in front of him, Li Feng asked in confusion, who are you? In fact, the woman riding the camel was also very puzzled. She saw Li Feng standing at the entrance from a long distance. If Li Feng had not had any weapons, except a long stick in his hand, she would not dare to approach Li Feng rashly. Hearing Li Feng's question, the woman turned her head to look at the approaching team behind her, which seemed to give her a lot of courage. She turned back to Li Feng and first smiled, then asked in confusion, my name is Evelyn. Are you here to hunt for treasure too? Evelyn? Li Feng felt that the name was somewhat familiar. He touched his forehead and asked in confusion, what do you do? Before Evelyn could answer, a white man riding a camel with 2 revolvers on his waist stopped in front of Li Feng. After looking at Li Feng in confusion, he turned his head to look at Evelyn and asked, are you okay? Seeing Evelyn shaking her head to indicate that she was fine, the white man looked at Li Feng with a condescending expression and asked, boy, who are you? This stone definitely looked down on me. Li Feng sensed the other party's magic power, and after confirming that the other party was just an ordinary person, he immediately smiled disdainfully and threw the idea of sneaking into the team behind his mind. He snapped his fingers lightly and cast a temptation spell and asked, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" The white man controlled by Li Feng had a dull expression on his face, lowered his head and said, "My name is O'Connor. I came to the city of the dead to find the legendary treasure on the side." Evelyn saw O'Connor's face change in a second and explained to Li Feng in detail the purpose of their trip. Feeling something was wrong, she pulled out a pistol from O'Connor's waist and pointed it at Li Feng without thinking. Li Feng just glanced at Evelyn and ignored her. He was with Creature, so before Evelyn could warn or pull the trigger, Creature had already petrified Evelyn. At this time, the team running in the distance also found that something was wrong. When they were about to raise their guns to shoot, Li Feng disdainfully threw a big fireball and smashed it hard in front of the crowd. Suddenly, the group of people riding horses or camels were scared to the ground. This is not the end. Li Feng felt that he was listening to the story with great interest. The feeling of being interrupted inexplicably made him very unhappy and needed to vent. So after the fireball was over, Li Feng cast a spell again to summon a flame, forming a huge fire circle in the air and smashing along the edge of the team, forcing the team who didn't want to be roasted to try to get closer to the center of the fire circle. At the same time, it also made the group of people understand that Li Feng was warning them to stay honestly, otherwise, how well do you want to be roasted? Li Feng said that his cooking skills were good, and if he said 50%, he would never roast it to 55%. Li Feng looked at the shivering crowd in the center of the fire circle with satisfaction and turned his head to signal O'Connor to explain. After a while, when O'Connor said that Evelyn's trip was to find the legendary sun golden sutra made of gold, Li Feng suddenly realized where this was. Isn't this the world of mummies that can revive the dead? O'Connor and the petrified Evelyn in front of him are the protagonists. Oh, and there is also Jonathan, who is greedy for money and responsible for making fun of people. Li Feng scratched his eyebrows. To be honest, Li Feng didn't like these three people very much. If someone just relied on technology to find ordinary gold and jewelry without destroying the ruins, Li Feng could barely accept it. After all, they were busy just to make a fortune, and they didn't take any precious treasures, just a pile of gold buried underground waiting to mold. But these three people are obviously not like that. They are all wearing the cloak of archaeology, relying on their understanding of Egypt to violently excavate the ruins. They took whatever they saw precious. The most shameful thing is that they took the treasures for themselves and brought them back to their country to sell. After so many years, the three people who gained both fame and fortune still made a fortune from these excavated treasures, bought castles and hired housekeepers, and lived a luxurious life. However, Li Feng shrugged awkwardly. Today, he also wanted to be a robber. He robbed 2 books, one black scripture of the dead and one golden scripture of the sun, so that he could learn the means of resurrection. As for the gold, Li Feng, who regarded money as dirt, said that he didn't care about it. His heart hurt. He couldn't bring so much gold back to the Marvel world. If the portal could carry gold, Li Feng would definitely be the richest man in the Marvel world. No matter Stark or Wakanda, can you compare with Li Feng, who owns the total amount of gold in several worlds? He is not even worthy of carrying shoes. Rubbing his aching heart, Li Feng thought about it and glanced at the people trapped in the fire circle in the distance and reluctantly lifted all magic. There was no way. Although Li Feng knew that the 2 scriptures were under a certain stone statue, he didn't know which stone statue it was. Moreover, Li Feng didn't know Egyptian characters. In the end, he still had to rely on Evelyn to help translate. He couldn't use the spell of soul reading to extract Evelyn's memory. He had to wait until he learned ancient Egyptian characters to dig the 2 books. As for the American expedition team that was surrounded by the fire circle before, isn't this free labor? Anyway, Li Feng didn't want to go down and dig out the 2 books himself. Evelyn, who had just been petrified, hadn't reacted to what was going on when she saw Li Feng holding a fiery fireball and grinning, saying, "Dig 2 scriptures for me, and I promise you will return to Cairo safely. Otherwise, As soon as the words fell, Li Feng threw the fireball into the distance. Okana looked at the fireball exploding on the sand and felt a wave of heat sweeping over him. He looked at Evelyn and swallowed. Chapter 111, Resurrection of Imhotep. When watching the movie, Li Feng thought Evelyn was a bit stupid. He didn't expect that. After watching the fireball explosion, this girl actually raised her hands in surprise, as if to say that the explosion had nothing to do with her. Then she turned her head to look at O'Connor, whose eyes were twitching, and asked, "Did you see it? Is this witchcraft or special explosives? And did you hear that there is really a sun golden sutra here? I was right. It's great." O'Connor felt differently. Although he was controlled by Li Feng before, it didn't mean that he didn't know what he had done. This obvious feeling of being controlled was not pleasant, and he knew that hypnosis could not achieve this kind of control. In addition, seeing Li Feng release a fireball casually, even a fool would know that this was a wizard or a mage. So for Evelyn's series of questions, what else could O'Connor do except stand in front of Evelyn to block Li Feng's sight and roll his eyes obscurely? This is his designated wife, and he must marry her home to warm his bed, no matter how stupid he is. O'Connor glanced at the team that was still trembling in the distance, guessing that it was his arrogant look just now that made Li Feng unhappy, so he lowered his posture and asked, "Who are you?" Li Feng straightened his collar and smiled, "Just call me Austin. I'm a wizard." O'Connor smiled fakely, "Mr. Wizard, can you promise to let us go after finding the 2 books? Li Feng looked at Evelyn with a smile and said faintly, "You know, in addition to this lady who is familiar with ancient Egyptian language and writing, there is also a professor who is proficient in ancient Egyptian writing in the treasure hunting team over there. It's just that compared to a man translating Egyptian in my ear, I prefer beautiful women to translate for me, so you are actually dispensable to me. At most, I can let my servants work harder and waste some energy to dig out 2 books." After thinking about it, Li Feng was afraid that Evelyn would have a brain seizure and would refuse to find the whereabouts of the 2 scriptures for him. He turned to look at Evelyn and said half truthfully, "In fact, it makes no difference to me whether you are dead or alive. I have the spell to communicate with the undead. Therefore, even if you die, I can still get the whereabouts of the 2 scriptures from you. Moreover, compared with the living, I have more means to deal with the undead. I promise, you don't want to know how I concocted the undead." O'Connor didn't know whether the spell that Li Feng mentioned to communicate with the undead existed, but he knew that Li Feng now knew that he was in the city of the dead. This proved that it would not matter, even if Li Feng killed Evelyn. At most, Li Feng would return to the city and spend money to find someone to continue digging for the 2 books. The difference was that it would take more time to hire another group of people to find the 2 scriptures. Thinking of this, O'Connor's eyelids twitched slightly and said, "It seems that I have no room for bargaining." Seeing Li Feng nod with a smile, Evelyn on the side didn't know what she thought of and asked with a little excitement, "If there are really wizards in this world, then the golden book of the sun that records many Egyptian spells." Li Feng shrugged. "The spells in the book are naturally real, and they are more dangerous than you think." After that, Li Feng waved to the crowd in the distance, signaling them to come forward. When this group of treasure hunters who came all the way from the United States to the city of the dead walked timidly in front of Li Feng showed what he thought was the most kind smile and said to Evelyn, "Now these people are under your command. You can dig as you want. I only want 2 scriptures. If you find gold, silver and jewelry, that is your reward." As soon as Li Feng finished speaking, several Americans hiding in the treasure hunting team obviously wanted to try whether Li Feng could block the bullets, raised their pistols and shot at Li Feng. It's a pity that Li Feng, who cherishes his life so much, would forget to put up a shield. So when these people saw the bullets they fired hit an invisible barrier and fell to the ground, they were so scared that they dropped their guns and turned around to run. Li Feng curled his lips, raised the long stick in his hand, and knocked it on the ground, releasing the dementors, and said, "1K, surround the city of the dead. No one is allowed to enter or leave without my order. Those who disobey my order will be your snacks." Evelyn, who was still curious about the spell just now, rubbed her arms after feeling cold for no reason, glanced at the frost on the ground, and looked at the few people who ran away after shooting in the distance, and fell to the ground for no reason, shouting like crazy. Evelyn understood that this was because Li Feng cast a spell to make several people stupid, and then her face changed instantly. She gritted her teeth and cursed Li Feng. "You murderer." Evelyn hadn't finished her words yet, and O'Connor on the side quickly covered Evelyn's mouth with one hand, picked up Evelyn with the other hand, and walked into the city of the dead. Jonathan gave Li Feng a fake smile and hurriedly followed behind O'Connor, apparently wanting to have a good talk with Evelyn about the current situation. "Didn't you see that even a gun couldn't deal with this mage?" In addition, there were a group of invisible monsters surrounding the city of the dead to prevent them from escaping. At this time, she still wanted to anger the mage. How strong was the thought of not wanting to live in this silly girl's mind? After a long time, perhaps because O'Connor's mouth was invincible, or Evelyn didn't want to see her brother Jonathan inexplicably killed by Li Feng, she began to command everyone to dig in front of an Anubis statue with an angry face. Li Feng didn't care whether Evelyn had a temper or not. He just wanted to get to scriptures. Moreover, Li Feng never thought of being a good person from the beginning. What's wrong with letting people curse him behind his back? It won't lose meat or money. He is not money. Why should everyone like him? Under the command of Evelyn, who was familiar with Egyptian culture, when it was completely dark, a group of treasure hunters returned to the ground from underground with a box in their arms. Evelyn walked up to Li Feng angrily and shouted, Three people have died for your book. Aren't you a wizard? Why don't you just beckon this broken book to fly to you?" Evelyn didn't finish her words, and was carried away by O'Connor again. Jonathan walked to Li Feng with fear and curiosity, pointed to the box behind him, and asked with a greedy look, "We found a box in the treasure trove. I wonder if there is the book you want in it? If there is no book you want, does the treasure belong to me? You really want money, but not your life." Li Feng rolled his eyes at Jonathan and nodded, indicating that he only wanted 2 scriptures. Then he turned his head to look at the people who were busy moving the box in front of him, frowned and said, "Why don't you just open the box and take out the books? I only want the books, not the box." The workers who were carrying the box looked at the box, then looked at Li Feng. To be honest, if Li Feng hadn't performed magic in front of them, they might have thought that there was only science and no magic in this world, and would have taken the warning on the box as a joke and directly knocked the box open to take the treasure. But a magician was sitting here who would dare to take the warning on the box. Whoever opens the box will die as a joke. Anyway, the few people didn't dare to open the box. Who knows what would come out of it? Li Feng looked at the majority of people present who lowered their heads silently, and probably guessed what a few people were afraid of. If you want the curse on the box to come true, you must first resurrect Imhotep. Although I don't know how powerful Imhotep was in his heyday, he has just been resurrected, so how can I kill him? What are you afraid of? Li Feng pointed his long stick at the box speechlessly, and blew it open to reveal the black scripture of the dead wrapped in linen. After floating the black scripture of the dead in his hand, Li Feng said to Jonathan, who was staring at the bottom of the box with golden eyes, "The treasure under the box is not treasure. Believe me, you don't want to know how disgusting the things in these jars are, and the gold you want is piled underground. By then, you will be worried about how to move them all." At this point, Li Feng remembered that a key was needed to open the scriptures, and pointed to the groove on the black scripture of the dead to Jonathan and said, "This groove looks familiar. Give me the key in your sister's hand, and ask her to translate the contents for me." Jonathan, who was greedy for money, looked at the jars at the bottom of the box in confusion. These are obviously antiques inlaid with gold. How can they be worthless? However, Jonathan did not dare to resist Li Feng. He looked at the antiques reluctantly, and asked Evelyn to open the black book of the dead for Li Feng, and translate it for him. Evelyn walked to Li Feng with a cold face and threw the key to Li Feng roughly. Li Feng turned his head, and looked into the distance. Wang Ke had just sent a message saying that a large number of people on horseback appeared nearby, and asked Li Feng if this was their meal. Li Feng scratched his head in confusion. "I didn't notice that there was another group of treasure hunters when I was watching the movie. Who cares? I'm invincible in this world, so what should I be afraid of?" After giving the dementors the command to start eating, Feng opened the Black Book of the Dead and said, "Remember, don't read the words in Egyptian, otherwise you will resurrect a mummy." Evelyn took the Black Book of the Dead, glanced at Feng, and said with a contemptuous tone, "Ha, aren't you a wizard? Aren't you very powerful? Since you are afraid of a mummy, I'm not afraid either." Halfway through the sentence, Evelyn seemed to notice something, turned her head and asked, "Mummy, resurrection?" Feng nodded, and motioned for Evelyn to translate for him what was written in the book. Evelyn took a deep breath, suppressed her curiosity, and lowered her head to translate for Feng. "Praise the sun, praise you, Godra." On the side, Feng became more and more confused as he listened. This is not a spell book at all. The whole book is flattering the gods. After a while, Feng felt that he could not listen any longer, frowned and said, "Are you sure you are translating the scriptures?" Evelyn glanced at Feng unhappily. "Didn't you say that there is someone here who knows ancient Egyptian? You can ask him to translate it for you." Feng looked at Evelyn seriously, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. "There is no reason. I clearly remember that Evelyn resurrected Imhotep by reciting the spell, and in the mummy too. After Evelyn was killed, it was her son who resurrected Evelyn with the Black Book of the Dead, which shows that this scripture is not activated by faith, but by spells. How come in my case, it has become a book that can resurrect people by flattering the gods?" After thinking about it, Feng thought helplessly, "Well, I still have to revive Imhotep and let him explain the spells in this book to me, so that I can learn how to revive people." Chapter 112, Imhotep, the Lonely Thousand Years. Speaking of the bald brother Imhotep, he was originally a high priest with great magical power and lofty status, who was respected by everyone. He was above everyone else. His only shortcoming was that he was a little bold and dared to play the game of cheating with the pharaoh's wife. It was a pity that after Imhotep's love affair was exposed, the Green Hat Pharaoh said that he was unhappy. He wanted to listen to Imhotep's screams to be happy, so he ordered the Green Hat Imhotep to be sentenced to death. That is, to imprison Imhotep's soul in the flesh and let the scarab devour his body alive to relieve the hatred of taking his wife. But this kind of capital punishment has a disadvantage. That is, Imhotep's soul is trapped in the flesh, resulting in the soul not going to Anubis's territory, so Imhotep is not really dead. This half-human and half-undead identity also allows Imhotep to continue to serve Anubis, and by the way, once he is resurrected, he has the ability to destroy the world. After hearing Imhotep's screams, the pharaoh said that he was in a good mood and happily ordered his guards to guard the city of the dead where Imhotep was buried for generations, in case any blind bastard resurrected Imhotep and turned his kingdom into dust. This guard has been guarding for more than 3,000 years. During this period, many people were looking for the city of the dead, but they were all blocked by the guardians. Now, Adbeni has become the leader of this generation of guardians. At the beginning, Adbeni felt that the city of the dead had been safe for so many years, and he was doing what he should do at ordinary times, and he was very leisurely. Until now, he found that someone actually wanted to dig the city of the dead without knowing whether to live or die, which made Adbeni say that he could not bear it, so he summoned the Guardian army overnight, ready to launch a sneak attack on the dark night, to show this group of living treasure hunting team a little color, so that the world knows that Adbeni is not easy to mess with. However, Adbeni and his men found something wrong as soon as they approached the city of the dead. Before they approached the city of the dead, they felt the temperature suddenly drop, and a thick layer of frost condensed on the ground, which made Adbeni a little confused. The weather forecast did not say that the temperature would drop, and it was still summer. What kind of operation was ice? I haven't heard that the desert can change its face and become winter in an instant. Before Adbeni figured out what was going on, he saw his men fall off their horses one by one, and then they either shouted like crazy as if their brains were broken, or lay on the ground in a daze, as if showing what a vegetative person is. Feeling that something was wrong, Adbeni glanced at the city of the dead, made up his mind, ordered the guardian troops to retreat, and ran towards the city of the dead alone. He wanted to know if this inexplicable drop in temperature was caused by someone resurrecting Imhotep. If Imhotep was really resurrected, he could send a message to the Guardians and prepare for a war between mortals and mummies. On the other side, Li Feng was about to instruct Evelyn and tell her that Imhotep's coffin was buried under the Black Book of the Dead, so that Evelyn could lead the team to bring out the mummy that had been lying for 3,000 years to breathe, when he saw a guy lying on a horse in a black cloak running towards him. Li Feng scratched his head in confusion at first, and when he saw the strange words tattooed on the other person's face and a sad expression, he realized, isn't this the guardian of the city of the dead? It turns out that it was you who gave Wang Keikai and Li a meal just now. You are really thoughtful. Looking at Adbei, who was tortured by the dementors into a trance, Li Feng felt that he could neither ask anything from him nor had anything to ask. He waved his hand and asked the laborers who had worked hard all day and were ready to go to bed to pull Adbei down and settle him down, and then turned to Evelyn and talked about Imhotep. The next day, when the high sun baked the sand so well that an egg could be steamed if dropped into it, Adbei shook his dizzy head and walked out of the tent with drunken steps. Looking at the busy treasure hunters around him, Adbei, who had not yet recovered from the damage caused by the dementors, had a sad face. He covered his forehead with one hand and held an Egyptian laborer's shoulder with the other hand and asked, "Who is in charge here?" The laborer looked at Adbei, thinking that he would help him because they were all of the same race. He pointed to a passage and said, "The manager has entered the city of the dead. It seems that he wants to revive some mummy." The laborer's words scared Adbei so much that his eyes suddenly cleared up and his legs and feet became strong. He pushed the laborer aside and ran into the passage. However, before Adbei saw Li Feng, he vaguely heard a woman reading something loudly in ancient Egyptian. Knowing that the resurrection spell needs to be recited in ancient Egyptian, Adbei's heart skipped a beat, and he felt that his whole life was going to end. Damn, Imhotep is about to be resurrected, and the world will be destroyed. Adbei shouted loudly, "Stop, stop quickly," and followed Evelyn's voice to find the secret room where Imhotep was stored, but it was too late because Evelyn had finished reciting the last spell when Adbei broke into the secret room. Li Feng didn't even look at Adbei and stared at the skeleton like Imhotep curiously. Perhaps Imhotep was bored in the coffin, and as soon as he was resurrected, he opened his mouth and roared at Li Feng in front of him. In this regard, Li Feng said that he understood. After all, the other party had been in a coffin where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face for 3,000 years, and there was no mobile phone or computer. It was estimated that apart from the scarab to talk to him, he also had the hobby of scratching the coffin board. But what Li Feng couldn't stand was the bad breath in Imhotep's mouth. He hadn't brushed his teeth for 3,000 years. How much smell would he have? So when Imhotep was halfway through his roar, Li Feng raised his long stick and hit his chin without thinking, asking him to reflect on when to shut up. Imhotep, who was hit by a stick for no reason, stretched out his skeleton hand to straighten his crooked chin and looked at Li Feng with contempt. He was immortal. How could he survive if he was killed by a stick? Moreover, Imhotep also found that Li Feng was the one who opened the box containing the black scripture of the dead, which made him ecstatic. As long as he took away Li Feng's essence, he would truly complete the resurrection. As for why he had to absorb the essence of the person who opened the box to complete the resurrection, Imhotep said he didn't know. Anyway, the program was set up like this, and he just followed the program. Thinking of this, Imhotep stretched out his skeleton hand to grab Li Feng and subconsciously shouted in the dead language, "Give me your flesh and blood." Hearing Imhotep speaking in the dead language, Li Feng was delighted. At first, he was thinking about whether to give Imhotep a tongue and let Evelyn beside him act as an interpreter. After all, Imhotep was a figure from 3,000 years ago and only knew ancient Egyptian. Now, everyone can communicate directly in the dead language. Just watching Imhotep confused about the situation and thinking about attacking him before he was resurrected, Li Feng was very unhappy. He decided to use force to make Imhotep's brain clear before talking so that Imhotep would not talk to him like he was the boss. Thinking of this, Li Feng threw a time stagnation spell on Imhotep's face and then raised the long stick to beat Imhotep's spirit out of the body. The spirit is just a projection of the soul, and the relationship between the soul and the body is inseparable. So after Li Feng opened his Dharma eye, he didn't know whether to call the Imhotep in front of him a spirit or just call him a skeleton. Looking at the dazed spirit of Imhotep, Li Feng shook the black book of the dead in his hand and asked in the language of the dead, "Do you understand the spells on it?" The spirit like Imhotep looked at his physical body, then looked at his skeleton hand. For a moment, he couldn't figure out what state he was in. When he heard Li Feng asking him in the language of the dead, he turned his head to look at Li Feng and asked, "Who are you?" Li Feng shrugged and said, "My name is Austin, and I'm a wizard who wants to learn the resurrection spell." Although Imhotep's head is broken, he still has some IQ. He understands that Austin in front of him is not a mortal who can be fooled with some gold. In addition, Li Feng told him bluntly that he wanted to learn the resurrection spell. After thinking about it, Imhotep said, "I need a sacrifice. As long as you resurrect me, I will teach you the resurrection spell." Li Feng glanced at Imhotep with a smile. He knew what Imhotep was thinking. He just wanted to use the sacrifice to restore his strength and then compete with him. But Li Feng was not in the mood to show off. He turned around and asked Adberi, "If this mummy only has a head, is it still alive?" Adberi looked at Imhotep, who was wrapped in a ball of water. Although he knew that Li Feng was not an ordinary person, he still looked like he was not afraid of Li Feng. He asked Li Feng with a stern face, "Do you know what you are doing?" "He is Imhotep, the high priest of ancient Egypt." Li Feng, who didn't want to hear nonsense, asked again, "I just want to know if Imhotep can still speak after only a head is left." Adberi nodded as an answer to Li Feng's doubts and said, "Do you know the consequences of resurrecting him? Egypt will be beset with 10 disasters. I'm about to learn the resurrection spell. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Can't you let me chat with you after I'm done?" Li Feng, who really didn't want to listen to Adberi's nagging, knew that Imhotep could teach him spells with only a head left, so he simply pointed the long stick at Adberi and turned him into a little white rabbit. Afterwards, Li Feng grinned and raised his long stick to smash Imoten's neck. However, it was unknown how the pharaoh had dealt with Imoten's body. After several smashes, Li Feng failed to break Imoten's neck. This was embarrassing. Li Feng looked at Imoten's spirit speechlessly and said, "Your bones are made of good material." As he spoke, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open the portal and put it on the neck of Imoten's body. When Imoten's spirit shouted no, Li Feng closed the portal. The portal was a space spell after all. Cutting Imoten's neck was no different from cutting tofu. Moreover, Li Feng cut off Imoten's head. He summoned the fire to burn Imoten's body into ashes and scattered the ashes in the mirror space. After doing all this, Li Feng grinned at Imhotep, and while carving the slave contract on Imhotep's head, he said, "You won't answer when I ask you nicely, and you have to force me to use magic to talk to you before you will be honest, right? Now, you'd better be my slave obediently." Chapter 113, Useless Resurrection. Imhotep is a believer of Anubis after all, and his understanding of the soul is not worse than Li Feng, and he even understands it more comprehensively. Soon, he sorted out his thoughts and understood that he was in a state of soul projection. At the same time, he also understood that, as long as his spirit did not return to the head engraved with the slave contract, Li Feng could not enslave him at all, and Imhotep had to kill Li Feng to complete the resurrection procedure. If his strength was fully restored, Imhotep felt that he was still confident of destroying Li Feng, but the problem was that he had no strength at all now, so how could he be Li Feng's opponent? If he wanted to kill Li Feng after recovering his strength, the premise was to kill Li Feng in order to complete the curse, so that he could recover his strength. This was simply a dead loop. After thinking through all this, the desperate Imhotep subconsciously stayed away from Li Feng and gritted his teeth to make a decision. In The Mummy 2, when Imhotep was in danger, his lover, the pharaoh's wife, said she would abandon him and stimulated Imhotep to say that he didn't want his life and ran to the underworld. Now, Li Feng's act of carving the slave contract on Imhotep's head still stimulated his fragile nerves. After Imhotep's spirit sneered at Li Feng a few times, he turned around and prepared to run to the underworld. He had to run into the underworld and find Anubis before his spirit dissipated, otherwise his soul would be completely finished. Li Feng was stunned by Imhotep's decisiveness and his posture of letting go of human affairs. Li Feng, who knew that Imhotep was ready to die, twitched his eyes. "I hate these guys who don't want to live anymore. Isn't it good to live? Even if there is only a head left. There is no way." Seeing that the resurrection technique in hand is about to fly, Li Feng's brain cells are working at an overspeed and come up with a solution regardless of the traffic police's obstruction. Li Feng was seen holding the Black Book of the Dead and shouting in the language of the dead, "Immortan, I will help you resurrect your lover. What's her name?" And sooner, Imhitan's spirit, which was rushing to the underworld, paused, turned his head to look at Li Feng, and sneered, "You destroyed my body, I can't be resurrected anymore. Even if Ansuna is resurrected, how can we get along?" After that, Imhitan turned and left. Behind him, Li Feng's faint voice came, "But I have the ability to resurrect corpses. As long as I find you a body, I can resurrect you completely." Imhitan stopped again. After all, no one wants to die if they can live. However, in view of Li Feng's previous actions, Imhitan looked at Li Feng with distrust and was carefully guarding against Li Feng's approach. Li Feng understood what Imhitan was worried about and hurriedly took out a match-sized magic book from his pocket, turned to the page about resurrecting corpses, and carefully approached Imhitan's spirit, motioning Imhitan to check the contents of the book himself, and said, "Here are the specific steps for resurrection." At the same time, Li Feng prayed in his heart that Imhitan had become stupid in the coffin and could not see the sequelae of this technological resurrection, and that he had no intention of resurrecting anyone. Just as Imhitan approached Li Feng half-believingly, wondering if he didn't recognize the words for resurrecting corpses, Li Feng suddenly used the mirror space to wrap Imhitan's spirit into the mirror space. After finishing the spell, Li Feng slowly exhaled a long breath and smiled at the panicked Imhotep. "Damn, the mirror space has blocked the passage to the underworld. I'll see where you can run. You'd better be my slave." At this time, Imhotep looked bitter and annoyed. Why did you believe Li Feng's nonsense? Now, he has really become the other party's slave. And Imhotep looked at his skull. "Well, I don't even have the tools to bite my tongue to commit suicide. It's really unlucky. I might as well chat with the scarab in the coffin." After a lot of effort, the spirit of Imhotep, who had nowhere to escape, was finally stuffed back into the skull by Li Feng, and Imhotep was forced to become his slave. Opening the portal to return to the real world, Li Feng ignored the surprised and horrified eyes of Evelyn and others, and hurriedly ordered Evelyn to find the Sun Golden Sutra under a stone statue, and then carried Imhotep's head back to the ground. Li Feng knew that his slave contract was not perfect. Could he circumvent the contract without meeting Bob? In addition, Imhotep was a knowledgeable high priest before he died. After being mummified, he was still a believer of Anubis. Who knows when Imhotep will crack this slave contract full of loopholes. So Li Feng had to force the spell out of him as much as possible before Imhotep fully understood the contract. Otherwise, given Imhotep's character of not taking his life seriously, the chance of Li Feng prying the spell out of him was zero. As for forcing Imhotep to ask about the spell by torturing him, Li Feng didn't think his method was better than that of the cuckolded pharaoh. Imhotep was now in a half-living and half-undead state, and the language he spoke was the dead language. Could an authentic dead accent speak ancient Egyptian? This was obviously impossible. It was like the Sashi country speaking English with their authentic local accent. It sounded weird, no matter how you listened to it. So Imhitan was forced to help Li Feng translate the Black Book of the Dead. After a while, Li Feng, who was confused, could only open the portal helplessly and call Evelyn from the underground back to his side, asking her to help translate the weird ancient Egyptian language in Imhitan's mouth. After Evelyn's translation, Li Feng had a preliminary understanding of the Black Book of the Dead. He understood that the spells he wanted were hidden in the book's praises of the gods, and what Imhitan had to do was to point out these hidden spells to Li Feng one by one. It was just that at the beginning, Li Feng knew that the priests used divine spells, but Imhitan was a high priest after all, and he knew some principles of spells. As a result, Imhitan admitted that his mana was not cultivated by himself, but was given by the gods. In other words, when he didn't have mana, he helped Anubis collect faith, and then Anubis gave back part of the converted faith to Imhitan in the form of mana, which made Imhitan's mana completely without any signs of cultivation, and his mana carried the breath of the gods from the beginning. At the same time, it is also because of these magical powers with the breath of gods that Imhitan can become a powerful priest with only a partial understanding of spells. It is like casting spells is a talent of his, not something that can be learned by learning. Imhotep said that he can cast spells successfully if he can read the spells clearly, so why bother to learn the principles of spells? This is painful. In addition to pointing out the spells to Li Feng one by one, Imhotep can only explain the principles of spells to Li Feng with a partial understanding. Moreover, Li Feng's spells are cultivated by himself, and they are completely different from Imhotep's divine spells. How can Li Feng learn the spells in the book? The most important thing is that the resurrection spell that Li Feng has always coveted is the authority of Anubis, and Anubis has the soul of the person he wants to resurrect. This means that even if Li Feng fully analyzes a resurrection spell in the future, he cannot resurrect the dead privately because he has neither the right nor the soul of the dead. Li Feng, with a sad face, understands that there are only 3 ways for him to cast the spells in the scriptures. One of them is to learn the ancient Egyptian language and hold the scriptures in hand and use the many spells in the book in the world where Anubis appears, including resurrection. Or Li Feng can change his job to become Anubis's priest so that he can use many spells in the Black Book of the Dead in other worlds after leaving the scriptures, but this does not include resurrection. Finally, there is another way, which is to find Anubis to personally explain the principle of the spell to him, if Anubis is willing to explain the principle of the spell to Li Feng. But no matter which method, Li Feng knows that he can't use the resurrection in the Marvel world because the souls in the Marvel world are not managed by Anubis, and the souls are not in Anubis's hands. How can you resurrect the dead? Of course, if Li Feng is so powerful that he ignores the gods who manage the underworld or hell one day, then he can still resurrect whoever he wants after learning the resurrection spell. The question is, why does Li Feng still need the resurrection spell at that time? Wouldn't it be a perfect solution to rush into the underworld or hell and grab the soul of the person you want to resurrect? Why do you need to cast a spell in vain? Does it seem ritualistic? Imhotep saw Li Feng's embarrassment, and he felt so happy. The originally terrifying Skullface even laughed wildly, and Evelyn, who was the translator, swallowed her saliva repeatedly. The world of wizards is so scary, and there is only a skull left, but it is not dead yet. Li Feng couldn't do anything to pamper Imhotep because he was ready to die, and torture was a common thing for him. In desperation, Li Feng could only activate the slave contract and force Imhotep to stop laughing and continue to point out the spells hidden in the hymns for him. Li Feng took out a feather pen and recorded these spells in the magic book, waiting for him to come up with a way to analyze them in the future. It was not until the sun set that Li Feng found all the spells in the Black Scripture of the Dead and copied them into the magic book under the guidance of Imhotep, who looked aggrieved. Originally, Imhotep thought that Li Feng was just a mortal being and he should have a rest time after working hard all day. Then he would quietly cast a spell of temptation and find a laborer to take his head away. After that, he would have enough time to consider whether to find a way to break the slave contract and restore his human form, or simply cut his throat and go to Anubis to complain. But what Imhotep didn't expect was that Li Feng actually handed it to an invisible and weird looking magical creature during dinner. The most annoying thing was that this creature, called creature by Li Feng, could resist his temptation spell. After dinner, Li Feng, who had finished dinner, took the translator Evelyn and the freshly unearthed golden scripture of the sun to force Imhotep to find the spell from the poem of praise again. Until the next day, when the sun was high, Imhotep, who had completed the task of finding the spell, just wanted to take a breath and rest. Li Feng raised his long stick and began to look through Imhotep's memory. In the following days, Imhotep felt exhausted. Li Feng not only read the memory, but also extracted his memory piece by piece, and kept it aside, saying that he could use his memory as a low-cost movie to kill time when he was bored in the future. When Li Feng performed the spell of extracting memory, he did not avoid Evelyn who was standing beside him, which made Evelyn always feel that Li Feng would extract her memory one day and read it slowly. When he taught Li Feng ancient Egyptian and writing, he was so serious that Li Feng felt a little confused. In the end, he could only think that the sun in the desert was too strong and Evelyn's endocrine system was sunburned. Chapter 114 Thieves and Robbers. When the poor student Li Feng was studying ancient Egyptian characters with a miserable look on his face, Jonathan observed Li Feng from a distance several times. It was not until he was sure that Li Feng turned a blind eye to the gold, silver and jewelry on the ground and was only interested in 2 scriptures that Jonathan plucked up the courage to carry a bag of gold, silver and jewelry from the ground and presented it to Li Feng. Li Feng put down the scriptures in his hand, took out a gold bracelet from the bag and asked in confusion, "For me, what does it mean?" Jonathan licked his face and said with a flattering expression, "Mr. Master, you see, these golds are just lying underground, right?" Without Jonathan continuing to speak, Li Feng already understood the thoughts of this money-loving gentleman. In Jonathan's words, he couldn't stand the waste of resources by the ancient Egyptians. What was the matter with throwing away good gold and letting it mold on the ground? It would be better to let him take it away and be cool. Li Feng touched his chin, thought about it, and threw the gold bracelet to Jonathan and said, "Except for the rare treasures that will be returned to the Egyptian government, you can take as much of the remaining ordinary gold as you can, and the gold that you can't take away will all belong to me." At the beginning, Li Feng came to the mummy world purely because he was a little bored in the Marvel world and wanted to go out and relax and find something to kill time. But now it's different. First of all, Li Feng needs to spend a lot of time learning pure ancient Egyptian, otherwise what's the use of the 2 scriptures in his hands? How can he cast spells if his pronunciation is not standard? Is it really necessary to wait until he analyzes the spell before learning? Secondly, since Li Feng knows that this is a world of mummies, of course he has to go to the Himalayas to find Shangri-La, and by the way drink the eternal spring water there, to give him eternal life. Eternal life, or eternal life without side effects. Who doesn't want to have it? Finally, Li Feng wanted to see if the quantum energy in his body would begin to dissipate after being in the other world for a year and a half. After all, he knew too little about the portal, and Li Feng didn't want to lose his greatest support inexplicably in the future. Any of the above things would take a lot of time to complete, and Li Feng was penniless now. How could he live without some gold? Mages are also human beings, and they can't just live on the northwest wind. Of course, there is so much gold in the city of the dead that it is weighed by tons. Li Feng is just one person and can't use so much gold at all. But now it is 1926, the Qing dynasty has fallen, and the First World War has ended. To be honest, the people's lives in China at this time are not very good. Li Feng is a Chinese after all. Since he is going to the Himalayas to find Shangri-La, of course, he will take the gold back to China. As for who to give the gold to, Li Feng has not decided yet. As for whether the Egyptian government will come to ask for the gold in the future, Li Feng said that the rare treasure has been returned to you. What else do you want? Gold? Sure, but please show the relevant invoices. Without invoices, who can prove that the gold is from Egypt? In the next few days, Jonathan and his group, in addition to hanging bags of gold on their bodies, also tied bags of gold to the horses and camels they brought, making the horses and camels cry. The horse said to the camel, "These guys are not human, my old waist is about to break." The camel said to the horse in despair, "What is yours? Look at my hump, it has been pressed into an airport by gold. How can I find a wife in this state?" At this time, Li Feng ordered Creature to shrink the remaining gold and put it into a seamless retractable suitcase. He was playing with the dormant scarab in his hand, frowning and looking at the mummy in front of him. Many of the spells in the 2 scriptures require specific environments or props to be cast successfully, such as the spell to summon scarabs. First of all, there must be scarabs nearby. In the mummy world, it's okay. As long as you find a pyramid, you can have as many of these things as you want. But this creature is not a magical creature at all, and the portal is stubborn, with no room for negotiation. How can Li Feng bring the scarab back to the Marvel world? Could it be that Li Feng summons a group of dung beetles, relatives of scarabs, in the Marvel world, and then cultivates them into scarabs? Who knows what the cultivated dung beetles will do? Maybe they will push out a giant dung ball and then smoke the enemy to death. As for mummies, there are some in the Marvel world, but they are all mummies lying motionless, waiting for archaeologists to study them over and over again. In addition, the Marvel world is not Anubis' territory, so Li Feng has no power to drive the mummies in the Marvel world to get up and dance square dance. Of course, there are still some ways, such as summoning a mummy's army in this alien world, and then putting them in a box with a traceless telescopic spell, and bringing them back to the Marvel world. However, a small number of mummies is useless, and a large number of mummies can cause anemia. Secondly, mummies belong to undead creatures. Feng is not sure whether the undead are magical creatures, whether they will be rejected by the portal, and whether this army of mummies will become real mummies, or be out of Feng's control without Anubis' support. After returning to the Marvel world, until creature filled the suitcase with a traceless telescopic spell with gold, Feng sighed and decided to give up the plan to summon the mummy's army, because after returning to the Marvel world, mummies became mummies. But if the mummy's army escaped Feng's control and caused trouble, it was estimated that the Ancient One would hang Feng up and beat him for 3 days and 3 nights. It was a complete invasion of alien species. Who would the Ancient One beat, if not Feng? After ordering creature to carry the suitcase and become invisible again, Feng casually opened the portal, threw the dementors and the mummies in front of him into the Himalayas, and then whistled happily to return to the ground. Back on the ground, Feng looked at Jonathan, who was covered with gold and jewelry, and looked like an Alvorish, and asked speechlessly, "Where is the Guardian?" Jonathan turned his head and looked around, shrugged and said, "I don't know." On the side, O'Connor also carried a bag of gold and said, "He was still in the camp when you and Evelyn were learning ancient Egyptian. Didn't you ask us to return the rare treasures to the Egyptian government afterwards?" Adbay said he didn't want the gold, so we asked him to hand over the rare treasures to the government. Feng nodded. Adbay really wouldn't embezzle any treasures, but since he was going to return to China in this world, why didn't he bring more gold back? Feng smacked his lips and said with a look of regret, "You ran quite fast. I was wondering if there are any cities of the dead like this. It's a pity to have so much gold buried underground." O'Connor and Jonathan looked at each other, then looked at the almost crushed camels and horses, and rolled their eyes implicitly. "A city of the dead is enough for us to eat and drink for several lifetimes. Are you going to plunder the whole of Egypt and let your descendants live on gold?" On the way back to the city, Feng pondered the spells in the scriptures from time to time, and sometimes tried a few spells. For example, when he was tired, Feng would hold the scriptures in his hand and summon a chair made of sand. Feng would sit on the chair with his legs crossed, holding a glass of water in one hand, and flipping through the scriptures in the other, letting the sand chair move slowly behind the team. This made O'Connor very envious. At the same time, O'Connor seemed to realize that Feng was not as scary as he had imagined before. After all, except for the initial killing of a few people by spell, he seemed to have never killed anyone again. Moreover, after finding the 2 scriptures, he was devoted to learning from Evelyn, and ignored them at all. This made O'Connor unable to resist his inner curiosity, and he asked, "Mr. Austin, are those invisible men of yours ghosts?" Feng lowered his head, busy thinking about spells in his mind. He had no interest in explaining O'Connor's question and said casually, "I guess so." O'Connor swallowed, looked around as if he could see dementors, and asked in a low voice, "Shouldn't a powerful wizard like you find a place to live in seclusion? Why are you still visiting Egypt?" Feng looked up at O'Connor, thinking about how this guy and Evelyn's son would dare to run to China to dig up the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the future. He shrugged and threatened, "Powerful? There are many rookie wizards like me in China. It is precisely because my strength is too poor that most of the time any wizard can beat me, so I have to try my luck abroad to see if I can find anything good." Feng waved the scriptures in his hand and said, "Look, haven't I found 2 good things? When I learn the spells in the scriptures, I will exchange the scriptures for enough resources. I estimate that they will be enough for me to use for a few months." O'Connor looked at Feng with a confused look on his face. In his eyes, Feng, who had a group of invisible ghosts, was terrifying enough. How could such strength be just a rookie in China? What was the terrifying immortan in the room as before? Was it a magical item locked in a cage for people to visit? And the spell that could resurrect people was magical, right? It could only be exchanged for supplies that would be consumed for a few months. After a long time, O'Connor sighed. The magical China with its vast land and abundant resources. Feng smiled at O'Connor. "Now, your son will not dare to mess with the first emperor easily. When the group returned to Cairo with the golden gold, the sensation caused can be imagined, especially the thieves and robbers, who all set their sights on Jonathan, who carried the most gold. This made Jonathan restless and suspicious all day long, fearing that a bullet would fly out from a corner and take his life. He became a gold porter, and he was the kind who had a life to earn, but no life to spend. For this reason, Feng and his friends stayed in a hotel that boasted that its security was the best in Cairo, but Feng still heard Okana firing a gun in the room in the middle of the night. Some thieves even broke into Feng's room and were hung by Creature at the door of the hotel to dry. At first, Feng had no idea about these annoying thieves and robbers except that there were only thieves in Cairo. After all, money can move people's hearts. But Evelyn said she couldn't stand it. Except when she was teaching Feng ancient Egyptian, she felt safe. The rest of the time, she always felt that there were thieves and robbers nearby who wanted to rob her. For this reason, Evelyn had to sleep with one eye open in the middle of the night, and she couldn't rest well at all, which made her nervous. A few days later, she was panting when teaching Feng, and there were many grammatical errors. Feng didn't want to learn the wrong grammar, which turned out to be a spell to summon mummies to chop people into a game of mummies holding hands and squatting on the ground to play the handkerchief throwing game. Feng had no choice but to let Creature work harder and put Evelyn's room under Creature's protection so that Evelyn could relax her vigilance when she rested at night. After that, before the gold was sold, Jonathan moved the gold and other luggage into Evelyn's room in the name of Evelyn's brother and slept on the sofa in Evelyn's room at night. Then Okana sneaked into Evelyn's room as Evelyn's boyfriend. In this regard, what else can Feng do except be speechless and hold back his laughter? Chapter 115 News from Shangri-La. Half a year later, one morning, Feng, who had already learned ancient Egyptian, was holding the golden scripture of the sun, sitting leisurely on the balcony, drinking black tea, and reading a book. In the room, Creature was busy packing his luggage. The past 6 months had been really hard for Feng. During the day, he carried Imoten's head to Evelyn to make up for his knowledge of ancient Egypt. At night, he had to keep looking through Imoten's memory. Not to mention that Feng felt tired. Even Imoten felt that if he didn't find a way to run, Feng would play him and collapse, and then he could only become a fool and run towards Anubis. Finally, Imoten, who didn't want to live in frustration, hypnotized the cleaner when she was cleaning the room and prepared to ask the cleaning lady to help him and ask her to prepare some materials for him so that he could go to the underworld to find Anubis to report Feng's evil deeds. Unfortunately, when the cleaning lady quietly returned to the room with a piece of rag wrapped in a pile of scattered materials, the sharp-eyed Creature snatched the package and reported the confiscated materials and everything he saw to Feng. Feng thought about it and felt that Imhotep was of no use to him now. After all, he had read Imhotep's memory of wetting the bed when he was a child several times over and over again. In addition, Imhotep dared to hypnotize the cleaning staff without telling him. This was obviously a loophole in the slave contract. Obviously, the time for Imhotep to go on the road had come. For this reason, Feng specially provided VIP funeral services for Imhotep who wanted to die, such as opening a private room, mirror space, to isolate the underworld, and then carving many magic circles to restrain vengeful spirits, ghosts, etc., and finally using fierce fire to burn Imhotep's head for 49 hours, until Feng could not find even a single ashes in the mirror space, and then clapped his hands to send Imhotep back to the real world after it dissipated. If the corpse was destroyed to the extent that there was no soul left, Imhotep could still go to the underworld to complain. Feng said that he would just raise his hands and surrender. After returning to the real world, Feng had a headache again, because everyone knew that Imoten had found a loophole to circumvent the slave contract, and Imoten was not a useless person without any ability. Who knows if Imoten would frantically tamper with his own memory? After all, Imoten was a fool who didn't take his life seriously. What could he not do? So Feng had reason to suspect that there were hidden dangers in the knowledge points that Imoten had taught him before. There was no way Feng could only work hard on his own, squatting in the library every day to look through various materials, hoping to find loopholes in the knowledge points. During the day, poor Evelyn was almost confused by Li Feng's many questions. She only understood the ancient Egyptian culture, but she was not an ancient Egyptian. How could she answer Li Feng's broken questions? If Li Feng hadn't occasionally explained some topics about spells to her to relax her, Evelyn would have been unable to hold on and secretly left Cairo. Until a few days ago, Li Feng announced that he had learned ancient Egyptian. Evelyn, who could only date Okana at night, finally breathed a sigh of relief. This miserable life is finally over. On the night when Li Feng announced that he would not look for Evelyn to learn ancient Egyptian, he also received a good news from Wang Ke from the Himalayas. Half a year ago, when Li Feng left the city of the dead, he sent out an army of mummies and dementors and ordered them to search for traces of Shangri-La in the icy and snowy Himalayas. However, I don't know if the mummies were wrapped in too few cloth strips, which made them weak in frostbite resistance, or if the Himalayas were a bit far from Cairo, and these mummies could not receive Li Feng's instructions. Anyway, at the moment, when Li Feng closed the portal, these mummies were too lazy to dig a pit and lay directly on the snow without moving. Afterwards, the dementors complained to Li Feng, saying that these mummies were too lazy. No matter how they greeted them, they just wouldn't get up and move. They looked like they would sleep in the snow until the earth exploded. They were supposed to be two groups of creatures working together to find Shangri-La. In the end, only the dementors were looking for human women, snowmen, caves, and a temple built in the mountains. This made Wang Ke miserable. The dementors were a group of creatures without eyes. Snowmen and humans were okay, at least they could smell each other's emotions, so whether they found humans or snowmen, they would just notify Li Feng to come over, but they couldn't tell the difference between caves and temples, and there was no happiness in the buildings for them to absorb. Wang Ke had no choice but to bite the bullet and come up with a solution, which was to find a place that was large enough and sheltered from the wind and report it to Li Feng, so that Li Feng could come over to see if it was the cave or temple he was looking for. For this, Li Feng beat Wang Ke over and over again. Until a few days ago, a dementor had a great luck and accidentally smelled a strong emotion. When the dementor followed the emotion and found a place that was large enough and without strong winds, he clearly sensed a strong vitality nearby, as well as extremely complex emotions. The dementor was sure that this was the smell of human emotions because he had smelled the emotions of snowmen and knew that snowmen's emotions were simple and pure. Pain was pain and happiness was happiness. They would never laugh on the surface like humans, but in their hearts, who knows if the other party wants to stab you or treat you as an idiot. When Wang Ke passed the news that his men had found humans to Li Feng immediately concluded that the dementor had found Miss Xian, who had already lived forever. The reason for Li Feng's judgment was very simple. First of all, it was the strong vitality. Xian's vitality could be strong enough to live forever. How could it be weak? As for the complex emotions, it was also easy to guess. It was nothing more than Xian's husband had died for 2000 years, but she was still savoring that relationship. Secondly, she hated the first emperor who killed her husband, and she hated him for 2000 years. How mellow is the happiness and hatred brewed for 2000 years. This is indeed a complicated taste for dementors. Since knowing the location of Shangri-La, Li Feng immediately asked Creature to prepare a large amount of supplies, ready to spend the last happy learning time in Shangri-La in the other world. Li Feng knew that in addition to the eternal spring water in Shangri-La, Xian also had an oracle bone book written in Sanskrit, which recorded ancient secrets and many spells. His goal was not only to make himself immortal, but also to gain a large number of spells. As for whether he could read and understand Sanskrit, Li Feng said that this was not a problem. Most of the books in Kamataj were written in Sanskrit. In order to learn spells, Li Feng worked hard on Sanskrit. Now he is very familiar with Sanskrit. However, there are a few questions that Li Feng could not figure out. For example, when watching the movie, he felt that Xian was weak and there was no difference between her and ordinary people. Didn't they say that she would be immortal and hold the Oracle Bone Book? How could she become an ordinary person after 2000 years of practice? Pigs should have trained their muscles to be strong. Just when Li Feng was wondering how bad Xian's talent for cultivation was, there was a knock on the door. Li Feng looked at the door in confusion, signaled Creature to stop packing the luggage, and ordered Creature to hide and said, "Come in." Okana was holding a cane in one hand and holding Evelyn's hand in the other. Jonathan was following behind with both hands carrying luggage. Walking into the room, Okana had a fake smile on his face and said, "Mr. Austin, we have bought the boat tickets back to England. This time we are here to say goodbye to you." Li Feng scratched his head in confusion. These 6 months are not long or short, but this time is enough for one person to understand another. Li Feng believed that except for Evelyn's teaching him ancient Egyptian, Okana and Jonathan would not say hello when they met. Now they would simply say hello to him when they left. Who would believe it? In fact, Okana didn't feel very good about Li Feng. After all, Evelyn was her girlfriend, but what was wrong with staying in the same room with Li Feng every now and then? Considering Li Feng's identity as a wizard and Evelyn's obsession with Egyptian spells, Okana couldn't accept it, even if he knew that the two of them were studying all the time. He was afraid that Li Feng would abduct Evelyn. For this reason, Okana often squatted in the room during the teaching time of the two, either wiping his beloved pistol or listening to the conversation between the two out of boredom. After listening to the teaching of the two for a long time, Okana knew some of Li Feng's abilities. For example, he knew that Li Feng had the ability to carve amulets that could block bullets and ward off evil spirits. Before Li Feng could answer, Evelyn noticed a suitcase on the bed and asked curiously, "Are you ready to leave too?" Li Feng glanced at his suitcase, nodded slightly and said, "Yes, it looks like I can't take you on the ship. I wish you a safe journey." After the three chatted for a while, Okana looked at his pocket watch and pushed Evelyn's arm implicitly, indicating that it was time for Evelyn to get down to business, otherwise she would miss the ship. Evelyn glanced at Okana, coughed dryly, and said with a little embarrassment on her face, "It's like this, I know you have some real amulets." Considering that Okana and I settled in the UK after we got married, I found a job at the British Museum. It's just that I often come into contact with some cultural relics at work. I'm afraid of encountering strange things like ghosts or mummies resurrecting, so I want to buy some amulets from you to ensure that I can work in the British Museum with peace of mind. On the side, Jonathan saw that Evelyn didn't say how many amulets she wanted to buy, and considering that the relationship between Li Feng and him could only be said to be a simple acquaintance, he was afraid that Li Feng would only sell one amulet to Evelyn, because Evelyn taught him ancient Egyptian, and not to him and Okana, so he hurriedly added, "We want to buy 4 amulets. Jonathan pointed to the 3 people at the scene and said, "In addition to buying 1 amulet each for us, there is another one for Evelyn and Okana's future child." Li Feng tilted his head to think for a while, then snapped his fingers, stood up, picked up his shoulder bag, took out a few amulets, and handed them to Evelyn, saying, "For Evelyn's sake, I'll sell the amulets to you, but I remind you, my strength is limited, so the magic power of the amulet is also limited. It will slowly lose its effect over time, and the amulet is not omnipotent. Don't think that you can block everything with the amulet." Evelyn breathed a sigh of relief when she took the amulet and smiled sincerely, "Thank you, I will remember your words." Creature, who was invisible on the side, looked at Li Feng puzzledly. He saw that the snap of Li Feng's fingers just now cast a bad luck curse on the 3 people. It is estimated that the amulets will be lost before the 3 people leave the hotel, and Creature mourned for the 3 in his heart. They want to return to England alive despite being plagued by bad luck. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Looking Through Memories. The 3 of them left. Creature, who had packed his luggage, handed Li Feng a warm coat, cast a warm spell on himself, and said, "Boss, Creature is ready." Li Feng nodded, put on his coat, stretched out his hand to open the portal, took Creature across the portal to the sky above the Himalayas, and then turned into a black mist and flew to Wang Kei's location. After a while, Li Feng found Wang Kei, and under Wang Kei's leadership, he held up a shield and walked into a cave. After walking through a passage and entering the cave, Li Feng had no time to take a closer look at the eternal spring water shining like stars in the distance, and saw a woman in gorgeous clothes, holding a sword in her hand, and rushing towards him. Li Feng sensed the weak manner in the woman, and guessed that the woman rushing towards him was most likely Shan, who had lived for 2000 years. But, isn't it too reckless, to raise a sword, to kill people without saying a word? What if I just came in to ask for directions? And what does it mean to raise a sword? Could it be that you have lived for 2000 years and feel that magic is not fun anymore, and you have recently fallen in love with the barbarians who like close combat? Also, an axe is the standard equipment for barbarians. What's the matter with your thin sword? While complaining in his heart, Li Feng grinned and tapped the long stick on the palm of Ziyuan's hand holding the sword. To say that Li Feng's martial arts are really not good, it is only enough to bully ordinary people, but Ziyuan's martial arts are also not good. She didn't dodge Li Feng's attack, and she let go of her palm in pain and let the sword fall to the ground. Now that the only weapon has fallen to the ground, Ziyuan can only step back in a hurry, gritting her teeth with a vigilant face and said, "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Li Feng was a little puzzled. What's wrong with this woman? She hasn't even figured out who I am. Why does she look like she can't wait to eat my flesh and drink my blood? Could it be that I look hateful to both humans and gods, or that I look delicious? Li Feng glanced at the eternal spring behind Ziyuan, then looked at Ziyuan, and after confirming that Ziyuan's magic power was many times weaker than his, he smiled and said, "In addition to drinking the eternal spring, I also want to talk to you." Before Li Feng could finish his words, "Let's talk about the Oracle Bone Book." Ziyuan's eyes were bloodshot, and she roared angrily, "Delusion. There is no secret of eternal life here, and even if there is, I will not tell the secret of eternal life to you, an evil man." Li Feng touched his forehead in confusion and asked doubtfully, "I don't think I have ever offended you, right? How am I evil? It wasn't me who killed your husband, but you are so hostile to me for no reason. Have you lived in the Himalayas for too long? Is there something wrong with your endocrine system, or is your menopause coming a little late, waiting for 2000 years to come?" Li Feng pointed to the eternal life fountain and said, "Can't you live forever by drinking the water of the eternal life fountain? Not only that, you have to kill a chicken and burn yellow paper and drink the talisman water after a grand ceremony." Ziyuan looked at Wan Ke behind Li Feng and said with a cold face, "That's your men. Those who can enslave the undead are not good people. As for offending, if I didn't have some skills, I would have been killed by your men long ago." Li Feng blinked inexplicably, as if he understood something, turned his head and asked, "Wan Ke, have you absorbed her happiness?" Wan Ke shook his head slightly and said, "Master, although we are very hungry, we dare not eat without your order." Halfway through, Wan Ke glanced at Ziyuan and guessed, "Master, was it because we accidentally hurt her with our own ice when we found her?" Li Feng thought about it and nodded slightly. He couldn't think of any other reason except this explanation. It's just that Li Feng felt very wronged. He didn't let the dementors attack. Ziyuan was hurt by the dementors' own nice talent because she was weak. Can this be blamed on him? Harry's memory contains fragments of his parents being killed, so Harry will faint after being sucked by the dementors. Then the question is, Ziyuan also saw her husband being killed with her own eyes and was cruelly torn into pieces by 5 horses. What will happen if the dementors suck a breath of happiness? Thinking of this, Li Feng suddenly realized a problem. The Ziyuan in front of him seemed to be a little narrow-minded. After all, this is a strong man who can hate a person for 2000 years. The most troublesome thing is that now he is inexplicably on Ziyuan's hatred list. Li Feng just felt that the Oracle Bone Book that recorded many spells flew away inexplicably. "You said this matter was for the Oracle Bone Book." Li Feng felt that he should rescue it, looked at Ziyuan, and pointed at Wan Ke, and said, "He is not a ghost. Have you seen a ghost without eyes and a mouth like a straw? He is a dementor from another world." Seeing Ziyuan looking at him with disbelief, Li Feng thought about it. Such a petty-minded woman. It seems that I can't get the Oracle Bone Book without some tricks. With a little helplessness, Li Feng quietly cast the temptation spell and said, "Do you know the 3 worlds in Buddhism?" Seeing that Ziyuan just nodded and did not notice the fluctuation of the spell, Li Feng pointed at himself, secretly increased the power of the temptation spell, and said, "You can understand that I'm from another world, and they are an ordinary creature from another world." At this time, Ziyuan seemed to be aware of something, and shook her head inexplicably, which frightened Li Feng to think that Ziyuan had discovered that he was casting a spell, and began to increase the power of the seduction spell. "Anyway, the other party has written me on a hate list. Can it be that you really want to convince the other party with your mouth?" While casting the spell, Li Feng signaled Wan Ke to come forward and take a sip of Ziyuan's happiness, and kept talking to interrupt Ziyuan's concentration and reduce her ability to resist. "I know your name is Ziyuan, and you are from the Qin dynasty. It was His Majesty the First Emperor who killed your husband in front of you, so you still hate His Majesty the First Emperor now?" Ziyuan couldn't stand the ice talent of the dementors, and Li Feng's mouth full of His Majesty the First Emperor on the left and His Majesty the First Emperor on the right stimulated Ziyuan's fragile nerves. In addition, Wan Ke quickly approached and took a large amount of happiness, and Ziyuan immediately fell into a coma and collapsed on the ground. Li Feng scratched his head and walked to Ziyuan and began to extract Ziyuan's memory. After a long time, Li Feng was a little dumbfounded when he looked through Ziyuan's memory. Simply drinking the eternal spring water does not make people immortal. Otherwise, in the third part of the mummy, Okana's son wanted to be with Ziyuan's daughter, but Ziyuan's daughter said, "I'm an immortal person and don't want to watch my lover die of old age." At that time, Li Feng was still wondering, isn't there an eternal spring water? If they drink it, they will both be immortal. Now Li Feng understands that, if you want eternal life, the spring water is only the most important main ingredient in the eternal formula. If there are no other auxiliary medicinal materials, you can't be immortal. And the simple eternal spring water can only provide vigorous vitality. In addition to healing, it can also allow people to live a healthy life without disease. But what use is this to Li Feng? Li Feng himself is a wizard, and a dark wizard. He is naturally immune to dark spells, so let alone immunity to ordinary diseases. He dares to roll around naked in the pile of dead bodies ravaged by the magic plague, and he will not be infected with the plague afterwards. As for the immortal fountain water that can provide strength, it does have this function, but the improvement is really limited. It is better to practice hard on your own. His Majesty the First Emperor can gain powerful strength by soaking in the immortal fountain water. In fact, it is similar to the situation of Imhotep's resurrection. Imhotep was killed by the pharaoh's guards when he was alive. It can be seen that his strength was not very good when he was alive. He couldn't even beat a group of ordinary guards. But later he was cursed to be a living dead. He was bored in the coffin and patted Anubis's horse. It was barely considered that he had practiced for 3,000 years. This is the strength to beat the gods after resurrection. His Majesty the First Emperor had learned magic from the alchemist before his death. He had certain strength. It was just that he was trapped by Ziyuan at the critical moment of immortality and was forced to be locked up in the Terracotta Warriors. Then the question is, His Majesty the First Emperor who was locked up in a small dark room couldn't die, and there was no one to chat with him at ordinary times. What could he do when he was bored? Of course, he practiced, and he practiced continuously for 2,000 years. What kind of strength do you think he would have after practicing for 2,000 years? So all he needed was the eternal spring water that could give people vigorous vitality to complete the real resurrection, and it had nothing to do with the eternal spring water providing power. After a while, Li Feng, who had been looking through Ziyuan's memory, panted and said that he wanted to take a break. After all, looking through other people's memories was not an easy job, and Ziyuan was not Imhotep. Imhotep was made into a mummified body and lay in a coffin. That is to say, Li Feng could skip the memory of Imhotep lying in the coffin and directly check the memory of Imhotep when he was alive. This was not much different from checking the ordinary life of an ordinary person. As for Ziyuan, she was lively and recorded many things every day, and some of them were complete memories of 2,000 years. Li Feng wanted to find the formula for eternal life in the huge memory, and it was estimated that he was busy, and Li Feng had a vague guess that Ziyuan seemed to have cast a spell on herself hiding the Oracle Bone Book and the Eternal Life Formula in the deepest part of her memory, which required Li Feng to spend more time to find it. After a short rest, Li Feng decided to find the Oracle Bone Book first. After all, the Oracle Bone Book also contained the formula for immortality. If he found the Oracle Bone Book, everything would be solved. In order to prevent Xiaoyan from regaining consciousness and resisting his behavior of looking through her memories, Li Feng cast a spell to look through Xiaoyan's memories while ordering, "Creature, pour the water of life and death into Xiaoyan's mouth." For the next 3 days, Li Feng was eating and sleeping and extracting Xiaoyan's memories. It was not until the 3rd day that he found where Xiaoyan hid the Oracle Bone Book. After finding the Oracle Bone Book, Li Feng briefly flipped through it and understood why Xiaoyan was weak. There were indeed many spells in the Oracle Bone Book, but there was no record of any kind of practice. There are many ways to practice. Western meditation focuses on improving mental strength, while Eastern practices comprehensively improve the spirit. How can Xiaoyan practice without any practice methods? Li Feng felt that she could not be called a practitioner at all, but just an ordinary person with immortality. Chapter 117. Ruthless Xiaoyan. Li Feng guessed that the reason why Xiaoyan had a little magic power without practicing any skills was probably because she carried the Oracle Bone Book with her all year round, which caused her to be stained with the energy of the Oracle Bone Book. This was also the reason why Xiaoyan needed the help of the Oracle Bone Book to cast some simple spells. As for powerful spells, let's see Xiaoyan summon the skeleton soldiers buried under the Great Wall by His Majesty the First Emperor in the future. First, she sacrificed the Oracle Bone Book, and then she had to sacrifice her and her daughter's eternal life. She only needed to sacrifice herself to revive the skeleton soldiers. If Li Feng knew this kind of summoning technique, it might be difficult to summon all the skeleton soldiers, but it shouldn't be a big problem to summon 1,000 or 800. Now that the Oracle Bone Book was in hand, Li Feng didn't need to let Creature continue to feed Xiaoyan the water of life and death. Instead, he asked Creature to prepare some light porridge for Xiaoyan. After all, she had been hungry for 3 days and should not eat greasy food. It would be better to let Xiaoyan drink the porridge and watch him eat fish and meat. After giving the order to Creature, Li Feng had a sad and helpless expression on his face, and he was soaking in the eternal spring water and looking through the spells in the Oracle Bone Book. As for Xiaoyan, who was about to wake up in the distance, Li Feng had completely ignored her. Not to mention that Xiaoyan had no power. Even if she had it, what would it matter? She had been hungry for 3 days, and it was good enough for her to have the strength to walk after waking up. Would Li Feng be afraid of a weakling? Not long after, Xiaoyan, whether attracted by the aroma of Creature's porridge or the effect of her own water of life and death had worn off, supported herself with her hands, as if she had exhausted all her strength to get up, and then angrily looked at Li Feng, who was soaking in the eternal life spring, as if it were a hot spring, and weakly shouted, "What did you do to me?" Li Feng glanced at Xiaoyan and grinned. "What did you do? I did a lot of things you can't imagine. As for what specific things they were, don't you see that I'm annoyed? Just stay away and think about it slowly." Li Feng's ridicule seemed to make Xiaoyan realize some bad ideas. While touching her clothes randomly, she shouted in horror, "I will kill you." Li Feng rolled his eyes and said contemptuously, "Are you sick? You still want to kill me? Tell me, what are you going to rely on to kill me? Rely on your hungry green eyes." Li Feng shook the Oracle Bone Book in his hand and continued, "See, this thing is in my hand. You can't do anything. If you want to cast a spell to curse me, and you still want to kill me, don't talk in your sleep when you wake up. It's scary." Before Xiaoyan could continue to scream, "I'll kill you," Li Feng seemed to see what Xiaoyan was thinking at the moment, and said with a speechless roll of his eyes, "Let me remind you, this old cow of yours has lived for 2,000 years. You are definitely an authentic immortal. Are you fantasizing about how to eat this little green grass of mine? I warn you, I have no interest in old women, so your behavior of touching my clothes makes me a little nauseous." Li Feng's words made Xiaoyan's mouth twitch in anger. It took her a long time to recover, and she complained in her heart, "How dare you say that I'm an old woman and I can't beat you? Can't I piss you off to death?" Seeing Li Feng reading the Oracle Bone Book carefully, Ziyuan thought for a while and sneered, "Since you have found the Oracle Bone Book, you should understand that the eternal spring water alone cannot make you immortal, and the medicinal materials in the eternal life formula are all precious medicinal materials. Even in the Qin dynasty, there were very few of them. At that time, Yingzheng had to gather the power of an entire country to collect them all. As for now, even if you have the full strength of a country, it's a pity that you can't even find the shadow of the medicinal materials. I want to see how you fantasize about eternal life. Then I will watch you slowly die of old age from a distance, lying powerlessly on the bed waiting to die. Bragging, if you have the ability, follow me to the Marvel world, to see how I die of old age. With your strength that is only that of an ordinary person, I'm afraid that in the Marvel world, you will be useless, except lying on the operating table for slices and research." Li Feng looked at Ziyuan with contempt, and shrugged and said, "If you can't be immortal, then you can't. It's not a big deal. I can still rely on practice to gain eternal life. What about you, an ordinary person all your life? It's useless to live longer." Ziyuan was stunned, squinting as if thinking about something, and asked, "Do you have a practice method?" Li Feng glanced at Ziyuan inexplicably. He dared to bet that Ziyuan must be thinking about how to get the skills from him. After all, this petty woman hated the first emperor for 2000 years, and was thinking about how to kill him all the time. Unfortunately, because she had no skills to practice, her own strength was very weak. It was estimated that she could not beat the first emperor who had not completed the resurrection, let alone the resurrected first emperor. Now there was a Li Feng who knew how to practice the skills in front of her. Ziyuan obviously did not want to give up the opportunity to gain powerful strength easily. It was just that the matter about the skills made Li Feng a little embarrassed. His way of practicing was different from that of the mages in Kamatage. Those mages had little mana in their bodies. They relied on borrowing or taking some energy from the dimensional space. It can be said that, as long as the mages in Kamatage were still alive, he would have infinite mana to use. As for Li Feng, although he also relied on meditation to improve his mental strength, he also relied on auxiliary means such as Merlin's magic ring to increase his mana in his body. He was not on the same path as Kamatage. If Li Feng and the Kamatage mages come into conflict, as long as the opponent can withstand Li Feng's early offensive and cause Li Feng's mana to be exhausted, then Li Feng can only raise his hands and surrender. After all, how can a mage play without mana? Li Feng is not a melee mage, and he can still go forward to fight without mana. Of course, with Li Feng's current mana, except for the ancient one, as long as it is a one-on-one fight, Li Feng can beat all the Kamatage mages. But when it comes to exercises, has anyone heard that Western mages also need to understand the meridians and let the mana flow in the body? Isn't it simply and crudely storing the mana in the body? At this point, Li Feng suddenly had an idea. Should I find a set of exercises to circulate the spells in my body to see if I can improve the purity of the mana or increase the power of the spells? This is not Li Feng's fantasy of a technique falling from the sky, but it has a real basis. Although Ziyuan has spent 2000 years without finding any technique, it does not mean that Li Feng, who has looked through Ziyuan's memory, does not know where the technique is. He knows where a top technique is from Ziyuan's memory, and it is a technique that Ziyuan knows where it is, but dare not ask for. Li Feng nodded to Ziyuan with a smile, indicating that he has a technique to practice. Ziyuan's face lit up with joy. Just as she was about to speak, she saw Li Feng shaking his head and said happily, "You shouted at me to kill me as soon as I arrived, and you put me on your hate list. How do the circuits in your brain work? Why do you think I will teach you how to practice?" Shaking the Oracle Bone Book in his hand, Li Feng grinned and said, "I came here for no other purpose than to find the Eternal Fountain and this book, but the problem is that I'm now soaking in the Eternal Fountain, and the Oracle Bone Book also belongs to me. In addition, you can't beat me. Unless you have something that can make me excited. The question is, do you have it?" "I have." Li Feng was stunned and asked in confusion, "What is it?" Ziyuan took a deep breath and said slowly, "I have a daughter. Although she is 2000 years old, she gained the ability of eternal life when she was still a girl, so she still looks young and 100 times more beautiful than me." Li Feng looked at Ziyuan with a confused face. Is this woman crazy? In order to gain the power To avenge His Majesty the First Emperor. She doesn't even want a daughter? How much hatred does this have? Li Feng thought about it again. It seems that Ziyuan has this temper. Li Feng remembered that in The Mummy 3, when Ziyuan's daughter was about to take the Okana family to Shangri-La, she said, "I've been there once, and I still remember the way." When Li Feng heard this, he felt that the mother and daughter had only met once in their lives. It can be seen that Ziyuan didn't even want her daughter for revenge, and was devoted to studying ways to take revenge. That was her own daughter, and she didn't want to see her just like that. Moreover, Li Feng also knew that Ziyuan would also give up her ability to immortality in order to kill the first emperor in the future, and she also sacrificed her daughter's immortality. Later, in order to get the cursed dagger, that was the only thing that could kill the first emperor. She was so cruel that she even gave up her own life. Maybe she only wanted revenge, and her daughter's sincerity was nothing. Li Feng, who was targeted by such a ruthless person, shuddered inexplicably. Tiger poison is not eating its own children. This tigress is cruel enough. Similarly, Li Feng did not have a good opinion of Ziyuan's daughter, especially since Ziyuan's daughter was fighting to death with Okana's son who disturbed the emperor's sleep at the beginning, but in the blink of an eye, the two fell in love. What the hell is going on? And Ziyuan's daughter has lived for 2000 years, so she should have seen a lot of life experience, but Li Feng felt that this girl was just like a young lady from a wealthy family, who had not experienced much of the world, simple to the point of being silly. If he had not been able to ignore this pair of superb mother and daughter, Li Feng's first thought, when he heard Ziyuan sending her daughter away, was to run as far away as possible. This kind of ruthless person is really not to be messed with. He can miss you for 2000 years. No, this is just because she has only lived for 2000 years. If Ziyuan can live for 10,000 years, she will definitely be ruthless to you for 10,000 years. With speechlessness and disdain, Li Feng shook his head slightly and said, "I have a wife, don't bother me with your daughter." After that, Li Feng got up from the fountain of eternal life, walked to Creature and asked, "Is dinner ready?" Creature looked at the casserole with porridge and said, "Boss, your dinner is ready. Only the porridge of that lady is not ready yet." Li Feng glanced at Ziyuan in the distance, who was still thinking about what she could use to exchange the skills from Li Feng, shook his head slightly and said, "Don't worry about her. We will have things to do after we eat. We don't have time to deal with this woman who is trapped in hatred. You can leave the casserole here. She will eat it herself if she is hungry." After dinner, after Creature packed his luggage, Li Feng covered his face and looked at Ziyuan, who was still in a daze. After saying this woman is hopeless, he stretched out his hand to open a portal and took Creature to a desert area. In Ziyuan's memory, Li Feng knew that His Majesty the First Emperor was buried at his feet, and the purpose of his coming today was very simple. He wanted to try if he could communicate with His Majesty the First Emperor in the dead language, and ask if the cultivation method in His Majesty's hand could be shown to him. If he couldn't get the method, Li Feng would have no choice. The spell to extract memory can only be used on living people, and His Majesty the First Emperor is not a living person. He can extract it if he wants. As for using spells to control His Majesty the First Emperor, Li Feng is afraid that he will shorten his life. After all, he is the ancestor who made great contributions to the unification of the Six Kingdoms and the unification of writing. Li Feng should respect him. Chapter 118, The Resurrection of Qin Shi Huang. It was a dark and windy night, and the area was so desolate that there was not even a ghost. This made Li Feng, who was about to go and chat with His Majesty the First Emperor, feel like he was robbing a tomb. Li Feng scratched his head, took out a wooden box with a traceless telescopic spell from his shoulder bag, dumped all the scarabs in the box on the ground, and ordered the scarabs to start digging the ground to find the location of His Majesty the First Emperor. It's true that these scarabs were really good at digging the ground. They found His Majesty the First Emperor's tomb in a short while. After that, Li Feng turned into a pile of yellow sand and drilled into the tomb to start his journey to visit his ancestors. As for the mechanism of the tomb, Li Feng thought about it and felt that it was better not to destroy the mechanism, so as to give a little surprise to those who came to travel around later. Thinking of this, Li Feng simply added some magic arrays to the mechanism. When the magic arrays were rising, Li Feng scratched his head and thought about it, and decided to leave some scarabs to let them reproduce in the tomb, and ordered that all creatures that entered the tomb would be food for the scarabs, and they could eat them however they wanted, braised or steamed. After finishing all this, Li Feng turned into black mist and flew to a carriage with 4 bronze horses pulling a stone coffin. Li Feng didn't even look at the coffin. He knew that the person lying in the coffin was a fake emperor, and the real Majesty the First Emperor was the terracotta warrior in front of him, who seemed to be driving a car to fight. Li Feng knocked lightly on the terracotta warriors, coughed dryly, and said in the language of the dead, "Your Majesty, are you home?" As soon as the words fell, a slightly hoarse and majestic voice of a middle-aged man rang in Li Feng's ears. "Who are you, and why do you call me?" This way of conversation among the ancients made Li Feng stunned. He touched the tip of his nose with a little embarrassment and said, "My name is Li Feng. I just passed by here today, so I came in to see how your Majesty is doing." After a while, the voice of His Majesty Qin Shi Huang was heard again. "I know that you have magical powers and are an alchemist. The short man hiding behind you is also an alchemist. Please summon me truthfully and tell me why I'm calling you." To be honest, Li Feng was not used to this way of conversation. After thinking about it, he stated the purpose of his trip with a depressed face. "Your Majesty, can't we talk like this? It sounds awkward to me. As for the purpose of my coming to you today, I just want to ask if you can teach me your cultivation method. Do you know that my skills are created by many alchemists of the Qin dynasty, specially for me? How can I teach it to outsiders easily? However, if you can revive me, this achievement can be exchanged for my practice method." For Li Feng, reviving the Emperor Qin Shi Huang is as simple as it can be, just opening a portal. But the Emperor Qin Shi Huang has been imprisoned in the Terracotta Warriors for 2000 years, and has no idea about the current situation. Who knows if he will use his power to cause trouble to China, and what if he is besieged by the whole world? Do you really think you are invincible? Perhaps at the moment, the resurrected Emperor Qin Shi Huang and his Terracotta Warriors are not a big deal. It is estimated that weapons such as tanks and machine guns are useless. Only airplanes are a problem. After all, the Terracotta Warriors can't fly unless the Emperor Qin Shi Huang flies up to the sky and pulls a plane down. But how can you only send planes to one place in a war? What if someone attacks 2 places at the same time? How can the Terracotta Warriors withstand the bombs dropped by the plane? Could it be that His Majesty the First Emperor would be forced to fly around in the sky as a firefighter all day? It is estimated that when His Majesty the First Emperor finishes dealing with the planes and looks back at his troops, well, they have been crushed by tanks. He will really become a widow. When the technology is more advanced in the future, it goes without saying that His Majesty the First Emperor will be completely subdued. Even without talking about the technology of 100 years later, just a few years later, the nuclear bombs at the end of World War II will be enough to make His Majesty the First Emperor drink a pot. The only thing Li Feng is worried about is whether His Majesty the First Emperor still has any ideas about the throne. If this person does not want to be an emperor and only wants to kill all the invaders of China, it is fine. Li Feng will immediately open a portal to revive him. If he still wants to sit on the dragon throne, the Chinese people are already suffering enough. With an invincible strongman who wants to be an emperor and cause trouble everywhere, China will probably be even more chaotic. Li Feng thinks that he should just turn around and go home. After thinking for a while, Li Feng asked with a serious expression, "Your Majesty, do you know what changes have taken place in the outside world? You are not the first person to come to my tomb. The souls of those who want to get rich and disturb my practice will linger here for a while after their death. I also know a thing or two about the outside world." Li Feng turned his head to look at the remains that had long turned into bones in the distance. After thinking for a while, he told His Majesty the First Emperor about the situation in the outside world, and bluntly stated that the Second World War would happen in the near future, as well as the suffering that China was about to suffer, and the good days after the suffering. Finally, Li Feng asked solemnly, "Your Majesty, I know you are good at leading troops to fight, but the world is different now. This is no longer an era of fighting with swords and spears. There is no title of emperor in China now. If I resurrect you, will you still think about rebuilding the feudal dynasty and being your emperor?" But His Majesty the First Emperor did not answer Li Feng's question. Instead, he asked with a surprised tone, "The small country of Sashi dares to bully China? Are you all trash? When I'm resurrected, I will lead the army to destroy it." Li Feng frowned and silently looked at the terracotta warriors and horses that imprisoned His Majesty the First Emperor. "This is not the answer I wanted to hear." After a long time, Li Feng heard His Majesty the First Emperor sighing, saying, "I have been trapped here for 1,000 years to practice, and I know that the throne is not important to me." Obviously, His Majesty the First Emperor heard what Li Feng wanted to express, which was nothing more than to make him understand the suffering of the people and to let him give up the idea of reascending the throne, and not to cause trouble for China. As for the World War II, that Li Feng reminded him of in the future, His Majesty the First Emperor also understood that this was Li Feng's wish for him to join the army and make a contribution to defending the country, or simply let him use the immortal army to stabilize the border. After the war, whether His Majesty the First Emperor should be an ordinary person or participate in politics and the army, Li Feng said that he had no opinion. Anyway, Li Feng said that there would be various high-tech weapons in the future, and if he wanted to be wild, he had to have the strength to withstand it. From the tone of His Majesty the First Emperor's answer, Li Feng heard the other party's helplessness. After all, giving up the throne was the opportunity to see the colorful world. But compared to freedom, who wants to be trapped in the terracotta warriors? Even the most serious autistic patients can't stand being alone in the dark terracotta warriors for 2,000 years. At present, since His Majesty the First Emperor has promised not to have any ideas about the throne, Li Feng will naturally revive the other party. But before resurrection, Li Feng needs a guarantee. "Your Majesty, you are now also a person in the cultivation world. I need you to swear to the heaven that you will never kill innocent people. Of course, if someone provokes you, you can fight back however you want, but I hope you can avoid harming your family and don't easily wipe out their clan. Finally, after I half resurrect you, I will sign an unbreakable contract with you to restrain you from causing trouble for China. After all, with your strength, there are really not many people who can stop you in the current time period." Knowing that Li Feng would not resurrect him easily, His Majesty the First Emperor smiled and said, "I understand. No, I should say that I understand what to do in the future. After all, I'm also a member of China, and I also hope that the homeland that gave birth to me will be strong." Until His Majesty the First Emperor finished swearing to the heaven, Li Feng stretched out his hand to open a bowl-sized portal above the fountain of eternal life and said, "Creature, pour some fountain of eternal life on your Majesty." Creature nodded, quickly scooped up a spoonful of eternal life water and poured it on the terracotta warriors. The eternal life water was immediately absorbed by the terracotta warriors, and then the terracotta warriors cracked, and the semi-resurrected Emperor Qin Shi Huang walked out of them. To be honest, the semi-resurrected Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a bit ugly, as if his whole body had been burned by fire, and he looked very weak, as if he had to use all his strength to breathe. Li Feng smiled apologetically to His Majesty the First Emperor, turned around and handed the long stick to Creature behind him, and said, "Creature, remove your invisibility and let His Majesty see what you look like. I want you to be a witness between me and His Majesty later." Creature, who took the long stick, had just come out of the invisible state. His Majesty the First Emperor was stunned and said, "What is this?" Without waiting for Li Feng to answer, His Majesty the First Emperor said thoughtfully, "An invisible monster. Is it your backup plan to prevent me from going back on my oath?" "This is a house elf." Li Feng rolled his eyes implicitly. In fact, Li Feng had the experience of bullying Imhotep, so he was very familiar with dealing with His Majesty the First Emperor who was now half resurrected, and he didn't need any backup plan at all. Li Feng shrugged, motioning for the two to shake hands to complete the unbreakable oath, and said, "I know your Majesty is unwilling to do this. You have to teach me the cultivation method and sign an oath to the heavenly Deo and me. But I have no choice. If your Majesty still has the heart to be the Emperor, I can show you a way." After shaking hands with Li Feng to complete the contract, His Majesty the First Emperor asked with a little curiosity, "Which way?" After completing the contract, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, pointed to the sky, and smiled. "Aren't you immortal?" When you leave the Earth in the future, you can go to an alien planet to establish a colony and become an emperor. If you think the time is too long, you can set up your own consortium to study aerospace and speed up the pace of exploring the universe. If you still think it's too slow, you can go to a foreign country to conquer the world. Anyway, just don't mess with China. His Majesty the First Emperor, who had been imprisoned in the Terracotta Warriors, was a little confused. For example, he didn't understand the words Earth or alien. Just when Li Feng was about to explain the specific meaning of these words, Li Feng had already opened a portal. His Majesty the First Emperor stared blankly at the eternal fountain of light on the other side of the portal. Xian, who was drinking porridge from a porcelain bowl, was also stunned by the portal. However, when Xian saw a terracotta warrior emerge from the portal and walked quickly towards the eternal fountain, Xian recognized that this person was the first emperor whom she had hated for 2000 years. With her enemy in front of her, Xian had no time to drink porridge slowly. She opened her scarlet eyes and pulled out a dagger and ran quickly towards the terracotta warrior without saying a word. His Majesty the First Emperor glanced at Xian. He was imprisoned in the Terracotta Warrior for 2000 years, which made him full of resentment towards Xian. However, the most important thing at the moment was to complete the resurrection, and Xian was too weak for him now. He was so weak that His Majesty the First Emperor directly snatched the dagger, knocked Xian unconscious, and turned around and jumped into the eternal fountain of life. Chapter 119, Kung Fu. After walking out of the fountain of eternal life, the emperor had already recovered his normal appearance, and he was a young and handsome emperor. Li Feng almost shouted "Brother Ji" and asked for an autograph. However, the emperor raised his hands in front of his eyes, clenched his fists, and then opened his palms again, which made Li Feng want to laugh. It seemed that the emperor could not believe that he was resurrected so easily! Then, the emperor showed off his fists and spit out flames in front of Li Feng, which made Li Feng frown. This gentleman used to be an emperor who held a powerful army and ruled the world. Now he has eternal life and nearly invincible power, as well as a large army lying dormant underground. This made Li Feng worry that the emperor, who was used to sleeping on the lap of a beautiful woman and holding the power of the world when he was awake, did not want to live a stable life in the future. He probably still wanted to resurrect his subordinates and conquer the world. After thinking for a while, Li Feng walked up to His Majesty the First Emperor with a smile and said, "Your Majesty, have you ever thought about changing your name? After all, the word Aang Zeng is too famous. Whether you are conquering a country overseas or preparing to defend your country in China, this name will always bring you some trouble." His Majesty the First Emperor, who had recovered his strength, looked at Li Feng with contempt. If he had not been forced to swear an oath to the Heavenly Dao and sign a contract with the other party in order to be resurrected, he would not want to pay attention to Li Feng at all. Even though he knew that Li Feng asked him to change his name for his own good, he was still a little unhappy in his heart. Especially now, Li Feng asked whether to conquer the world or to defend his home, but he did not say that he wanted to live a peaceful life. It was obvious that Li Feng guessed his thoughts. It was not a good thing for an emperor to have his thoughts guessed by others, which made His Majesty the First Emperor even more unhappy. However, the speed of technological development mentioned by Li Feng always made His Majesty the First Emperor feel uneasy, especially when he thought that in 100 years, once his immortality was known to some scientific research madman, they would try every means to capture him with high-tech equipment. Whether they could succeed or not was not the first question, but it was definitely annoying. In addition, His Majesty the First Emperor did not want to be an ordinary person from the beginning. He would definitely establish his own power, and power means fame. It is indeed quite eye-catching to continue to use the name of Aang Zeng or the First Emperor. Thinking of this, His Majesty the First Emperor smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, "No, I will be called Zhao Zeng from now on." Li Feng was a little speechless about His Majesty the First Emperor's new name. He knew that Qin Shi Huang Aang Zeng was born in 259 BC. His surname was Aang, his clan name was Zhao, and his name was Zeng. He was also known as Zhao Zeng, Zulong, etc. But it's much better than the name Aang Zeng. Li Feng rolled his eyes implicitly, looked at Xian who was still unconscious, and said, "How are you going to deal with her?" Zhao Zeng touched the dagger in his hand, then spit out a breath of fire, and turned the dagger into molten iron. He looked at Li Feng with a smile and asked, "What do you suggest?" Li Feng is not blind, so he can see what Zhao Zeng is thinking at this moment. If Li Feng himself was inexplicably imprisoned for 2000 years, I'm afraid that the first thing he would do, after getting out, would be revenge. Anyone who dares to stop him at this time would be beaten together. Li Feng shrugged and stepped back, making a gesture of "please start your performance," and said, "That's your business, you can do whatever you like." Li Feng's choice seemed to satisfy Zhao Zeng, who nodded slightly and walked towards Ziyuan and said, "Get your pen and paint ready." Paint. There was no ink in the Qin dynasty, and I will teach you the skills after I deal with this bitch. Upon hearing this, Li Feng excitedly waved his long stick, turning a huge stone into a low stone table, and took out a feather pen from his shoulder bag, and placed it on the stone table together with the magic book, waiting for Zhao Zeng to copy the skills into the magic book. Zhao Zeng, on the other hand, half knelt in front of Ziyuan with a complicated expression on his face, gently brushing Ziyuan's face with the back of his hand. His eyes showed both gratitude to Ziyuan for giving him eternal life and hatred for her for imprisoning him for 2000 years. After a long time, Zhao Zeng put his hand on Ziyuan's forehead. Li Feng, who sensed the fluctuation of magic power, turned his head to look at Zhao Zeng and asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" "Soul search." Zhao Zeng glanced at the melted dagger and sneered, "I want to see how many means she has prepared to kill me, and who her accomplices are, so as to prevent her from falling into the evil schemes of villains in the future." Li Feng glanced at his mouth. This is a case of being bitten by a snake once, and being afraid of the rope for 10 years. After a while, Zhao Zeng seemed to find something in the soul, frowned and whispered to the unconscious Ziyuan, "You actually have a daughter." After knowing everything he should and shouldn't know, Zhao Zeng immediately pierced Ziyuan's heart with a sharp sword, putting an end to all grievances. Li Feng stood by the stone table, looking at Zhao Zeng, who closed his eyes and took a deep breath with expectation. After a while, Zhao Zeng opened his eyes, walked towards the desk, and smiled at Li Feng. "It's great. Do you have any good wine?" Li Feng spread his hands to show that he only drank beer. Although beer was already available in this era, its shelf life was not long, so he really had never prepared it. However, Li Feng looked at Creature and said, "Prepare some delicious food. I want to have a good chat with His Majesty." Zhao Zeng glanced at Creature, gave him an "I'm optimistic about you" look, picked up the feather pen on the desk and casually scratched on the magic book, and asked in confusion, "Is this the pen I use now? I don't like it." Li Feng slapped his forehead. He had forgotten that Zhao Zeng could not use a feather pen. However, it is said that the brush was first invented by General Meng Shan, who supervised the construction of the Great Wall in the Qin dynasty. It is estimated that this gentleman is more accustomed to using a brush. Thinking of this, Li Feng waved his hand and transformed the feather pen into a brush. This time, Zhao Zeng took the brush with satisfaction, dipped it in ink, and then wrote the technique on the magic. Li Feng, who was watching with excitement, was a little dumbfounded. Zhao Zeng was imprisoned in the Terracotta Warriors during the Qin dynasty, and he didn't know the current simplified characters at all, so Zhao Zeng wrote the characters of the Qin dynasty. What made Li Feng speechless was that Zhao Zeng wrote in classical Chinese! Exclamation mark. After Zhao Zeng finished writing and put down the brush, Li Feng looked at his technique with twitching eyes. At this time, he suddenly realized a problem. The earliest punctuation marks did not appear until the 16th century, which was many years later than Zhao Zeng. It would be strange if Zhao Zeng knew how to use punctuation marks. Not to mention the entire classical Chinese, it was a technique without a single punctuation mark. This was embarrassing. Li Feng had neither learned the Qin dynasty characters nor understood the ancient classical Chinese. Moreover, Li Feng had never heard of any modern translation software that could translate the Qin dynasty classical Chinese. This is a cultivation method. A misunderstanding of a punctuation mark can cost Li Feng his life, not to mention that there are no punctuation marks. It would be strange if Li Feng dared to understand it randomly. Is this considered uneducated? It's useless to give this secret manual. Li Feng covered his face and said in a tearful tone, "Your Majesty, can you explain this method to me?" Xiao Zheng was stunned for a moment and suddenly realized that Li Feng was not from the same dynasty as him. Not to mention that he couldn't understand the method. He probably didn't recognize anything he wrote. Xiao Zheng shook his head helplessly, closed his eyes, and recalled the memories extracted from the tomb robber. In his heart, Xiao Zheng regretted why he agreed to Li Feng's request to teach him. Wouldn't it be better to just agree to give him the method? Now it's good. He has to explain the method clearly. After a while, Xiao Zheng was sure that he was not used to modern characters, so he stood up and left the stone table. He handed the pen in his hand to Li Feng and said with a bad smile, "I don't know what kind of characters you know, so I'll tell you, and you write it. But I advise you to understand my skills as soon as possible. After all, many soldiers are waiting for me to go back and revive them so that they can follow me to conquer the world again." Li Feng scratched his eyebrows, took the pen, and sat in front of the stone table with a little embarrassment. If you use classical Chinese to record the skills, the number of characters is not large, only about 100 words. But what Li Feng wants is not a simple skill, but to transform it into a cultivation text that he can understand. So when Li Feng translates the classical Chinese into vernacular, it is close to tens of thousands of characters. This is not the end. After all, being able to translate does not mean that you have understood the truth. Otherwise, what is the need for teachers in the world? Just buy the textbooks and study at home. Now, Li Feng is busy. When Creature prepared the feast, Li Feng resisted the temptation of delicious food and pitifully recorded the content of the skills explained by Xiao Zheng. When Xiao Zheng sat at the stone table, ate his food, and explained the technique in detail, Li Feng, with his mouth watering, was still writing down Xiao Zheng's explanation. When Xiao Zheng burped and slumped down at the stone table, Li Feng blinked his eyes with a sad look, carefully checked the parts of the technique that he didn't understand, and then wrote down Xiao Zheng's explanation in the magic book. When Li Feng finally understood the technique, Creature was already preparing dinner for the next day. When Creature prepared dinner, Li Feng, who was so hungry that his eyes were blurry, didn't even use chopsticks. He just grabbed the roast chicken on the plate with his hands and started to eat it crazily, which made Xiao Zheng stunned. Although Xiao Zheng was from the Qin dynasty and was not used to eating with chopsticks, he dared to swear to heaven that, even if he lived for 2000 years, he would never find someone who could eat as much as Li Feng. Even a starving ghost would not eat so much after reincarnation. After a long time, Li Feng, who had eaten his fill, wiped his hands and asked curiously, "Your Majesty, do you have any plans for the future?" Xiao Zheng shook his head, sighed and said, "First, resurrect my soldiers. They have long been eager to see the light of day again." After a pause, Xiao Zheng said faintly, "Then I will learn all kinds of modern knowledge. After I'm familiar with modern civilization, I will decide which area of overseas to go to and build my own country." Are you familiar with overseas? Do you have any good places to recommend to me? Li Feng squinted and scratched his head. "I can really recommend a good place, but the males there are a bit annoying. No matter if it is a cat, a dog, a cockroach, or a rat, as long as it is a male creature, it is an eyesore. But if all male creatures die out, it will be my favorite place. The only drawback is that there are too many earthquakes, which is a bit annoying." Li Feng licked his lips and said with a sinister smile, "How about we join forces to take down that place?" "Many earthquakes?" Xiao Zheng narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, "Sushi country, chapter 120 women. There is a saying that eating Chinese food, marrying a Japanese woman, living in a French villa, driving an American car, and wearing German brands are the best way to achieve a certain level." Li Feng understands eating Chinese food. After all, no country is as particular about cooking as the Chinese. Not to mention how many delicacies Li Feng ate in his previous life. He now eats Chinese food carefully prepared by Creature every day. This conversation is deeply in line with his opinion. Living in a French villa is also easy to understand. The French love to enjoy life. Look at the area of their villas. A large family cannot manage it. They have to hire a housekeeper to manage it. Especially some villas are luxurious with their own gardens and racer courses. It can be seen how extravagant the French villas are. Driving American cars and wearing German brands is also easy to understand. American cars have good performance. Most of the world famous brands are American. German goods are also famous for their good quality, but the price is a bit high. Whether it is a villa, a car, or a German brand, Li Feng can see them in movies or stores. Anyway, it doesn't cost money to see them. The only thing he has never seen is the women of Sashi country, which are known as virtuous wives. After all, these things are not sold in stores, and Li Feng can't see them, even if he wants to. Moreover, even if these things are sold in stores, you don't know whether they are virtuous or not. Even if there is an instruction manual, you dare not believe it unless you buy it home and try it for a while. The problem is that for these imported goods from Sashi country, the customs did not remind everyone whether there is a return service. What if you are not satisfied and can't return it? Do you keep it at home every day? Is it because your house has more ice or the bed is bigger? And the most important point is that the country has only allowed 2 children, but has not said that it will allow 2 wives. How can you let Li Feng buy it? So Li Feng let Zhao Zeng occupy Sashi country. In addition to wanting to see the women in this country, he didn't have any other ideas. After all, Li Feng was not happy with the remaining things in Sashi country, especially the Yasukuni public toilet. Why did they build such a big toilet? Could it be that the land of Sashi country is too barren, so everyone gathers in one place to defecate, so that it is convenient to collect everyone's excrement and use it to nourish the land? Zhao Zeng thought differently from Li Feng, saying that he had no interest in women before completing his grand plan. The reason why he became interested in Sashi country was simple. There were a lot of silver mines in that small place, enough for him to feed his soldiers. After all, the resurrected immortal soldiers simply had strong vitality, and they were still ordinary people in essence. They would die if their heads were chopped off. In other words, although it was difficult for these immortal soldiers to simply starve to death, they would still be starved to the point of not having the strength to fight. Therefore, the first thing Zhao Zeng did after resurrecting the terracotta warriors was to find a way to get some food to feed the army and think about where to grab some arms. After all, the times have changed and swords have begun to withdraw from the stage of history. At the dinner table, after the 2 determined Sashi country as Zhao Zeng's new country, Zhao Zeng began to complain about where to find guns and cannons. After all, how can someone fight without weapons? It really depends on the mouth. Seeing this, Li Feng patted his chest and smiled. Your Majesty, don't think I look like a wanderer, but let's talk about military pay. Li Feng turned to Creature and said, Creature, bring the box of gold. At first, Zhao Zeng didn't care about the box of gold in Li Feng's mouth. It was just a box, and it was probably enough for the soldiers to eat for a few days. It wasn't until Creature opened the box, picked up a gold ornament with his fingers, and took it out of the box. Zhao Zeng, who looked at the gold ornaments inexplicably magnified, realized how heavy a box of gold was. It was not enough to eat for a few days, but it was probably enough to eat for a year or 2 if converted into food. Now, Zhao Zeng patted Li Feng's shoulder with a very relieved expression on his face. The problem of food and clothing for the soldiers that he was worried about was not only solved by this box of gold, but also solved the funds for purchasing weapons. Zhao Zeng looked at Li Feng with a smile and asked, no reward without merit. What do you want? Seeing that Li Feng just smiled and glanced at the magic book on the stone table, Zhao Zeng was stunned for a moment, nodded slightly and said, I understand. After a pause, Zhao Zeng smiled with some envy and said, you haven't tasted the worldly power yet, otherwise you would understand how great the temptation of power is. Back then, I only needed an order to mobilize the power of a country to accomplish my. Halfway through the words, Zhao Zeng stood up and walked to the edge of the cliff of the cave. Looking at the scenery in the distance, he turned his back to Li Feng and said softly, I envy your heart that is wholeheartedly pursuing transcendence, especially since you have already acquired all the skills and are not greedy for the world. I can't do that. Li Feng scratched his head a little embarrassedly. It's not that he didn't want tremendous power, but he was afraid of trouble. After all, if he wanted his power to be strong enough, he had to manage it carefully. Don't think that those successful people are either eating and drinking here, or playing there every day. That's because they have experienced the hardships of getting up earlier than chickens, sleeping later than dogs, and working harder than cows. Only after they succeed can they enjoy such enjoyment. Do you really think that you can become a big boss by sneaking into various high-end wine parties to eat and drink? That's called poisonous chicken soup. Anyway, Li Feng said that he would not endure this hardship, nor did he envy those big bosses who were glorious in front of others. He was still content with a small fortune. It was good to be a small person with extraordinary power. What can others do to him? If you have the ability, come and bite him, and see who has better teeth. After a long time, Zhao Zeng turned his head and looked at Wang Jin and said, half a year. During this half year, I also have to learn modern military tactics and train soldiers to be familiar with modern weapons in warfare. After that, I will have no free time when we go to Sashi country. So I can only spare time for you in these half a year. Li Feng nodded happily, thinking, this is stable. These half a year is enough for me to learn how to practice the exercises, and even if I return to the Marvel world, I don't have to worry about getting a stitch in the side and becoming possessed by the devil one day. Dinner was over, and it was time to go to bed. Li Feng, who hadn't rested for 2 days and 1 night, said he was very tired. After washing up, he glanced at Zhao Zeng, who was not sure whether he was enjoying the scenery or reminiscing about the past. He said good night and got into the tent. Then he heard Zhao Zeng snoring in his ears. Zhao Zeng, who just wanted to be quiet for a while, turned his head and looked at the tent. If he didn't remember Li Feng's kindness in resurrecting him, Zhao Zeng wanted to go up and lift the tent, press Li Feng to the ground and kick him a few times. This is a cave. Snoring has an echo. There is no way. In this cave, that is like listening to thunder. Zhao Zeng, who has been sleeping for 2000 years, probably can't sleep, even if he wants to, so he might as well find something to do. After thinking about it, Zhao Zeng turned into a dragon and flew into the sky. At noon the next day, Li Feng, who looked like he hadn't woken up yet, was panting and holding a tooth cup and towel to brush his teeth and wash his face with the eternal spring water. After waking up, he began to try to practice the cultivation method. However, as soon as Li Feng walked out of the tent, he saw a girl in a single piece of clothing in the distance, but tied up with a rag in her mouth. Li Feng was a little puzzled. When have you ever seen someone wearing a single piece of clothing dare to climb the Himalayas in the ice and snow? Isn't this looking for death? Her name is Lin. She is Ziyuan's daughter. I went down the mountain last night and captured her and brought her back here. Li Feng turned his head to look at Zhao Zeng following the voice. He saw that the other party got a jar of wine from somewhere and was sitting cross-legged on a huge rock. The corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He looked at Lin with a disdainful expression and said, I want to use her immortality ability to exchange for the flesh and blood of the soldiers. Li Feng shrugged his shoulders, indicating that it was none of his business. He scooped a spoonful of water from the eternal spring and began to brush his teeth and wash his face. In the distance, Lin looked at Li Feng with a dull face and then turned his head to look at the full pool of eternal spring water. Zhao Zeng also didn't expect Li Feng to dare to brush his teeth with the eternal spring water. He was so shocked that he choked on the wine and coughed repeatedly. Is Li Feng's attribute of asking for a beating inexplicably acting up or something? How many people sold their property just to drink a sip of the eternal spring water but couldn't get it? But this guy is so good. Can you waste such precious eternal spring water at will? And you spit it on the ground after rinsing your mouth? Exclamation mark. Although it is a bit disgusting, swallowing it will not only not kill you, but will make you healthier, you know? Also, don't you know that you will be fined for spitting casually? Don't you know that this eternal spring water is a non-renewable resource, so you sit less? Sensing the strange looks of the two, Li Feng turned his head and blinked at the two. He felt a little puzzled at first, and then thought that when Zhao Zeng was imprisoned in the Terracotta Warriors, the person who invented the toothbrush had not even appeared in liquid, and thought that this gentleman was curious about the toothbrush in his hand. Li Feng shook the toothbrush in his hand, put the toothbrush in his mouth, and raised his hands, indicating that he could brush his teeth without using his hands now, and explained vaguely, this is called a toothbrush, and it is a toothbrush made into a magic weapon, which can automatically help me brush my teeth. Li Feng had no choice. Who told the time travel gate not to allow ordinary toothbrushes to pass security checks? How could he go around without making some magic items himself? Li Feng couldn't stand not brushing his teeth every day, but the strange looks of the two were not for this reason. Xiao Zeng covered his forehead and shook his head slightly, fearing that he could not resist the impulse and would fight with Li Feng in the cave. He stood up and jumped off the boulder, walked towards the box containing gold, and said, "I will revive my soldiers tonight. You stay here and practice the skills. I will come back to explain what you don't understand after I arrange the soldiers' places." After that, Xiao Zeng, with a depressed expression on his face, transformed into a dragon, grabbed Lin and flew into the sky. Li Feng looked at Creature in confusion, asking with his eyes, "What's the situation?" Creature was also puzzled, shrugged his shoulders, and turned to prepare breakfast for Li Feng. Was the meal eaten at noon, breakfast or lunch? After eating, Li Feng jumped into the eternal spring and sat cross-legged, quietly concentrating his mind and immersing himself in the practice of skills. After a long time, Li Feng opened his eyes with joy. It is said that China's practice of skills is awesome. Look at how many mortals rely on a set of skills to slowly practice and become immortals. Of course, no matter how powerful the technique is, it cannot make Li Feng become an immortal after practicing for such a short time. However, when Li Feng formed a circulation of the not so huge mana in his body, he clearly felt that not only his mana became more refined, but even his mental power became inexplicably purer. This made Li Feng feel that the biggest gain from coming to the mummy world was not how many spells he learned, but finding a method for practicing. Chapter 121, The Resistance of the Sushi Nation. From the Oracle Bone Book, Li Feng knew that in this world, alchemists, or monks, were divided into 5 stages, which were called apprentices or mortals with magical powers. After that, they practiced refining essence into ki, refining ki into spirit, refining spirit into emptiness, and returning from acquired nature to innate nature, so as to achieve the state of Taoism in nature, where heaven and man are one. Mortals with magical powers are easy to understand, just like Xian. Although she has a little magic power in her body, she can't cast a spell after losing the Oracle Bone Book, so she can barely be considered a junior apprentice. Of course, this is just the realm division of this world, otherwise how to count the group of magic apprentices in Kamatage? They don't have much magic power either, but 10 Xians are not enough for a Kamatage magician to take seriously. The essence of refining essence into ki in the Oracle Bone Book refers to the innate essence of the original essence, which is given by parents. It can be understood as this thing is given by parents. Ki refers to the vital energy, which is hidden in the kidneys after adulthood, so it is called kidney essence. In Li Feng's words, it means that after the vitality is full, everything you eat is delicious and everything you do is great. It can also be understood as a healthy and strong body. When Li Feng first came to the world of mummy, he was at the state of refining essence into ki. This was achieved without any skills, only by Merlin's magic ring and magic potion. As for the purity of the mana in his body, it was like a dye vat, just stuffing energy into the body. If there was no skills provided by Xiao Zeng, and Li Feng had not found any magical props, it would be good to be able to achieve the state of refining spirit and returning to emptiness. After that, when Li Feng returned to the innate, he looked like a demigod. It felt like he couldn't even beat the 4 friends around Thor. It's not that he really didn't have the ability to kill the 4 friends around Thor, but they were serious gods after all. After using the power of God, the magic resistance was ridiculously high, so the small spells cast by people in the demigod realm could not play much role, and the powerful spells needed a long time to read the bar. The question is, will they wait for you to finish casting? They would have drawn their knives to fight with you and interrupt the rhythm of casting. When Li Feng was oblivious to the outside world and focused on practicing in the spring of eternal life, a year passed unknowingly. The biggest gain of Li Feng in this year was that he used his gong to quickly purify his magic power. In addition to a glimpse of the realm of practicing ki and transforming into spirit, he was able to perform introductory spells such as the fire summoning technique quietly and effortless. With just a glance, he could make this small flame ignite the opponent's left eyebrow, and it would never burn the right eyebrow. This made Li Feng wonder, I guess when I reach the next realm, I can release the calendar fire with my bare hands. By then, I will need a hanging ring to open the portal, so I can't take it off. The remaining long stick and magic ring can only be collected. In the evening, Feng, who was swollen from soaking in the spring of eternal life, just walked ashore and heard someone outside the cave shouting, "Is Master Feng here? I was entrusted by the leader to deliver a letter to the master." Needless to say, the leader knew that the people outside the cave must be soldiers under Zhao Zeng, but what did the letter mean? Zhao Zeng wouldn't still write to me in Qin Dynasty characters or classical Chinese, right? Feng scratched his head and shouted while putting on his clothes, "Come in." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier wearing a military coat and carrying a rifle hurried to Feng, saluted, and took out an envelope with the words Feng's personal letter, and handed it to Feng. Seeing that it was a familiar word, Feng breathed a sigh of relief, opened the envelope casually, and signaled creature to pour water for the soldier to warm him up. After a long time, Feng squinted and touched his chin. After reading the contents of the letter, Zhao Zeng wrote the letter for only two purposes. One was to ask Feng for the Oracle Bone Book, so that he could cast some powerful spells, and the second was to ask Feng to go to Sashi country to help. Feng was speechless about the reason why Zhao Zeng asked him to help. It was not that there were masters in Sashi country that Zhao Zeng could not beat, but that there were too many of them, which made Zhao Zeng very annoyed, and at the same time, made him unable to take care of all the soldiers. This is what happened. Half a year ago, Zhao Zeng had his army hide on camouflaged ships, and used magic to lead the army to Sashi country. Relying on magic and the flexibility and maneuverability of ships, he looted several major coastal cities of Sashi country one by one, and also let his men practice their skills. Originally, Zhao Zeng's pirate-like behavior was nothing. As long as the navy of Sashi country arrived at the sea, when there were few ships, Zhao Zeng would let the soldiers get used to the guns in their hands, and slowly kill the enemy step by step. When there were many ships, it was Zhao Zeng's turn to practice magic with these warships. Often, after a round of magic, there was no one alive. But later, the army relied on Zhao Zeng's magic to help it capture several cities as bases. At the same time, Zhao Zeng, who did not forget to cast magic when he went ashore, was clearly seen by the spies of Sashi country. Now, Sashi country understood that there was a supernatural power in the army attacking its country. At first, the Sashi kingdom did not believe the spies' words, and only after multiple parties confirmed it did the Sashi kingdom start to panic. They had no experience with the opponent's extraordinary power, so they had to be busy asking for help from various countries, while recruiting a large number of people with extraordinary power from their own country, whether it was on Maiji or ninja, as long as they could fight against Zhao Zeng's army. And Zhao Zeng's troubles began from then on. The Sashi kingdom is known as the 8 million gods, and all kinds of mountain spirits and water monsters are called gods, so that any cat or dog with a little magic power is also called a god, resulting in countless servants such as Shikigami who serve the gods. Therefore, although most of the onmages who can drive Shikigami are weak in magic power and are comparable to Shin, there are many Shikigami that can be driven. The most unfortunate thing is that some Shikigami are not made by gods, but by the onmages themselves, such as Yao Fuling and a Binding Ling, which are directly made of human souls. In other words, the onmages found that they did not have enough Shikigami, and immediately summoned a group of people to kill them, and always made some Shikigami. Although these Shikigami are weak, Zhao Zeng can easily kill a dozen of them, but his soldiers are all mortals without magic power except for immortality, so the weak Shikigami can always kill a few soldiers. Now, Zhao Zeng began to lose his temper every day, because people in his army were inexplicably killed by these disgusting Shikigami every day, and killing the Shikigami instead of killing the Yin-Yang Master was not very effective, but the Yin-Yang Master was timid and never showed up. He controlled the Shikigami from a distance, and did not give Zhao Zeng the opportunity to slaughter them. When Zhao Zeng finally found a few Yin-Yang Masters and killed them, another wave of Yin-Yang Masters began to let the Shikigami break into Zhao Zeng's army unscrupulously. This is not the end. Various countries are also very interested in the emergence of extraordinary powers in Sashi country, and they have expressed that they will send troops to help Sashi country. As for whether they really want to help, or just want to capture Zhao Zeng to study extraordinary powers, it is unknown, but this is also an army. Zhao Zeng, who knew all this, had no choice but to give up several cities, began to shrink his forces and personally guard his army. He also wrote a letter to Li Feng, asking him to come and help guard the army. When he was done with the reinforcement from various countries, the two of them would join forces to swat these fly-like yin-yang masters to death. On the side, the soldier who delivered the letter looked at the teapot floating beside him curiously, especially when he finished drinking the water in the cup. The teapot would automatically refill his cup, which made him look at Li Feng from time to time to see if he had finished reading the letter. Seeing that Li Feng was still reading, he turned his head to look at the teapot. He wanted to know how much water was in the teapot. How could he still pour out tea after drinking 7 or 8 cups? After Li Feng put down the letter, the soldier could only helplessly give up the idea of checking how much tea was in the teapot. He stood straight in front of Li Feng and said, "Master, when do you think we should leave for Qin?" Li Feng was stunned and resisted the urge to roll his eyes and said, "It seems that your majesty still can't forget it." Obviously, the soldier understood what Li Feng meant, that his leader couldn't forget, but this was also good. After all, he was also a Qin dynasty person, and had a strong sense of belonging and identity with this name. At the same time, he would not forget who he was when he thought of being overseas. Seeing the soldier smiled slightly and then looked at him without saying a word, Li Feng understood that the other party was waiting for his answer, so he turned his head and said to Creature, "Pack up everything, we are moving." In his heart, he was thinking with a lustful expression, "I can finally see the women of Sashi country." After a while, Creature packed up everything under the curious eyes of the soldier. Although the soldier had already made up for a lot of modern knowledge, he still couldn't remember what kind of creature belonged to. If Li Feng hadn't seen that he had a good relationship with his leader, he really wanted to ask his inner doubts. Seeing that Creature had finished packing, Li Feng looked at the soldier and raised his arm, saying, "Hold my arm tight." When the soldier held Li Feng's arm in doubt, Li Feng immediately turned into a ball of black mist, and it took more than half an hour to apparition to the city, captured by Zhao Zeng, and landed directly in front of Zhao Zeng's tent. Zhao Zeng, who was thinking about how to wipe out the reinforcement from various countries in the tent, felt a magical power landing in front of his door. He walked out of the tent with a smile and said, "Li Feng, long time no see." After that, Zhao Zeng glanced at the messenger who was half squatting on the ground and gasping for breath, and asked in confusion, "What's wrong with him?" Li Feng, who was already accustomed to using phantom teleportation to travel, scratched his head a little embarrassedly and said, "It's the sequel of my flying spell. He is a little dizzy now, but he will be fine in a while." Zhao Zeng nodded slightly, as if he felt that his soldiers had embarrassed him in front of Li Feng. He frowned and stepped aside to make way. While motioning Li Feng to enter the tent, he said to the soldier, "Useless thing, why don't you go down and rest?" Zhao Zeng seemed to be criticizing his men in a harsh tone, but the soldier understood that this was not because his leader was really angry, but was caring about him in disguise. Otherwise, it would not be a rest, but a punishment. The soldier seemed to still see the stars flickering in front of his eyes. He rubbed his forehead and whispered yes. He saluted Zhao Zeng with a grin, then turned and left with the help of a companion beside him. In the tent, Li Feng stood curiously in front of the desk, looking sideways at a military map on the desk that was full of small flags of various colors. Just when Li Feng wanted to count the number of small flags of various colors, Zhao Zeng's voice with a smile came from behind him. Each color represents the reinforcement of a country. Some countries' reinforcement have not arrived on the way. I estimate that after 3 days, I will kill all the reinforcement from various countries. These reinforcement that have not arrived will return to their respective countries with their tails between their legs. I'm too lazy to put up the small flags. Li Feng took out the Oracle Bone Book from his shoulder bag and handed it to Zhao Zeng, curling his lips and saying, "Your Majesty, it's a pity for you to kill them all. If it were me, I would capture them all to mine. These are all soldiers, top quality laborers. You are not incapable of curses. Are you afraid that they will run away?" Chapter 122 Miners. Zhao Zeng took the Oracle Bone Book and said with a smile, "The problem is that I have no shortage of laborers. Then he pointed to the city under his feet and said with a somewhat amused expression, "I don't know how brutal the dwarfs of Sushi country became during World War II, but in my eyes, these dwarfs are the best laborers. Now the laborers mining in the mine are all dwarfs I captured locally. They give me the impression that they are both obedient and food saving. I don't even have to prepare meals for them now. I just give them the leftovers that the soldiers can't eat every day. Occasionally, when there is leftover meat, they will kneel down to thank me. Sometimes there are too few leftovers, so they will dig some wild vegetables near the mine to fill their stomachs." Speaking of this, Zhao Zeng seemed to think of something and smiled. "I remember one day a miner in the mine was too hungry. In the middle of the night, he couldn't stand the rumbling in his stomach and wanted to go nearby to dig some wild vegetables to fill his stomach. As a result, the patrolling soldiers just spotted each other, and the dwarfs living under the same roof actually ran out of the hut barefoot and dragged the man back to the hut. At first, the soldiers thought these dwarfs were going to rebel collectively, and they nervously called the nearby soldiers to surround the hut. When the soldiers carefully pushed the hut to check, they realized that these dwarfs were worried that the people digging wild vegetables would go out in the middle of the night and disturb the patrolling guards. They were afraid that they would be punished as well, so they dragged them back to the hut. Later, when they saw the soldiers surrounding the hut, these dwarfs were afraid that the soldiers would misunderstand something, so they accidentally smashed the people digging wild vegetables to death with stones. Where can I find such good laborers? However, some of their customs are not very good. Their behavior of nodding and bowing to people when they see them delays the progress of mining. Do you have any good suggestions for them to change?" Zhao Zeng had a smile on his face when he talked about the miners' escape, as if he didn't care about the dwarfs' cruel killing of their companions. For some reason, Li Feng always felt that Zhao Zeng thought he was joking with him, and also felt that Zhao Zeng seemed to be showing off his personality charm in front of him. "Look, how well I portrayed the slavery of these laborers." But Li Feng didn't want to laugh at all. Instead, he was a little worried that Zhao Zeng was paralyzed by these obedient dwarfs, and he always felt that the miners digging wild vegetables was weird. Even if a poor student like Li Feng often treats history class as a sleeping class, he still knows the history that should be known. So others don't know what the Sushi Kingdom is like, but Li Feng doesn't know it. The current Sushi Kingdom is no different from mud for Zhao Zeng. He can rub it as he wants. If it weren't for the lives of his soldiers, it is estimated that the Sushi Kingdom would have changed its name to Qin. So Zhao Zeng currently only sees the slavery of the Sushi Kingdom in the territory, and doesn't see that the other part is slavery has the attribute of white-eyed wolf at the bottom, which means that if you bite back, you will really bite. This is not a good thing for Zhao Zeng's future. Li Feng thought about it. Zhao Zeng is the emperor after all. Some words are useless, no matter how much he says. If he is not careful, it will cause dissatisfaction from the other party. Spreading his hands, Li Feng smiled and said, "What's the point of changing it? I think we should strengthen the etiquette in this regard. It's best to train them to bow 3 times before going to the toilet, and then untie their belts. It would be even better if they can nod and bow subconsciously when they see people on the battlefield. Think about it, one day in the future, you and the soldiers of Sushi country are ready for close combat, but the soldiers of Sushi country run to your front with bayonets and bow 3 times. What will you do?" Zhao Zeng rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, "Do I have to wait for him to finish the 3 bows? Just stab him to death and it's over." Although Zhao Zeng knew that Li Feng's brain would occasionally go crazy and his thoughts were different from those of ordinary people, but is it appropriate to bow 3 times to a living person? Are you going to worship heaven and earth to get married, or to worship your enemies as ancestors? How about not distributing bayonets to the Sushi soldiers sent to the battlefield in the future, and just give them 3 incense sticks, and let them burn incense for themselves before they die? Seeing Li Feng shaking his head slightly, with a look of keep thinking in his eyes, and looking at him with a smile, Zhao Zeng squinted, and thought for a while, then said uncertainly, "Are you saying that their servility is not enough, and we should continue to root the servility into their bones?" Li Feng shook his head slightly, indicating that Zhao Zeng guessed wrong, and said, "I want to ask you, do you think it is difficult to train them to the point where they bow even when going to the toilet?" Zhao Zeng thought for a while, shook his head and said, "Not difficult. Li Feng continued to ask, train them to the point where they still want to complete the bow before fighting on the battlefield? Zhao Zeng was silent, smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, life and death are at stake on the battlefield, but why do I feel that it is not difficult? Li Feng shrugged and said, in fact, I don't know whether it is difficult or not, but I want to ask you, do you want to rule over the people who bow even when going to the toilet? Zhao Zeng couldn't help rolling his eyes at Li Feng. Only devils want such people. Li Feng ignored Zhao Zeng's roll of the eyes. His eyes flashed with coldness, and he grinned and said, since you don't want such citizens, just give them all to me. Zhao Zeng looked at Li Feng in confusion and asked, you mean giving them all to you? Do you mean giving you all the people in Sashi country? What do you want to do? Nothing. Li Feng poked his head and looked around, and whispered, I've been studying Gushu and the spells of cultivating resentful spirits recently. You send the people to me, and I will capture their souls and use Gushu to cultivate a top-grade resentful spirit. What do you think of my idea? Zhao Zeng admitted that he was not a kind person, and killing thousands of people was like playing, but after listening to Li Feng's words, he still felt an inexplicable chill in his spine. Cultivating a top-grade goo worm requires a large number of insects to fight each other, and the consumption of insects is simply an astronomical number. The resentful spirit itself also needs a lot of blood and flesh to feed. The two are combined to cultivate a resentful spirit. Is this going to massacre Sashi country? Zhao Zeng shook his head and said, impossible. I need a lot of Sashi people, especially women. Seeing that Li Feng wanted to say something, Zhao Zeng waved his hand to signal Li Feng to calm down and explained, do you know how many people are in my army? Li Feng shook his head. He really didn't know. He didn't see the terracotta warriors transform into living people. Zhao Zeng sighed and said faintly, have you ever seen an army on the battlefield in ancient times that was composed entirely of women? Even if half of it was composed of women? Li Feng still shook his head. If it came to female generals or a small number of female soldiers, Li Feng could really name a few to refute Zhao Zeng, such as the female generals of the Yang family, but he had never heard of an army that was half composed of women. All my soldiers are male soldiers, and they are a group of young and vigorous male soldiers. Zhao Zeng rubbed his forehead, looking worried, and said, now they have been resurrected. Although they can live forever, some soldiers still want to start a family and have children. But how can a single man pass on his family line? Now I have captured all the local men from Sashi country, and put them in the mines, and the women have to grow food for my army. After all, I can't always rely on robbing and buying food. And they have to share the task of passing on the family line with the soldiers, so I can't let you train the people of Sashi country as ghosts to play with. Li Feng scratched his head. He really didn't expect that these Qin dynasty people who could live forever would actually think about passing on their family line. Are they afraid of letting down their ancestors after they have lived forever? Eternal life, the ancestral graves must be smoking. However, when Zhao Zeng mentioned the mine again, an idea suddenly popped up in Li Feng's mind, and he asked in confusion, Your Majesty, are you sure that the miner went out to dig wild vegetables in the middle of the night? Zhao Zeng glanced at Li Feng sideways, nodded and said, I know what you want to ask, but I used the soul searching technique to check, and the other party was indeed just digging wild vegetables. The miner's death was somewhat unjust. Soul searching technique. Li Feng touched his chin, squinted and asked, you use the soul searching technique in front of those miners? Seeing Zhao Zeng nodded to admit this, Li Feng rolled his eyes and said, in other words, those miners know what you look like. Zhao Zeng was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously said, you mean someone used Ishikigami to control the miner who dug wild vegetables? The purpose was to let the yin-yang master who infiltrated the miner secretly observe what I look like, so as to curse or assassinate me in the future? Maybe the man who dug wild vegetables was not controlled, but was willing to be bait for the yin-yang master. Li Feng touched his chin and said, anyway, no matter how I listen to it, I feel that the so-called accidental murder is more like the miners killing to silence the witnesses. Have you checked the memory of the accidental murderer? Zhao Zeng said thoughtfully, there are quite a lot of people throwing stones. Who knows which miner was so heavy-handed? Zhao Zeng saw that he had some intention of killing the miners, rather than letting them go, but he seemed a little hesitant. After all, these were the best laborers in his mind. Seeing this, Li Feng felt that he had to work harder and said, "You said it yourself, that miner was just hungry and wanted to dig wild vegetables." I don't believe his companions didn't know this, but those miners knew this and still smashed each other to death with rocks. Do you think they are cruel? Anyway, I think they are very cruel, not like human beings at all. After a long time, seeing that Zhao Zeng was still in deep thought, Li Feng took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, and asked, "Your Majesty, do you think your power is invincible?" Zhao Zeng, who already understood the development of science and technology, shook his head with a little bitterness on his face. In the Qin dynasty, Zhao Zeng understood that a strong individual played a small role on the battlefield. In the end, he had to rely on the army with sharp swords to conquer the world. Now, let's not talk about that group of annoying yin-yang masters. How many soldiers with swords can a soldier with a machine gun face? How many soldiers can a bomb deal with? It would be strange if he dared to say that his power was invincible. It would be more like saying that he was invincible in a single fight. After all, his strength was here. Li Feng, I don't know if you have noticed that the hearts of these people from Sishi country are deformed. Now they are afraid of your power, so they appear to be extremely obedient to you. Even if you are bored and want them to eat shit, they can pretend to be eating delicacies in front of you. But have you ever thought about what if there are more powerful enemies in the future or technology develops to the point where it can deal with your weapons? Think about how the miners deal with their compatriots, and then think about how those seemingly docile people from Sishi country will treat you. Zhao Zeng had a gloomy face and silently waved to Li Feng, motioning Li Feng to leave first. He needed to think about it carefully. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123 Red Lips and Black Teeth. Before leaving the barracks, Li Feng suddenly thought of the technique. The technique Zhao Zeng gave him could only be practiced to the stage of refining the spirit and returning to the void, which meant that this technique could not make Li Feng a demigod. Although he didn't know that he had been in this world for a year and a half and still didn't feel the quantum energy in his body decreasing, Li Feng knew that sooner or later he would return to the Marvel world. How could he practice without the follow-up technique? Could it be that he would wait until he reached the peak of refining the spirit and returning to the void and then return to the mummy world to ask Zhao Zeng for the technique? Even if he wanted to do so, the time travel gate would not agree. Thinking of this, Li Feng turned his head and asked, "Your Majesty, I feel that I'm about to reach the stage of refining ki and transforming into a god. Do you have any suggestions? In addition, I want to ask, is the technique you gave only up to the stage of refining the spirit and returning to the void? Can you give me the follow-up technique?" Zhao Zeng looked at Li Feng with contempt. After such a long period of practice, plus the assistance of the eternal fountain every day, he hasn't reached the stage of refining ki and transforming into a god. You weakling. Of course, there are some things that you can think about but cannot say. Otherwise, what if Li Feng gives up and returns to Shangri-La to continue soaking in the eternal spring water as a hot spring? He doesn't know how to clone himself. Zhao Zeng rolled his eyes and shook his head, indicating that he didn't have any follow-up skills. He explained, when you return to the innate from the acquired, you need to understand the way of heaven yourself, but everyone's growth experience is different, and the way of heaven you understand will also be different. The skills will not provide you with insights, so all the skills can only reach the level of refining the spirit and returning to the void. You should find a way to become the innate realm yourself. As for the advice on refining ki and transforming into spirit, just be steady. After speaking, Zhao Zeng ignored Li Feng and opened the Oracle Bone book to read it. Seeing that Zhao Zeng ignored him, Li Feng curled his lips and turned to walk out of the tent. What the hell do you want to do? Do you want me to become a demigod by understanding? What a joke. I don't have any insights. It's better for me to study natural science and memorize the periodic table. Feeling bored for a while, Li Feng carried his long stick and started to wander around, looking at the soldiers busy with training, and then sneaking into the warehouse to see if Zhao Zeng had collected any spellcasting materials when he looted the coastal cities of Sashi country. Not to mention, Zhao Zeng really collected a lot of spellcasting materials, but before Li Feng could figure out whether he should secretly take some materials and put them in his shoulder bag, several soldiers suddenly walked in from outside the door. These people were all Zhao Zeng's personal guards. When Li Feng teleported to the front of the tent before, they saw with their own eyes that their leader came out to greet Li Feng in person. Knowing that Li Feng, like their leader, had extraordinary powers, they immediately stood up and saluted. "Hello, sir." Li Feng grinned and scratched his head. This was the first time in his life that someone called him sir. For some reason he felt so accomplished, as he had become an official. You have to know that the highest official position Li Feng had achieved since he was a child was only in elementary school. How could he have been a group leader in a class? Li Feng showed what he thought was his most charming smile and said, "Come, salute me and say hello." Several soldiers were a little confused. After looking at each other, they stood up and saluted again, saying, "Hello, sir." After asking the soldiers to salute 3 times in a row, Li Feng nodded with satisfaction, reached out to take out several amulets from his shoulder bag, and handed them to several soldiers, saying, "This is a small gift for you." After several soldiers took the amulets with their eyelids closed, Li Feng asked puzzledly, "What are you doing here?" One of the soldiers said thank you to Li Feng, looked at the spell materials in the distance and said, "The leader asked us to count the spell materials for use in 3 days. Li Feng tilted his head and thought about it. Although he did not ask Zhao Zeng how to wipe out the reinforcement from various countries, since Zhao Zeng asked him to deliver the Oracle Bone Book, Li Feng could still roughly guess what Zhao Zeng would do. It was nothing more than holding the Oracle Bone Book, finding the bases of the reinforcement from various countries, and then using his ultimate move to destroy them one by one. Now he asked the soldiers to count the spell materials. It was probably because Zhao Zeng wanted to use the spell materials to make his ultimate move more powerful. Since there were people counting the spell materials, Li Feng certainly couldn't turn his previous attempt to steal into action, otherwise it would be embarrassing. In this regard, Li Feng could only walk out of the warehouse helplessly and lie on the roof in a daze. Zhao Zeng will take action after 3 days, and then I need to spend time to take care of the soldiers to prevent harassment from the Shikigami. In other words, I will be bored for 3 days, and I guess mushrooms will grow on my head. After a long time, Li Feng slapped his forehead, thinking that he had analyzed a lot of Sashi country's character for Zhao Zeng before. I believe that the fate of those miners can be imagined. If Zhao Zeng thinks more, and specifically finds information to carefully understand the history of Sashi country, it is estimated that there will not be even a prisoner of Sashi country on the battlefield in the future. Before Zhao Zeng kills all the Sashi country people, Li Feng feels that he needs to see how open the women of Sashi country are. Anyway, he has nothing to do in 3 days, so he might as well take advantage of this species before it is killed to extinction by Zhao Zeng to see it well. For this, Li Feng found a reason for himself. He felt that he had an obligation to record everything he saw with his own eyes, so that future generations would know that there is such a species in the world, called virtuous wife helper. Of course, just to see it. Thinking of this, Li Feng turned into black mist and flew into the sky, ready to go to the nearby city to see the beauties. As for why he didn't see the beauties in the city, where Zhao Zeng was, didn't he hear what Zhao Zeng said? All the men under his rule were in the mines, and the beautiful women were helping the soldiers to pass on their family line, and the remaining uglier women were farming in the fields. Could it be that Li Feng was allowed to stay in the army to see how the soldiers completed the sewing? Or let him go out of the city to see a group of ants rolling up their sleeves to work in the fields? His taste is not that heavy. After flying for more than 10 minutes, Li Feng himself didn't know where he was. He only knew that he had long flown out of Zhao Zeng's sphere of influence, and that the city below was quite prosperous. Li Feng thought about it, and landed on the street wearing an invisible cloak. There was no other way. If he showed his body and landed on the street, it was estimated that these people in Sashi country would either regard him as a monster or a god. Then, either Li Feng would be surrounded by people or people on the street would be scared away by him. What was the point of looking at the beautiful woman? In addition, Li Feng did not know the language of Sashi country, so he had no way to communicate. It would be better to wander around the street after being invisible. If he met a beautiful woman, he could follow her openly and write down everything he saw with a pen and paper. Anyway, she couldn't see him, so what could she do? Li Feng frowned as he wandered around the street. He didn't see any beautiful women, but he saw many women who made themselves up to look like wronged ghosts. At first, Li Feng thought he had encountered a ghost. It was broad daylight. How powerful must a female ghost be to appear in the daytime? Li Feng was so scared that he almost turned around and ran away. It was not until Li Feng saw clearly that it was a human and not a ghost that he resisted the urge to beat the other person to death with a stick and continued his wandering. Soon, as more and more women dressed as ghosts appeared, Li Feng began to wonder. Those who were dressed in coarse linen and hurried and looked like poor people, at least they could see their neat eyebrows. But how could those women who were dressed as ghosts look like they had a small fortune? After all, in this era, people who could wear traditional Sashi country kimono and have the leisure to go shopping were not something that ordinary people could do. Li Feng, what's going on? The symbol of a wealthy family is to dress up as a ghost. How rich was Sadako's family? In fact, in the Heian period, that is, before 1192, nobles in Sashi country considered shaving eyebrows, dyeing teeth black, and whitening their faces as a special kind of beauty. At that time, noble women could not get married if they did not shave their eyebrows and dye their teeth black. Later, the smaku technique was not only used by wealthy families, but also learned by geishas in Kyoto. The whiter the face, the shinier the eyebrows, the darker the teeth, and the shorter the legs, became the unique beauty in the hearts of Sashi country. The problem is that Li Feng doesn't know, and he has been wondering what's going on. Is it that these women want to show off their family's wealth? To show off that they have razors at home or something? But women don't have beards, and they don't want to shave their hair, and there's no place to shave the remaining hair, so they shave their eyebrows? And the red on the lips. Other people have red lips and white teeth. How can it be beautiful, but it's not here? How come it became a little red in the central plains when it was introduced to the country of Sashi? How careless is this when studying? It's like playing. What's the difference? As for the black teeth, Li Feng was worried about how this woman would eat steamed buns. A good meat bun was bitten into black sesame fillings in 1 or 2 bites. How bad is this for the buns? Especially this face. Is it because the white paint at home is too much to use up, or the paint is about to expire and they don't want to waste it, or they can't think of where to paint it for a while and then they think about it and paint it on their face and show off the paint at home? Later, after careful thinking, Li Feng figured it out. This is because the girl dislikes his thin skin and wants to use white paint to make herself more thick-skinned. Otherwise, think about it. Who would dare to marry such an ugly woman who can't even grow eyebrows? Aren't you afraid that she will scare herself to death when she gets up to relieve herself in the middle of the night? That's why these wronged ghost women wear clothes with pillows and pads all day long, so that they can solve physiological problems when they find a blind man. Anyway, the other party can't recognize them with white paint on their faces, so they are not afraid that they will report to the government later. In this regard, Li Feng, who wanted to see the beauties, was very disappointed. Not only did he not see the beauties, but he was also scared by a group of wronged ghost women in broad daylight. You can imagine how he had no time to continue wandering around. Of course, he turned around and turned into black mist and left. As for the desire to see the virtuous wife, Li Feng has now figured it out. If she looks like this, how can she marry without relying on the title of a virtuous wife? Do you still want to rely on the ghost appearance of your own wife to scare the elders to death so that you can inherit a few acres of land at home? After returning to Zhao Zeng's kin state, Li Feng was bored and lying on the rooftop to sleep until night fell. Several soldiers woke up Li Feng on the rooftop with a ladder and signaled that it was time for dinner. At first, Li Feng touched his stomach and said that he was just hungry, but when Li Feng saw that the staple food for dinner was white steamed buns, He somehow thought of the wrong ghost girl during the day and immediately said that he had no appetite and didn't want to eat. Several soldiers looked at each other in confusion and asked, "Sir, is the food not to your taste?" How do you want Li Feng to answer this question? Saying that he is a mage and has no appetite now because he was frightened in broad daylight. Li Feng can't afford to lose that person. Chapter 124 Creature the Savior. While Li Feng was out strolling, Zhao Zeng ordered all the participants in the incident of crushing the miners to gather together and prepared to use soul searching to investigate the whole story. As a result, when the herald came to the mine with the order, they found out that the participants all died inexplicably within a few days after the incident. Some choked to death while eating, and some drowned in the toilet. The most outrageous one was playing seppuku in the middle of the night. While playing, he killed himself with the mining tools. The miners who slept in the same hut were terrified and dared not sleep for several nights in a row, fearing that they would also play seppuku in their sleep. Death in the mine was not a big deal. It was just a few miners who died. It would be abnormal if there were no deaths in the mine every few days. Therefore, none of the people who managed the mine reported the matter. It was like a mouse died at home. Who would call the police to investigate whether the mouse committed suicide or was murdered? But now, Zhao Zeng personally asked about it, and several supervisors were scared and thought something had happened. They followed the messenger to meet Zhao Zeng tremblingly. When Zhao Zeng understood the whole story, he was speechless that someone like Li Feng could guess the truth, and he felt a sense of being deceived. If he couldn't find so many miners at once, he really wanted to shoot all the miners with a machine gun to save him from trouble. With some helplessness, Zhao Zeng waved his hand and asked the supervisors to return to the mine to continue working. At the same time, he ordered the supervisors, "From now on, if you have nothing to do, try to kill a few dwarves for me." Of course, Zhao Zeng's original sentence was not like this, but that was the meaning. After the supervisors left, Zhao Zeng began to have a headache again. Since the other party had the ability to sneak into the heavily guarded mine without being discovered by the soldiers, it means that the other party may also have the ability to sneak into the military camp without being discovered by the soldiers. Zhao Zeng even suspected that the other party had already sneaked into the military camp, waiting for an opportunity to assassinate him. Thinking of this, Zhao Zeng ordered his subordinates to be vigilant and to find the assassin as soon as possible after the military camp was sealed. Originally, this was a very simple matter. After all, Zhao Zeng's army was all Qin Dynasty people, and everyone knew each other. As long as they communicated in Qin Dynasty language under the leadership of the sergeant, the assassin could be exposed. But Zhao Zeng knew one thing clearly. Among the extraordinary people in Sashi country, there was a type of person who could disguise as a man to sneak into the mine, and could also transform into a woman to sneak into the military camp. Even if they were stripped naked in front of you, you would not be able to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Therefore, the soldiers were very careful in finding assassins. Even the Sashi people with bulging belly had to pinch their face to see if the skin on your face was real. Not to mention, under such a strict investigation, a fake pregnant woman was really forced out from the group of pregnant women. However, since the other party dared to sneak into Zhao Zeng's army, he naturally had some skills. He relied on his flexible skills to kill several soldiers in succession. But this was Zhao Zeng's base camp after all. More and more soldiers gathered nearby after hearing the noise. Seeing this, the dwarf in night clothes, a skull mask, and holding a pitch black Sashi-style longsword ran away like a monkey. On the other side, Li Feng, who had no appetite, said he didn't want to eat, so he asked the soldiers to take the big white steamed buns away. He climbed onto the roof to enjoy the moon, and said to the back creature, "Prepare some peanuts and beer." After a while, creature, who remained invisible, walked to Li Feng with a stack of fried peanuts and a bucket of beer. Li Feng, who was staring at the moon, asked inexplicably, "Creature, do you think the real version of change flying to the moon is that she ate elixir, or that she drank the fountain of eternal life and then ran to the moon to play out of boredom? But later she got lost and couldn't find her way home. Just like me, I couldn't find my way home." Creature blinked his big watery eyes and looked at Li Feng inexplicably. Although creature and Li Feng were both born in the earth, and he also knew the story of change flying to the moon, his hometown and Li Feng's hometown were not the same earth. How could creature find out where Li Feng's home was? Sensing creature's confused look, Li Feng smiled bitterly and shook his head, gulped down beer, burped and said, "My wife has a magical property. As long as I look at beautiful women on the street a few more times, she will immediately appear in front of me and pull my ears. Today, I looked at beautiful women on the street for a long time, but she didn't appear in front of me." Creature didn't know how to answer. He had never even seen what the boss's wife looked like. After a long while, I don't know if Li Feng was drunk or felt it would be more comfortable to lie down and look at the moon. He lay on the roof stupidly, staring at the moon in the sky with his eyes wide open, and asked inexplicably, "Creature, do you miss home?" "Boss." Creature pinched the corner of his clothes or pillowcase and said with a bit of grievance, "Wherever the boss is, creature's home is there." Li Feng was stunned and suddenly felt a little warm in his heart. He turned his head and looked at creature. Just when he was about to say "Remove the invisibility and drink with me," he saw a man in night clothes and a skull mask on the roof in the distance, who seemed to be performing Qigong, and rushed towards him silently and quickly with a knife. With such obvious stress, Li Feng would be too stupid to think that this was Zhao Zeng's men. In addition, seeing that the other party was about to rush in front of him, Li Feng cast a spell without thinking and shouted, "Long stick flying." At this time, creature also found that the other party was not friendly and pointed at the other party, hoping that his spell could stop the other party and keep Li Feng from being hurt. The other party seemed to sense something and slashed the long knife in front of him to break creature's spell and continued to rush towards Li Feng without stopping. Just as the assassin approached Li Feng, creature had completed the second spell, but the other party seemed to be aware of the existence of the spell and stabbed with the knife in both hands, not only stabbing creature's spell, but also letting the long knife in his hand continue to stab Li Feng's face along the previous trajectory. At this time, the long stick had not yet flown into Li Feng's hand. Li Feng, who had no time to cast a spell, felt that he was going to die. He was so scared that his hair stood up and his mind went blank. The loyal creature seemed to see that Li Feng had no ability to avoid the assassin's assassination. Without thinking, he jumped in front of Li Feng, grabbed the long knife with both hands and shouted, "Boss!" At the moment when creature grabbed the long knife, the invisible creature seemed to be disturbed by the long knife, and he appeared in front of the assassin like a house elf. The assassin seemed to be frightened by creature's appearance. He drew back the long knife and stabbed creature in the heart. At the moment when the long knife stabbed into his heart, creature felt an inexplicable suction force on the long knife, sucking his flesh and soul into the long knife. His muscles withered little by little, and his consciousness began to blur. Li Feng, who had just caught the long stick, also discovered that the long knife could absorb souls. Now, he had two choices. First, Li Feng cast a spell to kill the assassin directly, but creature's soul was sucked by the long knife and was not in Anubis's hands. Even if Li Feng held the Black Book of the Dead, he could not revive creature. However, creature played a vital role in Li Feng's future plan. Losing creature meant that he had to give up the original plan. Second, Li Feng cast a spell on creature, locking him in a spell that stopped time. After opening the portal to Shangri-La, he threw creature into the fountain of eternal life for treatment. However, the long sword in the hands of the assassin on the other side clearly had the ability to break magic, which made Li Feng's shield as fragile as thin paper when facing the long sword. In addition, Li Feng was not good at close combat, which meant that if Li Feng did not attack and forced the opponent to defend, the opponent would most likely take Li Feng's life. Li Feng did not have much time to consider. The originally healthy creature did not have enough strength to grab this strange long sword, not to mention creature, whose soul had been sucked out of half. Just as the assassin drew out the long sword and stabbed Li Feng pointed at creature with one hand, locking creature in a spell that stopped time, and with the other hand, he waved the long stick that released the dementors and smashed the opponent's long sword, hoping to use the dementor's ice talent and the hard long stick of the instrument level to deflect the opponent's sword so as to gain time to cast the spell. However, Li Feng did not expect that the long knife was too sharp and the opponent's swordsmanship was too strong. Even though frost formed on the assassin's nightgown, the opponent's long knife still pierced into the end of the long stick and continued to stab Li Feng in the face. Fortunately, the speed of the long knife was somewhat slowed down by the Dementor's ice talent, allowing Li Feng to turn his head to avoid the tip of the knife in an emergency, and only his earlobe was cut by the blade. While dodging the long knife, Li Feng finally completed the spell and successfully released a fierce fire on the assassin's face. The assassin's reaction was more sensitive than Li Feng thought. He immediately threw away the mask and threw a smoke bomb. When the smoke disappeared, the assassin also disappeared in front of Li Feng. Li Feng, who was sure that the assassin had left, took back the Dementor and looked at the skull mask that was burned by the fierce fire, but was unharmed with fear and anger. At this time, the soldiers nearby heard the noise and rushed over. Li Feng picked up the mask and opened a portal. He gritted his teeth and said to the soldier who had run to him, "Tell Zhao Zeng that I will be back in 2 days. I have to deal with personal matters in these 2 days." After that, Li Feng took creature through the portal to the Fountain of Eternal Life. After throwing creature into the Fountain of Eternal Life, Li Feng untied the time stagnation spell. At the same time as the spell was untied, creature's miserable cry rang out in the cave, "Be careful." Li Feng's face twitched, thinking of creature's previous shout of boss. Li Feng certainly knew that creature wanted to shout to him to be careful, which touched Li Feng a little. Similarly, knowing that creature was still alive, Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said softly, "Creature, it's okay." Creature, who was in the Fountain of Eternal Life, looked at Li Feng blankly, who was intact, and said nothing, but just smiled simply, as if Li Feng's biggest wish was to be okay. The function of the Fountain of Eternal Life is to provide vigorous vitality, which can also repair the damage to creature's soul. Seeing that creature was already healing his injuries, Li Feng looked at his long stick. This was his spellcasting tool. Without this thing, many spells could not be released. But when Li Feng saw the long stick clearly, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth, because the long knife that could absorb souls was still firmly stuck on the long stick, turning the good long stick into a sickle. The long knives of Sashi country are all curved, so Li Feng's long stick is still a weird sickle with the blade facing inward, but the curvature pointing outward. Chapter 125, Siege. At the moment, when his magic power was fully restored, Li Feng turned into black mist with a grin, and flew to the border of Qin State, eager to awaken his army of scarabs. Creature, who followed closely behind Li Feng, looked at Li Feng surrounded by black mist with some admiration in his eyes. He was in the process of apparition, so he was surrounded by black mist. Li Feng held the Bible of the Dead in his left hand to strengthen the control of scarabs, and held a sickle with a strange blade in his right hand. When Li Feng, who was covered in a black cloak, put on a skull mask, creature felt that Li Feng was definitely the incarnation of the god of death, which made creature subconsciously look at Zhao Zhao, hoping that a few crows would fly out nearby to set off Li Feng's image of the god of death. After all, in creature's eyes, crows are the standard of the god of death. Unfortunately, creature didn't see any crows or anything like that. He just saw a group of dementors with icy auras, which made him shiver unconsciously. "It's so damn cold." As the scarabs became more and more violent under Li Feng's control, Li Feng with cold eyes immediately flew into the air. However, in the air, Li Feng was stunned for a few seconds and then looked into the distance in confusion. He didn't know the geography of Sashi country at all, so who knows in which direction there is a city. Scratching his head, Li Feng asked slowly, "Creature, do you know any city nearby? Or give me a map of Sashi country?" Creature blinked his eyes, hung his head and said, "Boss, creature has never been to Sashi country and is not familiar with this country. As for the map." Creature turned his head to look at Kinji Yuo and said, "Why don't we ask his majesty for one?" Li Feng tilted his head and thought about it, shrugged indifferently and said, "Forget it. Why look for a map? We can just pick a direction to attack. Anyway, I don't know where the assassin is. My goal is to find a random unlucky city. As long as the yin and yang masters find that the scarab is attacking the city, they will definitely come to support. Then I will find an unlucky guy to extract his memory, or force him to tell which bastard has lurked in Zhao Zeng's army. If I have enough time, maybe I will have time to use the flesh and blood of the people of Sashi country to cultivate a few obedient vengeful spirits." After saying that, Li Feng waved his hand with high spirits to give the scarab an order. Suddenly, countless scarabs moved quickly in the direction that Li Feng pointed randomly. Li Feng was floating above the scarab with a sickle on his shoulder, surrounded by escorting wingmen, that is, hundreds of dementors. In the distance, Zhao Zeng frowned when he saw the direction Li Feng was heading and turned to ask the guard beside him, "I remember that the yin yang masters in that direction have been cleared out by me, right?" The guard nodded calmly on the surface, but he was confused in his heart. He said that he could understand the desire of Master Li Feng to take revenge. After all, no matter who was originally drinking his own wine and chewing peanuts happily, his life was almost lost inexplicably, and the assassin was the kind who left without a single strike. So now we don't even know whether the assassin is a man or a woman. Anyone who encounters this will be furious, but why don't you go to the places where yin yang masters are for revenge, but go to the city where ordinary people live? Could it be that the assassin was hiding among the ordinary people? The poor guard could not figure out that Li Feng simply did not know where to find the assassin for revenge, so he came up with such a killing spree to lure a large number of extraordinary people to come to him. Although Zhao Zeng did not know what Li Feng was thinking, Li Feng's army of scarabs seemed to give him some hints. After squinting his eyes and thinking for a while, he turned his head and walked towards the military camp and whispered to the guards behind him, "Pass on my order, open the armory and distribute ammunition. When Li Feng's actions attract the army of Sashi country, it will be time for us to kill the enemy." On the other hand, Li Feng, who had watched too many movies in Sashi country, was not sure whether the ninjas in the mummy world had the ability to burrow underground or hide in trees. In order to prevent himself from encountering those living people who jumped out of stones or grass to assassinate him on the way, Li Feng specially issued another order to let the scarabs leave no grass wherever they went, achieving a consequence more terrible than the passage of locusts. For this reason, the loyal scarabs, with their sharp teeth, would bite whatever they saw, no matter if it was a dead tree or a stone, or even a piece of rusty iron on the roadside. The scarabs would come forward to take a bite to taste the saltiness. Some scarabs even transformed into the ancestors of the whole drilling underground under Li Feng's command, and quickly dug the soil forward. Of course, these scarabs also took a bite of everything they encountered, forcing underground creatures such as voles and earthworms to find ropes to hang themselves. After all, compared to being dismembered by scarabs, hanging is a more pleasant way to die. To say that the environment of this era is actually quite good, just look at the wild animals running all over the ground in the mountains and fields being chased by scarabs, and you will know that the environment is indeed good. This is because the driving engine of the scarab is a bit slow, and the fastest speed is about the same as that of a normal person running. Compared with the speed of animals running desperately, the speed of the scarab is even more so. For this reason, the bored Li Feng watched the scene of animals running wildly all over the mountain, and this scene took 2 hours to watch. Everything in the world has two sides, both good and bad. Just like this artificial animal migration. For Li Feng, it seems that the scarabs are just short of food and provide entertainment programs for Li Feng, and he doesn't seem to have much impression. But it is different for the city in front of the scarab army. When the animals were forced to run to the nearby city in neat steps, the people in the city had already been alerted to the abnormality around them in advance. It was like the animals were issuing an emergency notice to the managers in the city. "Humans, run quickly, there are a large number of dung beetle relatives behind you." In addition to a few idiots who felt that the animal siege was novel, many people had guessed that the disaster was about to fall, and they packed their bags and prepared to flee the city. This also made Li Feng see the shadow of the city. In addition to the piercing alarm bells heard in the sky above the city in the distance, he also saw a large number of people carrying luggage on horses or driving cars and fleeing. There are even many unlucky people who don't know that the danger comes from the mountains and forests. They think that the mountains and forests are the safest place, and they run towards the scarab stupidly. In response, Li Feng just smiled and said that he was very happy. Don't miss the vengeful spirit that comes to your door. Different cities in Sashi country have different layers of city walls. The center is where the city lord works and lives, called the residence city, and there are tall fortresses and solid city walls. The outer layer is generally where the rich and powerful live. The outermost city wall is called the first layer, and the inner one is called the second layer, and so on. Moreover, the outermost city wall is worse in quality. Perhaps some of them should not be called city walls, but fence walls. For example, the city that Li Feng is about to arrive at is a low fence wall. There are generally residential areas and markets built on the periphery of the city, which are attached to the city. Generally speaking, the attachments do not have city walls. In fact, Li Feng said that he is not afraid of the city wall. It is not for him to go forward and bite the city wall with his teeth. What is he worried about? Don't you know that the teeth of scarabs are particularly good? Let alone the broken city wall in the distance. Even if the city wall is made of steel bars, this group of scarabs dare to rush up and bite the steel bars like pancakes. But Li Feng didn't come to see how good the scarabs' teeth were. He was destroying the fence, not the city wall. Was he bored? After letting the scarab slowly devour the residential area and the market along the edge of the city according to the previously established plan, Li Feng excitedly made the people who were half dead by the scarab into vengeful spirits and imprisoned them in a gourd. Don't underestimate this gourd, which is only the size of a palm, but it was made by Li Feng according to the prison nesting dolls in the Apprentice of the magic book, where Morgaine was imprisoned. In other words, there is a different world inside the gourd. In addition, Li Feng also specially engraved the traceless extension spell. This is simply a huge cage. Not to mention imprisoning a few vengeful spirits. Even if it is imprisoned with thousands of vengeful spirits, it seems very spacious. After completing the production of the vengeful spirit, Li Feng looked at the surrounded city, turned his head and let the dementors fly into the city in batches to eat, while looking for extraordinary people hidden in the crowd. As for how dementors distinguish between mortals and supernatural beings, it goes without saying that anyone who can see dementors is either an onmyagi or a ninja. After all, ordinary people cannot see dementors. Unfortunately, Li Feng chose the wrong direction at the beginning. When the scarab swallowed the residential areas and markets outside the city into its stomach, Wanke, who flew into the city to eat, said that his people did not even find the hair of the supernatural beings. Li Feng, who secretly sighed about his bad luck, flattened his mouth and scratched his head. He spat casually to show that he had spit out the bad luck and ordered the scarab to circle around the city, neither rushing into a city wall, but also letting the people on the wall see clearly what creature attacked them. Li Feng's main purpose was revenge, and the large-scale refining of vengeful spirits was only a secondary purpose. Massacre of the city was not the best way to attract a large number of supernatural beings. After all, who would come to rescue if everyone in the city died? It is estimated that the leaders of nearby cities will be anxious at that time. They will probably hire extraordinary people to protect their cities at all costs and divide the few extraordinary people here and there. At that time, should Li Feng spend time to find the assassin one by one, or wait for the extraordinary people to come here? So what Li Feng has to do is to force the people in the city to send out distress signals continuously, and it is better to ask for help from the whole world, so as to force the emperor of Sashi country to send extraordinary people to the vicinity of his city as soon as possible. Although Li Feng's plan is simple and crude, the emperor of Sashi country really has no choice. Let the scarabs continue to surround the city. The telegram for help sent by them is a clear telegram. Now the whole world knows that one of his cities is surrounded by his relatives, the dung beetle. Once the emperor allows the people in the city to be starved to death by the scarabs, he will probably become the most infamous emperor in history. But if he wants to save his own people, the emperor is not stupid. What kind of insect will be stopped by the fence? Was this fence blessed by a master or something? These dung beetle relatives are obviously controlled by someone. I have been going crazy at home recently. What I think in my mind is completely different from what I write. I'm really not in a writing state. I guess I will update once a day recently. Please forgive me. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.